Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL MY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homeboys, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kat sub lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak. Tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun. Sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intens lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG, jangan lupa, dan Todak, jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPL MY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
Tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang Aero Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan berhad lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lah. Lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan. Semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang. Tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa Team Ray sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay dan also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Saya rasa sebab kita kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun ya we dedicate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Atras. MPL MY ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homeboys dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat imam.
kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last two slot for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and Aero. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games, us and another team, because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than Aero. Sorry to say to Untitled, because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoffs.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan perbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab pergi mula dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya jalan yang getir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya, belaka takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi. Yeah.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir lemas di telan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap duka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe, Nando's, and Playas. Predator Badlands in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, MAPS.
Assalamualaikum, selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-16, hari yang ketiga playoff. Anda kembali bersama saya Popo Poji. Hari ini menjadi host utama anda. Inilah saatnya 4 yang tertinggi sahaja berbaki. Jalan menuju ke pentas Grand Final. Game pembukaan kita pada hari ini. Siapa yang menang? Automatic mengunci slot ke pentas M7. Semalam kuasa besar di antara Selangor Red Giant OG dan juga CG Esports memastikan mereka mengunci slot terus ke upper bracket final. Tetapi hari ini satu pasukan akan menjadi pasti ke M7. Jadi adakah mereka ada kuasa untuk mengubah masa depan? Mungkinkah CG mendominasi ataupun Selangor Red Giant mengunci jalan ke sana? Jadi, maka dengan itu kita akan buka hari ini dengan jadual perlawanan pada hari ini. Untuk hari ini, upper bracket ibarat rumah kedua buat kedua agregasi besar. Regular season kembali bertemu di pentas upper bracket final ini. Di liga lain kita menyaksikan sumpahan tempat kedua MPL SG ada Team Flash, MPL ID ada BTR by Vitality dan MPL PH ada Owning Philippines. Di mana pasukan tempat kedua ini akan berakhir di tempat yang ketiga dan terlepas slot M7. Jadi hari ini mampukah CG memecahkan sumpahan itu dan kunci tiket ke M7 tepat pada masanya? Dan di satu lagi sisi SRG bakal meneruskan larian tanpa henti. The unbeatable. Mungkinkah ini adalah forfeit untuk mereka? Siapa raih slot M7 pertama dan siapa yang bakal marah ke Grand Final? Seterusnya lower bracket semi final, pertembungan di antara Vamos dan juga Monster Vision. Ini adalah talian hayat yang terakhir ke M7. Untuk Vamos, kegemaran penonton dengan aura anti-hero macam Deadpool bertemu Monster Vicious, pasukan yang kuat kental terus naik ke separuh akhir dengan semangat juang yang tinggi. Tapi mampukah mereka catatkan kemenangan untuk rebut slot terakhir atau kisah mereka akan terhenti di sini? Kita akan menutup malam ini dengan lower bracket final. Satu sahaja akan dapat kerusi ke M7. Hari ini segala jawapan bakal terjawab. Dan inilah masanya kepada anda semua. Dan kita akan upkan kepada anda kod It's My Time, kod Malaysia Time kepada anda yang berada di rumah dan juga berada di venue untuk kita kongsikan bersama. Segala jawapan bakal terjawab pada hari ini. Dominasi SRG ataupun motivasi daripada CG Esports untuk kekal berada di atas. Segalanya mungkin berlaku. Satu jawapan yang pasti, satu keputusan dicari, satu hala tuju yang diperlukan. Itu sahaja daripada saya. Let's go pergi ke panel kita untuk tengok apa yang bakal mereka bincangkan untuk pertembungan hari ini. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Poji. A very warm welcome and a very good morning to you guys out there. It is almost 9 a.m. Not gonna lie, we've never been this early for an MPL MY match, but here we are, day number 3 for the playoffs, and we gotta know who's gonna be taking the first slot to M7. My name is Syed Adin. Together with me, we do have a Sadafa here with me, as well as Midnight, all the way from the Philippines. How are you, my sir?
I'm doing good. I'm actually I'm excited for the first match because again we're gonna see the first team that goes to M7, and I've been enjoying my stay here in MY. It's been crazy. It's been entertaining. It's been chaotic, honestly.
Have you ever had to wake up this early to cast over there?
No. We usually start late.
Right here in Malaysia, everyone.
I mean, it's due to the fact that this is the first season that we're going to be having a best of 7 under the lower brackets finals. Hence why the early schedule for the first match of the day between CG as well as SRG. Best of 5 is going to be played today. But so far, we've seen a lot of dominance from SRG. I gotta have to turn into Sadafa. Do you think that SRG will continue to dominate against all the teams, or will they at least fumble one game?
As a fan of SRG, I have mixed feelings because on one hand, I want to see them continue their dominance, but objectively, as a caster that wants people to have a good time, I do hope that other teams are able to put up a better fight against them, but I'm not too sure if that's going to happen. They just look so strong.
I mean, with the lineup that has been brought up today, of course, there's not going to be any changes. We have Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Skies, Cram, Midnight so far. Are you impressed with the SRG OG performance for this season?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think SRG has adapted to the meta quite well, and it doesn't seem to be a big of a problem for them. You know, there's a lot of adjustments that were made in the past patch, but it seems like SRG OG they just thrive with this identity of playing the macro-oriented style, kind of like the PH playstyle that we've come to know the most dominant play in in the world right now, and I think that's one of the reasons why SRG has been very, very strong lately.
Up against them is going to be CG Esports, Amzik, Valence, Chiku, Gary, as well as J3. Yesterday, it's a bit of a risk picking up the Fanny for Gary, but it paid off. They are here right now, and they're going to be fighting for that first slot for M7.
CG definitely had the definition of a slow start yesterday because they really looked out of form in their first game versus Team Vamos, but then started picking up steam a little bit. Are they stable yet? No, they definitely still have things to work on, but at least they're starting to regain some of that composure, figuring out what needs to be done to move forward.
And this is the biggest chance for them to at least secure that first slot. But before we begin the game, before we begin our discussion, there is a ping test mic check video for you guys. So let's take a look right now.
Tapi aku cakap dulu lah, Gary. Kalau aku yang atlet semalam, aku boleh tangkap kau lah. Kalau hujan. Ni hero dorang main hari ni lah guys. Tiba kan. Boleh jadi. Ni hero kita. Oi, janganlah. Pobius aku. Buktikan lah. Pobius kau
tak, dia lagi lama daripada Gatot cik farm dia. Lagi lama.
Boleh tak?
Cikgu warm up pakai kiwi.
Alright, not gonna lie, it's a very slow start for both of them. Not much communication is going on.
It's the 9 a.m.
It's the 9 a.m. But I do have to translate a bit what has been said by Valence just now. He said that if he were the Atlas yesterday, he could have gotten Gary. So it's like are you throwing shades at Zorn, or are you just being overconfident right now? I mean, I do like the ego, I do like the confidence as well, but is there something, a fruit for thought right now? I mean, the fact that the fact that Zorn yesterday, I wouldn't say played badly. Maybe it's just an overall thing about Atlas. What do you think about the Atlas?
Honestly, I hope you were gonna ask me this question, but I didn't like the Atlas at all, even though it was picked up quite a few times. But I guess it's one of those heroes that are just picked up because of player preference. You know, they feel like there's a reason why this could work in this current meta.
Yeah, I feel like it's
kind of differently though, right? I feel like Atlas could work after the recent updates. It just wasn't played the right way. I don't want to throw shade to our local legend, but even I feel like I could have played that Atlas a little better sometimes.
Okay, maybe it's too early to judge. We shall see as the day progresses. But so far, this is going to be the Malaysia M Series representative from M1 up until M6. So far, Toda has racked up, 4 appearances since M1 up until M4, and the second place upon appearance is going to be Team SMG in M3 and M5. But the highest achievement for Malaysia's representative is going to be back in M1 with Toda, as well as the recent one in M6 for SRG OG. So therefore, as my brother in arms right now, do you think, if let's say SRG OG makes it for M7, do you think they can break the curse of this third place here in Malaysia?
I think so, actually. I already thought that they had a good chance of doing it last year, but we all knew that Liquid ID was just having a pop-off time, and of course that was the advent of Onyx Philippines as well. But both those teams are not in a shape anymore, right? So there are other competitors that we still have to worry about, but SRG OG have been improving every single season somehow, and I think they have what it takes.
I mean, it's gonna be a battle, I'm not gonna lie, for M7, because we do have a lot of other representatives who are not sure yet of the teams so far. I mean, of course, the MPL here in ID and PH, we know who is going to be the representative, but a lot more to be unfold as we progress the game forward. The fight for M7, yeah, I've mentioned this just now. I mean, for MPL PH, we know that the representative is going to be Team Liquid, RO Gaming. MPL ID is going to be Onyx Alter Ego. Back in SG is going to be Evil. MENA is going to be Falcons. The MTC for Season 5 is going to be Aurora Turkey. So there's going to be 2 representatives for the organization of Aurora. But so far, what are your thoughts for M7? Is it going to be another same old case of M6 where, you know, PH dominance, or the underdogs or the dark horses are going to step it up?
I want to say yeah, because I'm a Filipino. So there's a little bit of bias there. But I think M7 isn't going to be a playground for PH. There's a lot of scary teams out there. There's Aurora Turkey that's coming out from MTC. Very hot. Did not drop a single game, by the way, in their own tournament. And you also have Team Spirit from MCC, who's also been uprising lately. After 2 years, you know, we've come to love the playstyle of Team Spirit, and I feel like this year it's going to be the same.
I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting. And I did hear like there's going to be another patch before we move on to M7, but I'm not too sure how big of a patch of it is. But that one is for another day for the discussion. But so far, for the Fan Talk Zone, do scan the QR code for your answers. The question will be, who would you hope to see represent Malaysia at M7 World Championship? Is it going to be Team Chico, Team Yums, or just easy enough, say both?
I feel like both is the easy answer, you know? I thought we were getting rid of those yesterday. They already took out all the maybes or the who knows. But we do have 2 representatives, so I understand.
Yeah. To be fair, there's diehard fans right out there who would just rather choose Yums, or would just rather choose Chiku.
Right. I mean, hey, it's up to you guys. Do scan the QR code down below. But right now, we do have one special video for you guys. Let's take a look at it together right now.
Sebelum ni saya dibenchkan, jadi saya hanya digendong untuk masuk ke top 4 dan champion. Berada kat sini membuktikan bahawa saya ni bukan hanya play sub dan saya masih boleh main lagi. Andai kata saya dapat ke top 2, maksudnya saya akan menjadi main 5 di M7 dan mengangkat nama Malaysia.
Kristal dipecahkan oleh tim Vamos sekaligus.
Bila saya masuk MV ni, diorang tahu yang saya lebih berpengalaman. Diorang memang anggap saya macam seorang abang-abang lain saya. Diorang tak pernah rasa lagi CPL ni. Saya harap diorang dapat menjalan trofi dengan saya.
Dekat bahagian tengah pula Leody, satu tekanan berjaya dan mengambil guilty.
Saya dah lama nak main dengan Chico dari season 13 lagi. So bila dapat satu team untuk CG ni, harap dapat kekalkan perjalanan kita orang ke M7.
To the other teams, you can only fight for the last slot for M7. And for the trophy, you can just watch us lifting the trophy. It's ours for the win.
Bobo datang ada, Leody juga bukankan juga. Apa sebagai belakang, balance tempat untuk Kristal.
Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We do have a thank you for your hard work, Rez Jasni, Abid, Nuna, as well as Edmund, that once again will ensure the fair play and professional integrity in all matches.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
Glory to the conquerors of MPL Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports! They march in unshaken, unbothered, and fully locked in. After a complete domination over yesterday's foe, their opponent today better be ready. With a slot to the international stage on the table, will they go full blast today?
All fans are locked in towards Kram, the one-man army. Shall he perform against today?
CG Esports.
In the other corner, the challenger for the M7 spot, number 2 in the league charts, CG Esports! After a convincing win over Vamos yesterday, they return today, eager to take on the reigning kings of MPL Malaysia once again. Can they be the first Malaysian team to qualify for M7 all the way from MAL?
Their chances to reach M7 is within the grasp. Will they conquer the of MPL Malaysia right now? Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game, Coach Arcadia as well as Ozora Veki for SRG OG. Meanwhile, Coach Rain and Coach Cody for the side of CG Esports. They will ensure that all strategy is going to be used towards the maximum potential of their players. And of course, to secure the first slot to the everlasting M7 in Jakarta. Let's keep it going with a fist bump between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is gonna be the Malaysian sportsmanship.
All bets are off the table now, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be the reigning kings or will it be the new challengers with a legend among their ranks? A slot directly, the M7 is now on the line.
I mean, all things aside, pressure is gonna be really high for, not gonna lie, it's gonna be for CG, I feel like, because they are, some might say newcomers, although, you know, Gary is a living legend here, Chico is the living legend here in MPL Malaysia, and of course Gary being an MPL champion back in season 10 as well. So we shall see, does CG have what it takes to take the kings of MPL MY, that is going to be SRG OG team, hit to hit right now. Anything stand out so far to you, Midnight, in terms of statistics?
I would say KDA in a first blood raid for sure is something that you should watch out for. SRG OG, they don't shy away from playing the aggressive playstyle. It's kind of a mix of the slow aggression you see from PH, but also the fast tempo that you see from MPL ID. And I think this is the key in the current patch. You have to be dominating as early as the first turtle, because most teams, they would actually prefer to just flat out win the first turtle, and then snowball from there, trade second turtle, look for towers, and then just cover your bases and end the game. That's what we saw too against MV yesterday. SRG were not merciful in that first 5 minutes.
I mean, what a big advantage that you have right now. Looking at the unique hero pools, right? 37 unique hero pools, and it's not even that big so far because SRG OG, once they have gotten things sorted out, they're just gonna keep using on the same heroes if they know it works. If it knows it's not broken, why change it so far for the side of SRG OG?
But it's also hard to deny that SRG literally has double the average KDA of CG Esports, which is an insane statistic, just like the insane statistics we are looking on the map track. Still, 100% win rate for SRG OG on Expanding Rivers and Broken Walls, and a nearly unbeaten score on Dangerous Grass and Flying Cloud.
I mean, when you look at the win rate for the map win rate for SRG OG, you're looking at like your top students, top of the class right now, 100% on Expanding Rivers, 100% on Broken Walls, and 80% on Flying Cloud. Every single of this map is 80% and above for SRG OG. But we know that the patch has been online for several days of now, but do you think that the patch have anything to do with the map? For instance, you get Dangerous Grass, so maybe Atlas is going to get picked up even more often, or other certain heroes are going to get picked up much more often. Do you think that is the case right now, Minat?
I think for SRG, they stick with the meta heroes that actually have been utilizing the maps, kind of like the Hildas, the Khalids, but also you have CG who can pull off crazy heroes like the Hellkirks, or maybe even the Atlas, I mean, you can kind of give some credit to the Atlas pick yesterday and put some twist on it. And I feel like this does play a factor in those two maps, specifically Dangerous Grass and Flying Cloud, because these two are kind of like the, I would say the risky maps, because you have Expanding Rivers and Broken Walls. They're kind of neutral. So for a team that is very reliant on macro, they kind of understand how map movement works. But with Flying Clouds and Dangerous Grass, you kind of have a wiggle room to play with if you're very chaotic as well.
I mean, for the side of CG right now, Sudafa, and I'm gonna talk about Amzik. Back in Megala season, it's always been Harith or it's always been Granger. But right now with the double fighter composition, how well does Amzik fare out so far in this current patch?
He can play Ruby. That's about it. We haven't gotten the chance to see anything else from Amzik so far, and he definitely seems to still lean more into the marksman style, which is why he had to pull out the Natan yesterday when his other gold lane picks were already banned out. And CG Esports' draft tends to center around Amzik. They're more of a mid to late game scaling team, which is unusual considering most other squads here in Malaysia like to play for those first few minutes. So that can cost them a little bit of early lane pressure.
How about the matchup between Ye3 as well as Crab? Will Ye3 have a hard time facing off the god of EXP lane here in MPL MY?
It's a capital Y-E, S not 3. Because I think Cram is the best XP laner in Malaysia. Maybe best Malaysian XP laner, I would give that to Momo actually.
Fair enough.
From MV. And I just think Cram's hero pool is deadly, man. Especially if, if CG decides to give Cram CC, and it's just over for for a lot of these matchups. And even if you have heroes like Uranus, kind of like the heroes that are just stable in the EXP lane, Cram will find a way to sort of just abuse the fact that, all right, you don't care about lane, I'm gonna just rotate. And that's been a signature playstyle of SRG. If they can't capitalize on the lane, they just rotate the mid lane.
Would that be the deciding factor for CG right now? Is gonna be targeting Cram would be the main idea for CG to get a win, or is it gonna be somewhere else? Any other loopholes that CG might find up against SRG OG?
Well, it would be a good first step. I feel like other teams have not put enough pressure on the EXP lane, but that's also because they just generally cannot get enough control to do so in the first place, right? And that builds off of the mid lane pressure that we were talking about earlier. Stormy plays very strong mid laners, oftentimes supported by Yums and Skies. They like to go for early mid rotations just to make sure they can enable those mid laners to help out the sides. Though Innocent and Cram have already proven more than enough times they can hold on their own if they need to.
I want to go circling back to what you said just now about the hero that Amzik always uses when it comes to a fighter gold lane, and that's going to be the Ruby. I feel like Ruby is a very underrated hero so far, because when you're picking up the Ruby in the first few picks, you are giving a lot of question back to your opponent. Is it going to be a Ruby gold lane? Is it going to be a Ruby roam? Or a Ruby EXP lane? And I feel like a lot of these teams here in MPL MY are benefiting off that Ruby particular pick. And I'm not too sure why are other teams not banning it out, because I feel like it's a very crucial hero, because once you're near within the Ruby range, you can't get out. You have Don't Run Wolf King. Of course, you're going to have the I'm Offended at the same time. It's just so hard to play around or against the Ruby itself.
I mean, teams have started recognizing the strength of the Ruby, and he's been showing up on second phase bans. But it's just weird to first ban, ban a Ruby, because there's also like a lot of housekeeping that you have to do, kind of like the Fannies, the Bakshas, and I do think CC does have more priority in terms of like overall first phase flex, because you are able to put her as the EXP contender and also flex her to the gold lane. But I do agree that there's been underpricing with Ruby picks. She's been very, very good. It's just that most of the times she's also underwhelming, because I don't think teams have unlocked the full aggression potential that she can bring to the table.
Hey, I gotta give a shout out to Lafel. He is in the chat right now.
W Lafel.
Yeah, W Lafel. Good luck, guys. And I feel bad. The game starts now. I don't know why he feels bad. He's most likely in his bed right now, just chilling.
Probably.
Yeah, probably just woke up, had breakfast at the same time. I mean, we had breakfast as well, but so far it's quite good. First match for this particular series right now. Would SRG OG respect ban the Fannies? From the side of course, CG yesterday won it with Gary. Again, it's a high risk, high reward kind of strat, but I feel like SRG OG are not known to be the one who's gonna respect ban as much. They would like to ego challenge it.
They actually do both. That's what makes SRG OG so difficult to predict. There will be times when they feel like, okay, this player is an issue, we're going to get rid of those heroes, right? They'll take it seriously. So other times, they'll let it go because they already have a strategy prepared for it. You can be sure that they'll adapt on the fly based on what is necessary, but I can't actually say which direction they will go in first. I feel like there is a possibility they'll ego challenge it just to see how things go, but they're also a team that just doesn't take any punches, right? They don't pull their damage. They will go all out from the very beginning.
I mean, looking at their match up against Monster Vicious yesterday, what Sadafa mentioned, I do have to agree, they won't hold back. If they can destroy you immediately, quickly, they will. Hence why game number 3 ended 10 minutes, 11 minutes
Yeah.
so far. And speaking of which, SRG OG right now, and we did talk about the double fighter composition. Innocent, known to be a very strong marksman goal laner, but shifted towards this fighter goal lane. So far, do you think it's a good change? Is it a good transition? Or do you still think that Innocent suits to be a marksman goal laner?
I think it depends on what he gets his hands on. Definitely favorable still to go back to the Grangers, the Harrods, because they're still dominant in the early phase of the game. But it does require him to sort of adapt into the draft depending on what composition is needed. If Sekais needs protection, then maybe you pull off the the double fighters, the gold lane fighters. And I think Innocent has been really good at these mechanical heroes, which also tells me, SRG, they might pick up Ruby for themselves.
I mean, looking at the bands,
They definitely can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're for CG. I like how they are starting things off. We know that Krem is a god with the Lapu-Lapu, so just get rid of it as early as possible. Hence why they did that. The CC as well has been taken out, so no CC goal lane for the side of Innocent. Meanwhile, SRG OG opening up the bands with one very, I would say, priority, not priority, target ban, I would say, for Valence. Banning out the Kalia. Are they going to follow up with a ban up against for the Shu as well? But no, so far it's going to be the Baxia ban for the side of SRG OG.
Yeah. I think it's just housekeeping, honestly, for SRG OG. And this is, I think this goes to what Stavas mentioned earlier. I think they're going to ego challenge Fanny. I think there's two modes of SRG OG. One where they don't respect your strategy because they feel like they could work around it, especially if the players can feel like they can actually contest it. And mind you, there's a Fanny player as well on their side, so it's CG that removes the Fanny because, if you can't first face Fanny and SRG is ready, Sekais is a menace on that Fanny pick.
He does play it as well, so even though Gary's the only player who has gotten to show off on the Fanny so far, because they are on the blue side, and this is definitely not a first pick hero, it's safer to just get rid of it, because SRG actually has two players that can pull off the Fanny. We have to remember Yumes' Fanny roam from a few seasons back. They don't want to play it safe.
I mean, so far right now, a lot of heroes are still able to be picked up. The likes of Grok is still there, Kimi, Gatot Kacha is still there. Maybe not first pick, but there is still a possibility of this hero is going to get picked up.
I was looking at the EXP lane and CG. That would have been tasty for them because you get the winning matchup on the EXP. Now you go back to the likes of the Hilda, the Gatot for the flex on Rome and EXP. But SRG, they just have so much, man. They have the Kimi for Stormy. If they don't get the Gatot here, SRG OG is going to get both.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, but you also don't really want to first pick it. You usually want to reserve that for something like a Lancelot, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
Lance is still open, Yi Sun Shin still open, Haya still open, a lot of the usual bans still in the pool, but they go for the Kimi first instead, not allowing Stormy to play his flexible mid.
I think it's still okay for SRG because Zuxin is still there. You can play Zuxin +1, Zuxin Gatot, you can still pick it up here, and then you can leave your jungle for the third pick later on. You can still go for the Grok as well, so Zuxin Grok is still a very strong and scary combination. So by doing this, SRG OG opens up to a plethora of strategy for them to be able to use for this first team.
Yeah, this is where SRG OG can just choose whatever they want. So they take the Lancelot and the Grok. I think they're looking at the EXP lane first so that they have an option whether to choose the EXP on third or get the Farsa straight away. And this is gonna put SRG OG again on the driver's seat because this lineup is very aggressive earlier on, especially if they see you without any mobility spell. They just block your exit, and then, Lance is just gonna Thorn Rose in and kill off heroes, pick off heroes on the side of CG. So this does go to their MO of just being aggressive in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, this means that CG is going to need some backline defenders, some frontline tanks. Going for Gatot here would probably make sense. They could also lock in the Ruby in advance so that they have a midpoint, right? Since they already have the Kimi, they're going to have a pretty squishy backline. So that would pair up well, but it would also require something like Yi Sun Shin to necessitate the double fighter. Looks like they'll go for Gatot with the Esme instead.
Very early Esmeralda picked up for me personally. I do prefer what Sadafa mentioned about the Ruby picked up. At least you are opening up to a lot more possibilities for putting up the Ruby on which side. But it's okay. SRG OG right now most likely is gonna get their mid lane here. As I mentioned, the Zuxin, the Yif is still there. Although Lunox. Although a high ground hero is still quite scary going up against the Gatot Kacha who can just immediately AOG you away. But hey, I am pretty sure Stormy has it locked down. I mean, the map awareness is quite high, so he can maneuver around with any kind of hero that is being given upon him.
Yeah, I think that's also why the reason CG picked up this Esmeralda as early as this. It doesn't lose a lot of EXP lane. It's also a flex. It's the same as CC. The reason why you pick CC, but you sort of left your draft. I would say in a bit of a pickle. You're kind of trapped right now for CG.
It might have been trying to cover their mid lane bases because Gatot counters Farsa and Esme counters Eve. So they might have been trying to go in that angle, but I agree with you, Midnight. I feel like they locked themselves in a bit too early on Esme because she's strong, but there's a lot of other EXP players that can manage her fairly well.
Yeah, and they don't get last pick, so this Esme is going to reveal her lane. And SRG is gonna see it from a mile away because they already have the Alice. They don't care about flex or whatever. You've shown the Grok and the Alice. What SRG OG is considering right now is the mage and the gold. So they do have the luxury of just countering this Esmeralda on the second phase, which is why I think for CG it's a must to just remove the Lunox. Gold lane, you can't do anything about it because Innocent is gonna get absolute last pick for SRG OG.
For me, SRG OG right now, just ban out one more assassin here. Most likely it's gonna be the Joy, and then you force Gary to go something like a Fredrin here, something like a fighter jungle, which personally I feel like it's not his forte. It's more of an assassin kind of a jungle. So you do lock up Gary into a one specific kind of hero because other than that, there aren't many other assassin that is usable right now, apart from the Joy. So for me,
and the YSS.
And the YSS, yeah, correct. But then again, YSS going up against a Grok,
Alice, Lance.
It's scary, not gonna lie. It's very, very scary.
It's also kind of weird because if you're CG, you'd want to take up the YSS because you kind of have a Harry Potter situation here where everybody's magic. So you need physical damage against SRG OG, but the only remaining physical damage loses to Grok and the Alice because again, this is a very tough situation for CG. There goes a Lunox ban. So for SRG OG, I think what CG is banking on is the fact that they could get Granger on their side for the gold lane and then maybe pick up the Joy. But even then, SRG OG, they're just gonna see the lane matchups and just prepare head on for the lane counters. Even though the Harith isn't as good for SRG OG because of the Esmeralda, I don't think Innocent would care at all. As long as he get the winning lane against the Granger, he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, what kind of other fighter gold lanes that do you have right now? I mean, the Hilda,
not so good.
Chao
it could be the Natan as well, actually.
Oh yeah, you go up to go for a pure marksman, huh?
In fact, I feel like they're trying to go Kimi Natan. I think that's the same lineup they had yesterday, and if they are going Kimi Natan, then they'll probably pair it up with the Fredrin. But if they do that, then SRG just goes X-Borg, and you are in a tough spot.
Yeah. It's a very hard draft to say for CG Esports, honestly. Joy is left in the pool. It does look tempting, but again, they're kind of in a weird spot where all your damage is magic.
I do feel like it's gonna be either YSS or Joy, but then Joy, you are doubling down on a lot of magic damage.
Yo! No way, sir.
Dispatch? With double fighter calm?
Wait, we've seen this once. Who played Suyo in the regular season?
Honestly,
was it Gary?
I don't even know, man. That's like a long time ago. But okay, hey, I mean, if the coach trusts this lineup and trusts the players, I trust it as well. But we do have to see what outcome will it bring for the side of CG and SRG. For me, yeah, you go for the X-Borg most likely here.
Natan, X-Borg. Any early game here for Innocent works as well. That's okay.
You can go Granger, I think. 100% Granger.
Yeah, for sure. Early game pressure. They already have the Alice to sort of deal with the the Suyo, so this is just gonna give them the early pressure that they want. And this is again the power of the absolute last pick. Even though CG they had the right idea, they stole the Harith away from Innocent. But again, this comp is just overwhelmingly good in the first 5 minutes, especially with the Sky Piercer timing on Innocent.
I mean, legend says that Marksman's Innocent is much more scarier than the fighter Golin, so we shall see how the Granger for Innocent is gonna fare out for this game. Number 1.
The cheers of the crowd drown out as we enter into the land of Dawn to prepare for our very first game in the upper bracket finals. For the first time in a while, we are going to see Innocent on a signature marksman hero. He was the first one in MPL Malaysia to pioneer the Granger. And now multiple seasons later, we still see him picking it up. Will the Suyo be the right ingredient here for CG to etch a point onto the board? Let us find out as we jump into game number 1.
I mean, I kind of like what CG is bringing to the table here. The variety, the flavor of picking up different heroes, off meta heroes, by the way, with Suyo. But again, I just think there's overwhelming magic damage on the side of SRG, especially the burst that could come out from Stormy.
I mean, if the Suyo does not have a good time early on, if he falls on behind 1 level, 2 levels, loses 1 buff or 2 buff, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Gary later on. But we shall see how CG fire things out and how well will they protect Gary to be able to farm up against Skies with the Lancelot.
Yeah. I think what CG needs to concern themselves most is SRG OG's ability to just jump, especially with the Grok and the Alice. But again, it's just a fight for the middle lane, again for SRG OG.
Very early scrimmage between both of these teams in the mid lane, but no blood will be spilled as the minute progresses into the 1 minute mark. In terms of emblem setup, nothing too weird so far. It's still even Steven, it's still normal for me, but I do like Grok with the Wilderness Blasting moving a bit more faster to be able to rotate much more faster with the expanding Reavers as well.
Yeah, I like how Cram is focused on just clearing out the waves here. Again, this is the type of situation where you don't care about the lane, especially you're up against an Esmeralda. It's more about the rotation, and this is gonna allow you know, CG to at least normalize what the first turtle could be. But they have to be you know, they have to be worried about the upcoming rotations that could come out from SRG OG. So mid lane is gonna be the point of contention here. But looking at the map, CG, they're 1 step ahead. There's a lot of heroes on the top side, but Kram, very meticulously positioned. He actually dodges some of the pressure that CG is bringing to the top lane.
Yeah, they're well aware of this first turtle timing, so SRG will be the first ones here. Ye3 comes from the top lane to do some poke damage, and Gary already being completely stopped by Yums and Cram. Feather Destroy comes out from behind. Ye3 in trouble. He has to back up. Flicker forward. Cram secures the turtle. SRG comes out on top there. A flicker from Cram just to get out, and we will see the end of that one.
And a very good engagement from SRG OG between Yums just now, just zoning out Gary, not allowing him to get even near to that turtle right there. And it allowed what should have been an easy turtle for SRG OG, but hey, Cram locks it away.
Yeah, CG, they had the right idea. Unfortunately, the setup wasn't working for them because Cram, I think he got 1 XP Crab, even though the Esmeralda was able to steal some green. Oh, Yums!
AOG comes in, Valence already in the fight, but Chiku has been taken out. First blood to Yums. Valence now trying to get out of here, and Ye3 doesn't have the CC to keep him alive. Revitalize gonna have to be used defensively. Valence will survive for now.
As early as the 3-minute mark, right? SRG OG have already clumped up 4 men right now to just overwhelm CG immediately. Like, they're not giving Gary any space because they do know, like, again, once Gary has fallen off in terms of level and farming, it's all over for the Suyo.
Yeah, and SRG OG, they know they're playing around the retry timing. It's still off cooldown. And SRG, they're just constantly taking these greens away. Sakai's is holding onto that red tree, and he does not get anything!
Oh, and he dies in! Bad execution! Wow. He actually finds it! The burn damage from Skies finishes off Valence, and now he's being escorted by Yums. He's still trying to steal this orange buff away, but he is taking a lot of poke damage. He dashes out. Nice timing. The dodge the sun from Gary. Tectonic Charge gonna be used, and Yums one-shot Chiku.
Was it necessary? I wouldn't say was it necessary, but is it good enough for you to be able to let Gary get the buff? But you trade your own mid lane's life right there.
Yeah, even Innocent, he's not even laning at this point. They're just trying to deplete the resources from CG. This Suyo is not gonna be happy. And this is I would say this is why Suyo had a big downfall. He just lost the early game momentum that he used to bring to the table, and now because of what SRG OG is doing, they essentially removed the Suyo from the equation.
Yeah, I mean, there are other heroes or other few heroes that could come back in terms of the late game stage, but not Suyo right now. Gary!
Oh, Gary, you're too deep, sir, and Skies is not gonna let that go unpunished. The CEO is gone before the turtle has even started, and they're not even letting Balance go off scot-free. Feather Dare Strike drops him down to 40%. Yums just stands there and accepts the damage from Chiku because this turtle is theirs.
I've been talking about aura farming right there for Yums right now. Just gonna conceal, trying to find Amzik.
Amzik's in trouble here. Tectonic charge. Oh, that's a uncharacteristic miss there from Yums. AOG cuts him off. He might be punished for this. He's trying to walk out. Balance looking for the stun, but he gets knocked back and he goes down. Yums is alive. Gary now being dived on by Cram. He has to just back off.
All right.
Oh.
You gotta forgive Yums. It's 9 AM.
I do agree. But how good are you that you made a mistake and you get away to walk scot-free right there?
Yeah, dude, that mighty punch, the mighty swing from Yums actually blocked off some of the damage from the Harith. And Amzik wasn't able to like fully utilize the Harith and Chiku. Even if you know give your best, give it your all, it's not enough. Yums is just soaking every damage from CG.
This is unfair for the side of CG because some might say, oh, for them to win, you would hope that SRG made a mistake. Yums did made a mistake right there.
So what?
But it's all for nothing. You can't even re-engage. You can't even do anything. You can't even get a kill towards Yums right there. Like A3.
Oh, look at the damage. The wall blocks him off, and the Death Sonata finishes him off. Throne of Ruin connects. Tectonic Charge doesn't. But the Death Sonata, once again, double kill for Innocent.
Wow. Honestly, I think it's just at this point, SRGOG, even though they're not being merciful, they're sort of playing with their food. They just want to take kills. They don't want domination. They want the kills. They want stat padding, sir.
I mean, someone woke up on the right side of the bed. That's all I have to say right now for the side of SRGOG. They're taking everything away from the side of CG. And right now for CG, I would say a way out. Maybe just wait for Harith to get a few more items. Maybe wait out for Chiku to get at least a few more items. Because for me right now, you really cannot depend on Gary. Even if he gets the full set of items, it's all too late right now. Even look at Skies, level 10, Gary level 9, one level of differences.
Yeah.
Look at the Granger as well as Amzi is also quite a difference of level. Yeah, 2 levels difference right now.
Meanwhile in the mid lane, oh, wow. Throne of Ruin comes in once again into the tech charge. 2 members of CG gone in an instant. There is no safe place on the map for them.
Yeah, dude, this combo, this Grok Alice, we saw this from PH. It's the insurmountable amount of jump and initiation. The power of SRGOG's lineup is just the sheer strength of how many times they can jump on you and the damage that they bring. Pickoff is not a question for SRGOG. It's a matter of choosing who do you actually want to take down.
But not only that, you do have the Feather Strike and then you have the Death Sonata, all long-range skills that you can follow up with the Tectonic Charge at the same time. So Yums can pick and choose, as Midnight mentioned, who he wants to target, who he wants to pick off. Regardless of whoever it is, the follow-up is definitely going to be enough to get a kill once again to the side of CG. 5.5k goal lead at the 8-minute mark. 11-0. Talking about dominance right now.
Yeah, and looking at the items, this actually is very essential for SRGOG. As I said, Yethri though.
He's being caught, he's surrounded. Falling Star Moon over the wall. Purify already used. Throne of Ruin. SRG is committing everything because they're so rich they can afford to. There's a 4-man gank on Skies in the top lane and he just runs away like nothing ever happened. Complete dichotomy on the map.
Yeah, the Prince. 4 heroes are not enough to deal with Sekais, and even I think even if they try bringing 5 with the Esmeralda, I don't think it would have mattered for Sekais. And again, CG, their big problem right now is their damage profile is being hindered by these Radiant armors coming out from Yums and Sekais. Add to that the recently changed Dominance Eyes, which actually hurts Kimmy and Harith even further. Not only because you lose attack speed, but sorry, not attack speed. Not only because you lose shields, but also the fact that there's magic resistance on the item. It definitely hinders the damage output coming out from CG.
I mean, hence why Yums can just be strong and tall up front. Hence why Cram can immediately go in with the Throne of Ruins, regardless of whatever it is right now. Because CG right now, one thing for sure, the damage is non-existent right now. And even if it does, I don't think it's enough. Let's say, for instance, Amzik finish up the Holy Crystal. If let's say Chico finish up a Holy Crystal, I'm not too sure if it's enough.
Yeah. They need the old Starlim side, honestly. the 1 second cooldown. Now because it's 5 seconds, it's not as useful for CG. They need more damage. They need true damage to deal with SRG OG. But even then, how do you actually take down these damage dealers? They're mobile enough. The Grange is far, far away, and you also have to cross the Feathered Earthstrike coming out from Stormy, which just took out Gary.
They just can't move anywhere right now. CG, the only hope for them is to pray that they can hold on another 10 minutes. But I don't think SRG is going to let that happen. They're slowly but surely taking out structures, picking them off, preventing any scaling from happening. Hamzik nearly died to that wall. That's how far ahead they are.
The fact that if this game progresses up until the 50-minute mark, Innocent is just gonna stack up the Skyfacer stack.
Yep.
And once it's full stack, it's gonna be much more harder for CG to be able to defend, because if you walk up, you're gonna get hit by the Death Sonata, you're gonna get hit by the Rondo at the same time. So it's just so hard. And we've not even mentioning about Stormy with the Feather Asteroid at the same time. And again, it allows Yums to follow up, it allows Cram to initiate with the Throne of Ruins as well.
Yeah, it's again, as we mentioned earlier, it's not just about the damage profile coming out from CG, it's also about the execution. Like, how do you go beyond the Grok and the Alice? Then you also have to worry about the Feathered Earthstrike that could come out from Stormy though.
Oh, Valence having to use AOG defensively is not ideal. They were at least able to clear up the Lord. Feathered Airstrike also going to be generally avoided. So CG right now actually doing a pretty good job of making sure their structures aren't threatened, but there's still waves streaming in. Hop now going to be the challenge. Throne of Ruin is coming through. Hamzik goes down. Look at the damage! The mega kill for Skies! CG is made out of paper in the face of the Selangor Red Giant. 4 members down, 1 minion is all they need. The crystal is wide open. Chiku clears it up. He will keep himself alive for now. But SRG, they're standing here.
Oh
they know it's over.
Oh my god, 5-man aura right now. Minion wave is there. This should be over and done with.
Guys, he wants to kill him. He's not gonna find the kill, and that's okay because they get the W.
What a way to start off the day, right? 17-0, was it? 16-0? 10-minute mark or 11-minute mark, you end the game as early as possible. We know one team for sure wants to go home as early as possible because you do want to get that rest.
Yeah, they want to rest, man. they want to get to M7, sleep later, and then wake up for tomorrow for grand finals. But there's 2 more games. But man, SRG, they're definitely red giants, painted red, not by their own blood, but with the blood of CG Esports.
Oh, one thing for sure, SRG OG did not come here to just play. They just want to dominate, and they don't even care what's happened towards the open side. Not giving any single chance. And I did mention about the Suyo, right? Like, once you are playing a catch-up game with the Suyo, it's super hard. It's going to be an uphill battle for Gary. And that happened from minute number 1. Look at how look at how Yums as well as Skies just focusing on Gary, not allowing him to farm, not allowing him to do anything, just invade the jungle constantly.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, if you look at it from a draft perspective, yes, they did lose out on so many good junglers, but you also have to consider why you would pick the hero. And honestly, the Suyo wasn't wasn't a good choice at all. Because imagine playing Suyo against Alice, against Grok. It's not fun. You don't like heroes that could walk up to your face and you cannot hit them back. Because the threat is always going to be there. The stunts, the slows, and of course the setups. Once these heroes hit level 4, Suyo is basically not a threat for SRG.
We already discussed earlier how SRG OG likes to play off of that mid trio, especially around the level 2 mark, right? They always like to go for a jungle gank on the mid lane to see if they can get a cheeky pickup. They didn't find it here, but the hero picks that they had were just generally better at pressuring. They had Grok, Farsa, Lance versus Gatot, Kimi, Suyo. I think you can easily tell which one is more capable of rotating on the map.
I mean, with the reach of Alice as well, with the flicker at the same time, it's just going to be so hard for CG to run away. But the MVP is going to be the unfaced king of Skies, who just woken up from his slumber and to just dominate against CG Esports right there with the Lancelot pick. But again, the reach that SRG OG had, the Tectonic Charge, the Throne of Ruins, the Death Sonata, the Feather Asteroids, there's a lot of reach that SRG OG can use to be able to catch CG Esports out and to be able to force them to back away. Even if they don't get the kill, it's okay. You force CG Esports away, you take all their jungles, you take all their resources, and what is it left for CG Esports? Just to win and see.
Yeah, I counted the amount of defensive flickers that SRG committed. It was just one. It was just the first defensive flicker from Cram in the first turtle. After that, after winning first turtle, they didn't even care about second turtle. They were diving behind the tier 1 towers of CG. And again, this is their MO. This is their strategy. This is their gameplay. Once you're able to establish that control in the middle lane, you're able to move around the river, help out Cram. But in this game, they weren't even, they weren't required to help out the Alice at this point because he was up against an Esmeralda. And so what Cram did was, all right, you don't need to help me. Let me help you. Let's go to mid.
SRG is just so good at systematically cutting off all sources of farm and hope in general from their opponents. This, again, one-sided stomping, 12-minute match, 17 kills to 0. And all of it came down to not having enough mid lane control, which spiraled into SRG basically taking everything that they wanted on the map. While this Kimmy did work out multiple times for CG yesterday, I feel like it slows down the pace of CG a little bit too much, and SRG takes advantage of that.
I mean, with this being the case, I feel like SRG OG are happy enough to just let Chico use the Kimi all the time, regardless of whatever situation it is, because you can see how SRG OG dealt with it pretty well. You just overwhelm Chico, you just overwhelm Valence with the number of heroes and of course crowd control that SRG OG had. But if I can like rewind it a bit back into the drafting phase, right? We did talk about like what are the options for getting Intercept Assassin. Not good. I would say like even the Joy is still kind of hard. Like again, with the Grok, with the Farsight, same time with the Alice at the same time. But Sadafa did mention Digi Senshin. For me personally, I feel like Senshin is still okay because if you lose out the early game, you can still kind of like rely on your lead game potential. You still have the damage. You still have some form of a crowd control with the Mountain Shocker. But again, a big question with the Suyo, because Suyo, once the dash is out, you don't have any capabilities to run away. You don't have a proper stun, and you do have to rely on your snowball capability.
Yeah, honestly, I would have gone for a Fredrin in this draft, even though it looks like it is a weird Fredrin game. You don't have the luxury of having the the Arlet on the EXP for the combo, but the thing is, they needed a jungler that could fight, because SRG OG, after winning first turtle, they're gonna contest your jungle. They're gonna try and take away all these resources away from Gary. So I think any utility jungler would have worked here. Honestly, just be able to provide some form of support for Chiku and Valence to actually fend off Yumes. But that wasn't the case. They wanted to pick a jungler that needs to farm up, that needs momentum. And what happened was SRG, the moment they saw the Retribution come out from the Suyo, alright, let's invade. Let's take all the greens, let's take all the farm. And that kind of forced CG in a weird situation where their side laners needed to help. But even then, you just have better side laners for SRG. Even Innocent was helping out 3 minutes into the game.
I mean, it's very rare for you to see a green cheer to participate in teamfights as early as possible. Once the Scorpio set has been picked up, then only you see green cheer participate in a lot of the teamfights. But hey, so far right now, the Reach guy is going to be towards Skies with 834 gold per minute, Anderson with 43,000 total damage dealt. E3 is going to be the sandbag. Meanwhile, Yums, what a performance by him. A lot of, I would say, maybe just one questionable tectonic charge, that one mistakes, but hey, he did not get punished for it, so it's all in good.
As long as you didn't die, then what's the harm, right? Unfortunately, this was my main concern coming into this matchup. I had a feeling that CG's tendency for slow starts was going to bite them really badly against SRG OG, who are so good at disrupting you right from minute 1. And that is precisely what has happened here. Yunes was so comfortable that he actually got Blade of Heptases on the Grok, right, as the main roamer. And it worked. He didn't even get picked off most of the time as a result of that. CG needs to try and draft for slightly earlier game rotations, right? Even if they're not going for early game win conditions, they at least need heroes that are strong enough to prevent invades.
I mean, they have the condition, like Kimi, Suyo, again, these heroes, they love scaling, they love snowballing, but the problem was the setup wasn't there, the execution wasn't there as well, even though they did try to sort of solve the Cram situation on the top lane, but because of the XP, the XP that Cram was able to get, he was able to hit level 4, and he didn't even need to clear that wave on top and just helped out on turtle of SRG, which did allow SRG to sort of propel into this point of the game where they're just constantly taking away farm from the Suyo, and that effectively removed this ability from CG to actually, again, just fight in the early game.
This was a close call by Yomes to be able to run away after a mistake that was being made by himself. Again, another tectonic charge that was very good, but it's just too far away from Chico. But still okay, because again, I did mention about the reach that SRGOG had. It's super strong and it's super big at the same time. You can't run away from that Sonata. You can't run away from Torrent of Ruins. The Feather Asteroid at the same time, with the tectonic charge at the same time. So it's all said and done for CG. How far can you run? They will be able to catch you, and they being SRGOG, and they just suffocate CG Esports from the get-go, not allowing any kind of space, not allowing any kind of farm being picked up by either Gary, either Amzik at the same time, or even Chico. So it worked well, and for game number 2, I'm not too sure if CG can play the same kind of pace as SRGOG. They are known for these kind of slow starts.
It's a tricky thing to ask. I feel like it's possible, but it requires a certain drafting style, right? We might need to see the double fighters coming in, but then you talk about Amzik's lack of hero pool, and that is a bit of an issue here. But we do have our results from the fan talk zone earlier.
I mean, a lot of you guys are voting for Team Yomes. That is a given. I would say so, 49% of you. Both as well with 44%. I feel like, again, you would want to see CG as well as SRGOG being the representative for Malaysia for M7. But after that performance, if let's say CG does drop into the lower bracket, right, and facing off either gonna be Vamos or Monster Vicious with this kind of performance, I'm a bit worried for CG, I'm not gonna lie. They do have to be set back if, let's say, they are gonna move towards the lower bracket finals, which is gonna be happening on later in the day at 6 PM. They do have to reset immediately.
Yeah, dude, it's scary. Imagine dropping to that lower bracket. I mean, I'm rooting for MV. So my question is, if you drop the lower bracket, it's scary to face Uni, man.
You're dropping down as a losing team, and then you're pissing off a team that is winning. It's very, very much scary. But hey, that's
Guys, nice to hear. What do I think of MPL MY? I think it's very exciting. I think the most exciting thing is obviously SRG's dominance, but also is the fact that can someone step up to SRG? Do I think a team is going to be competitive against MPL Philippines teams? That's a little bit harder. I think SRG clearly is the one that can do that, but we'll have to see from the other teams. Maybe Team Vamos.
Maybe Team Vamos. It's not agreeing with you with the Monster Vicious pick right now.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
I mean, Wolf also said Vamos. And I
you're like 2 against 1 right now.
What does he think now, though?
I would say, because, again, us Filipinos were hoping for more contenders to come out. It's just that we have this sort of like preference bias, because we know people, we're friends with some people. I mean, I recently worked with Rexpin and Sora, so that's why you know, I'm a little bit biased to Master Vicious. If you're looking at MY, SRGOG is definitely the contender for against PH. But there's hope for a lot of the teams, because even in the season, you know, we saw a couple of teams get a point away from SRGOG, so it is definitely possible. But man, playoffs is different. SRGOG is different in playoffs. That's why, again, there's that hope that someday we get to see close games between these teams, especially teams versus SRGOG.
True, true. I mean, next season might have an opportunity, right? Once we jump into the franchise league, we might get to see some bigger names.
The partnership program.
Yeah, we're gonna see some different stuff overall, and hopefully the throne is finally threatened, because right now no one seems to come close to SRG, especially on the playoff stage. When they're in front of the audience like this, when they know that they are one step away from glory, they are on a different level.
I like how what Midnight said, the keyword right there is someday. Someday we might see another team competing very much well up against SRGOG in Malaysia, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But in international, it's going to be an open battle. I mean, of course, you got contenders from Indonesia, contenders from Philippines, Singapore, as well as the other regions at the same time. Okay, we do have to jump into game number 2 right now, and we do have to begin it with the random map draw. We saw the expanding levers works well with SRG's OG's lineup, who wants to go on fast, who wants to go fast and furious to rotate all over the map. But right now for map number 2, or game Number 2, is it going to be once again expanding reverse? I would like to see personally Flying Clouds.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Oh, wow. We're lucky. We're lucky today.
Let's go.
We're lucky today, but I mean, as much as I want to see Flying Clouds against SRG OG, CG is also terrible. Flying Cloud. And I think it's also because of the fact that they do play slow. So they don't take advantage of the fact that you're able to group up as early as, first turtle. Because most people would recall, like poke heroes, recall, use the Flying Clouds, get back turtle. CG's not like that.
But on the other hand, Flying Cloud is a map that allows you to play defensively somewhat as well, right?
Yes.
If you're losing lane, you get poked out. The Cloud lets you get back a lot quicker than usual, so that might make up for CG playing a little slower.
Yeah, I would say it's more to SRG's disadvantage rather than advantage for CG, because SRG OG this time around would not be able to pull off what they did in game number 1, which is just constantly punish everybody that shows up on the map. Because CG this time around is going to be always full HP. You know, they're going to have backups.
Yeah, it's also dependent on the type of heroes that they're going to get picked up right now for both sides really. As we take a look at bans, Grok, Baxia as well as Lunox. They're going to be banned out by SRG OG. Meanwhile, CG Esports banning out the Lapu, banning out the Gatot as well as the CC. 3 fighters, technically, for the side of CG. So first pick,
Fanny's open, bro.
Oh, yeah, Fanny is open.
As the first pick?
Also open. I don't think SRG will first pick Fanny.
No,
definitely.
CC is banned.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, CC is banned. Yeah, you're right.
So
all the assassins are open, so it could be Lance again.
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with Lance, I suppose. Because there's still a lot of fighters options out there. They have
okay, Yuzong. Alright, Yuzong. Yeah. It's the PH Indo first pick threat. Like, I want to win XP, I first pick Yuzong.
There was a period of time where Yuzong was being picked up and used at the gold lane to just get the first blood immediately, because with the rectified combo, you can immediately get that kill. But for this instance right now, I don't think it's the case, especially when you have a player like Cram to use the Yuzong. So most likely, it's going to be for the EXP side. But CG, how do you respond to this? Because it's very important. You can pick up your Lancelot first.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. I like this Kalea pick and the Lancelot. This shows that CG wants to fight off the mid lane pressure that SRG OG is going to give. My main concern is that you will have to play under certain timings, because you cannot play against the the YZ ult. So CG Esports might want to look to fight off not off of neutral objective timings, but outside of these objectives, like outside of turtle timings, outside of tower pushes, maybe for some trades. So they're gonna have to be chaotic here in game number 2.
I feel like we could see a Ruby here from SRG. It's very possible, but they're going in the other direction. Joy alongside Kimmy are gonna be the options of the Red Giants.
I think they want to try their best to overwhelm the Kalia so that the Kalia is a bit confused of who is going to be targeted, right? Because right now, most likely it's going to be either the Kimi or is it going to be the Joy. But most likely the Kimi is going to pick up the Purify. So it's not going to be an easy picked up for this Kalia. But right now, CG, what do you follow up with the Kalia? Is it going to be a Feather Extract from the Farsa? Is it going to be a Yif? You do want to control the team fight? Because Lunak is not there anymore. So in terms of damage, you do still have a Farsa. But Harith is going to get picked up first before the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just a classic answer against the Joy. Doesn't mind the Yuzong being in the game. Overall, this gives CG a lot of options, but I think that the reason why SRG OG went this way, it's sort of like laying down the traps as well for CG Esports. Yeah, you do get that Harith. We showed the Joy. You have a good matchup, but we believe, we just don't believe that you have a good Harith player.
I feel like, I don't know, but it's just an instinct that I have right now at SRG OG. If, let's say, Cho and Xbox is not going to get picked up or banned, most likely get it played, especially Xbox, because for Kalia, you do not want to pick up the Xbox unless you do have a proper damage to kill him. But then again, with the Last Insanity, with the Firaga armor, with the Immortality, it's not gonna make an easy task for you to burst down the
I
Xbox.
personally don't think it's an export game for SRG. There's not actually that much bulk on CG right now. I feel like it will more like, if it is going to be a fighter goal lane, it's more likely going to be Esme or Phoveus. So I think CG probably wants to ban one of those. And I have a very strong feeling that SRG might be picking a Guinevere roam this game, but the Odette ban is specifically against Chiku.
I mean, do explain to Midnight. Maybe Midnight is a bit confused of why Odette is gonna ban.
Chiku likes Odette.
Yeah,
he plays Odette a lot.
Yeah, it's the go-to hero for him.
I think I saw it one time in MAL. So it's also good against. I mean, it's good against Joy. It's nice to have against Yuzong, because you do have. If you're the YZ, you have to sort of utilize the knockup to cancel that ultimate, the Swan Song. So this is actually a very good ban coming off from SRG OG. I was just surprised as to how deep that ban was. I was like, yo, Ozoroveki in Arcadia. W.
Hey, they did
W drafters.
They did their homework, and shout out to I Am Strong, one of our viewers, who mentioned Odette ? And gets banned out immediately after the comment.
If they really want to hone in on Chico's hero pool, it would be the Xavier as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think they need to ban Xavier. The last one would be maybe Farsa. Oh, to get rid of Zushin, right? Forgot about that one.
I mean, you take out the utility hero of a Zushin right now, and it allows Joy to walk up much more freely, as well as the Kimi not gonna get picked up by the Stardom Beam. But right now, CG, do you pick your mid lane last and you see the overall lineup of SRG OG first? Or, because I feel like that's the case right now, because Chiku, I wouldn't say his hero pool is small, but when it comes to the mid lane side, it's not as big as of a...
They're forcing him to pick Eve. Yeah. Like, they've specifically banned to force him to pick Eve.
Yeah, if you go Eve here, then Innocent just goes Esmeralda, honestly.
Definitely.
Honestly, there's no good mid laner here. Maybe Kag, Valentina, that's decent. That's stable. Honestly, I call me crazy, but I would have wanted a Zosk here.
Ooh, actually, you know what? I agree with you. I think that would have been better, because this Valentina was forced. There's not really good ultimates to grab. Yes, you can use all three of these, but they're not the best for Chiku to grab.
Plus, the follow-up against Kalia is not as strong out there.
Yeah, the burst is very lacking. So SRG can go Esme here still. Another ultimate you can't really steal. If they want the Guinevere roam that I was thinking about, also very good right here to deal with the Kalea. Let's see what SRG goes for.
I like the Gwyn, I like the Phoveus. I like definitely the Gwyn is a strong picked up right now, but the X work.
Wow.
All the X work. I mean, because for me, a high loss. Okay. If let's say the Kalia jumps forward, you can still have the Revitalize, and you do still have the Glorious Pathway. But the X work, I feel like it's very smart. As I mentioned, you don't have burst. You do have pick off with the Kalia, but you don't have burst. Just imagine with the Firaga armor, with the Immortality, it's gonna be so hard for you to burst down this X-Borg later on.
Yeah, and again, I've seen some X-Borg rush Dominance Ice. It's just good against Harith, honestly. You force her to sort of deal with you on the lane, but she can't, because she don't have that much shield. She don't have that much damage because of the magic resistance, and you're just able to get Immortality, second item, rush it. And then suddenly you see yourselves for CG having to fend off this 5-man lineup you don't have damage with. But what is this?
Martis
XP.
Now that's interesting.
I mean, yes, you do need damage, you do need burst-ish, but Martis as an answer towards it.
So the X-Borg basically denies CG from going into Uranus, which would have been one of the few good picks left. But is Martis really the direction you want to go in? I feel like you're going to have a hard time actually getting those decimate kills.
I feel like SRG OG's draft, like you guys mentioned, forces CG to work in a certain way. Like the Valentina feel forced. I feel like the Martis feel forced as well. But again, if it works out, all good for them. But if it doesn't, it's going to look a bit bad for CG.
This is one of those situations where they tested a hero against a team, I don't know against who, and it worked out one time, and then they felt like, all right, it's a good matchup. But historically, Martis against X-Borg and Yu Zong is not a good matchup for the Martis. if it's placed on the jungle, it could snowball, but it's not essentially a matchup answer. It's just because when Martis was meta in the jungle role, he was just dominating early game. But now he's put on XP, and you have to lane against Yuzong, which is a terrible matchup, by the way.
Yeah,
but where's the snowball?
I mean, he did get adjusted, right? He did get
more
a buff
attack
in the patch so that he does higher damage. His ultimate actually works with Sky Piercer properly now as well. So that's actually a very big fix. I'm surprised it took this long, actually. And people have been saying that Martis is actually a sleeper pick in pubs.
Yeah.
But against Yuzong in EXP lane,
exactly right,
is not ideal.
So let's break it down. Let's lay out why Martis is good. Level 4 works with Sky Piercer, more scaling stacks now, and also just overall a good fighter that can rotate in the mid lane. But he needs to farm. You can't bypass that farm. What he was able to give before was he was on the jungle. His farm is essentially just the jungle.
Correct.
But now you have to lane against the Yuzong. They cannot skip that part for CG. So if you're CG, maybe you put some resources to deal with this Yuzong, and then we talk about the Martis.
I mean, chat is agreeing with you guys as well, because one of the viewers did mention going up against 3 tanky heroes, you bring up a Martis. Maybe it's not a good idea. Up against an Hylos as well, maybe not a good idea so far, but hey, I mean, maybe CG knows what we don't, so we shall see how it fares out for them. Look at Skies as early as possible, stealing away this buff.
Yeah, it's the...
he got it.
Almost.
He managed to get the retreat just in time. If Gary was able to take that, it would have really ruined Sky's scaling, but that means Gary's gonna have a tough time now. He's missing an entire buff.
Yeah. Alright, PG, at least they're able to sort of equalize this early game, but again, they have to put some resource on the top lane. MZ is gonna have a good time for the first few levels of this matchup. The Harriet does have the poke advantage against the X-Borg. But what's the SRG OG is looking is just to be able to get out of that laning stage on the bottom lane, while on the top side it's a different story. You have this Yuzong that could be incredible in the first turtle that CG needs to address.
I mean, one thing's for sure is CG is a very momentum-based draft right now. If you fall off in terms of the momentum, like E3 is not gonna get a good time. If let's say Amzi is not gonna get a good time in terms of farming. Again, once again, the damage is non-existent for the side of CG right now. Even Decimation is not gonna work well with you. Meanwhile, SRG OG is just gonna stack up with tanky items for the side of Xbox, for the side of Hylos, or even Yuzong for that matter. It's not gonna be easy for you guys to get these kills. So we shall see how SRG OG just can play it out very patiently. Wait for level 4, wait for the Black Dragon form, and then you engage. Just like what you did in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised how passive Cram is in this lane, even though he did use Petrify earlier on. But again, this is just CG's weakness, honestly. Even though you get the Martis level 4, it doesn't mean anything for SRG OG.
Yeah, Sky is able to get the first turtle for free without retry, even forcing out a flicker from Valence, and they're stealing another camp as well. CG, we know they start off slow.
Oh my goodness.
Halfway, they're chasing Valence down. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Valence trying to heal up. Gary is here as well. But Cram picks up the first blood.
Look at how SRG OG worked, right? They know that, okay, Valence have no way to run, no mobility skills because he used the wall to jump away just now. So immediately opening up the Glorious Pathway, immediately using up the stun, and then follow up from Stormy, and immediately the Black Dragon form from Cram right now. Chico?
Bigby's trying to go in. He does have Black Dragon form, and they actually do find Stormy first. So that's already the Kimi taken down. Yume's now gonna be wailed on. Knockup just barely misses. With a flicker forward. E3 trying to push him back. He's not able to get the decimate.
Close. Yeah. At least CG, we're finding some semblance of hope. This is what they need to do, like fight outside of these objectives. But again, they have to be careful about these movements coming out from SRG OG. As what Adine was mentioning earlier, they saw Valence use the title strike, and they utilized that opportunity to sort of steal away some of the, not steal, but put pressure on the jungle of CG. It's the same as game number 1 when they saw the Retribution. There's just a couple of punishes that SRG OG could pull off. So CG, they have to be wary of the resources that they commit.
I mean, a very good awareness from SRG OG, but a very good re-engagement by CG right there, getting their first kill for this match series so far in minute number 4, right?
Not a good thing to hear.
I mean, anything, it's something out of nothing.
It's
to
an
be fair.
achievement.
It's an achievement for CG right now. Maybe a momentum booster for them in game number 2. But right now, as the minute progresses, look at the level differences between Krem and EP. It's not a good time in terms of leading pace for these Smarties right now.
I really feel like CG should be ganking EXP lane more. I'm not really seeing Valence rotating, and he's on a Kalea. He really should be finding someone every time Tsunami slams off cooldown, but he will spot Cram in the top bush. Turtle is being aggroed by Stormy. Meanwhile, in bot lane, Amzik nearly dies to the last sanity. Black Rank Form gonna be used. Random execution allows Gary to come close. Gary steals the Turtle away, but the fight is in full force. Valence gonna be sacrificed here. Yeah, 3 making a retreat. Glorious Pathway even used just to make sure he gets out of there.
I mean, when everything falls away, you can still always rely on the retribution of Gary to be able to get that neutral objective so that the bleed doesn't hurt so much for the side of CG.
We saw it even yesterday. Like, Gary is absolutely amazing on the retry timing, even in the box here, honestly. And SRG OG, even though they lost that turtle, they're still able to fight CG off. And this is the strength of their lineup. They don't care about neutral objectives at all. Even though they commit the Dragon, they can actually chase because of the Glorious Pathway, because of the fact that they have the Kimi and the Joy. They're gonna look for more targets. While CG, every time they they go in, it's a matter of finding a pickoff and then going out. And CG Esports at this point, they need more farm on their damage healers. But that's also giving time for SRG. You know, the Joy is the scaling hero, and she is scary late game against these heroes on the side of CG.
I mean, both sides are playing it very passively so far. CG having the pick-off potential, hero is not using it at all. Right now, Valence, we have not seen so far. Okay, right now we've seen it.
Tsunami Slam, they're gonna try and pull in Humes. Glorious Pathway used, Traction Pulse, grabs 2. Valence now in some trouble. He doesn't have any more abilities. He has to use Flicker to get away, but they're trying feeds. Dropping Tiku low. Last Insanity is not gonna save you here. Yeah, 3. Winning out the top lane 1v1. He takes out Cram.
Oh, I think he outplayed Cram there with a flicker play from the Martyrs. Cram did not expect that at all. Maybe dodged the second skill, did not fully charge up the Sha Essence. And because of that, they were able to get the solo kill onto the Yuzong. But what was that jump from Valence trying to get the Hylos with a Revitalize?
I'm not too sure about that, but so far, CG are not going down without a fight right now.
Innocent gonna be forced to use the last Insanity defensively. Chico wants to chase him down, but they see Cram nearby. They're not gonna force it, especially with Turtle up right now.
I mean, just now, Chico got killed, but he did not even use the flicker to try to get away from it. But he's so far still holding onto that flicker right now as we approach this Turtle fight right now.
Second Turtle, Cram goes in with Black Dragon.
Gary
once again secures it. Last Insanity chasing out Stormy. Flicker forward. Chico finds the explosion. 2-man Mortal Coil from Year 3. He's setting them up. Glorious Pathway gonna be used as well. CG are running them down. It's a double kill for Gary. Tiku low, but he's alive. Use most of revitalize, but it does not save him. CG Esports have turned the fight around.
Alright, is it another case of the caster's curse right now? Because CG Esports are proving us all wrong. 3.4k co-lead, 6 kills in totality, and so far, they're moving as a unit, they're moving as a team, especially when Amzik partakes in this team fight.
Yeah, and Gary as well. These steals are what makes CG Esports alive in these team fights. The shields coming out from the Turtle and the ability to fight into SRG. Even though they have a double fighter setup, it's kind of awkward for them if there's a lot of fronts for SRG OG to fight off. The Yuzong is focused on finding targets on the back line. The Export could not deal with the mobility of the Lancelot and the Harith, which does make the team fight awkward for SRG OG.
Glorious Pathway comes in. They're looking for Amzik, but nice flicker gets him away from the Traction Pulse. CG now starting to hit their stride in the mid game.
I mean, looking at the level differences between Gary as well as Sky's, right? Gary level 12, Sky's level 10. These are in the favors of the amount of turtles has been taken away by Gary with the excellent timing of retribution and 3 kills so far by Reno Valence.
Valence being burned out, flickers forward. Tsunami Slam gonna pull back Innocent, forces out the last Insanity. Viraka armor is gone, they're chasing him. Phantom execution from Gary, but he's gone too far. He's used up all of his dashes. He's gonna be shut down by Hume. 2-man petrified by Cram in the back line. Valence it. Amsik both low. Amsik trying to run away, but a beautiful dash from Cram. Amsik though gonna be able to retreat to the tower. In the meantime, we can see Yetri buying a lot of time, but he finally goes down. The 3 members of SRGOG. Guys, comes in from the flank, and the burn from Stormy lands the double kill.
That was CG Esports overstaying their welcome, trying to punish Innocent after the last insanity, but Sakai finds the angle on the backside. Cram as well providing the Petrify to stop CG Esports from helping out on the front, and that's where SRGOG thrives. When there's one single objective, it's the push forward.
Very unfortunate for CG right there. Got the momentum and lost the momentum immediately with that wipeout right now. They gotta reset back again because CG held that momentum very much well within them, but overstayed their welcome, especially towards Gary, who tried to get a kill with the Phantom Execution but misses it, and it allowed SRGOG to re-engage back. And what a re-engagement by SRGOG, getting a wipeout against CG Esports.
Yeah, now the problem becomes bigger. There's a Holy Crystal now on the Joy. Even though she's 1k behind the Lancelot, the problem is the damage is scaling for the side of SRGOG, and this is gonna allow Sakai to find more pickoffs on the backside, able to push lanes much faster. So he is definitely scaling exponentially here on the Joy.
But at the very least, for the side of CG, net worth is still even currently, and that's exactly where they want the game to be. Valence gonna go in once again, Tsunami Slam, but it is purified by Stormy this time. Skies goes down, Gary 1-1v1 up top! And now the last insanity can be used on both sides. Chiku flickers in, blows up Fumes, and Valence is looking for the chase. They found Stormy, he doesn't have purified inside Chiku! With the double kill! Summon Force comes out, forces SRG back. They've taken out 3 members once again. CG is putting up a fight!
I mean, once they noticed that Gary got that solo kill up against Skies on top lane, it somehow gave them that momentum booster for CG to go in and immediately re-engage back on SRGOG. It all began with Chiku using that stolen last insanity to set things up. Maybe yes, Decimation was not being able to use by E3, but hey, that last insanity from Valentina, from Chiku, it's working to wonders right now.
Yeah, it's one of the concerns that you have to worry about for SRGOG. When they picked up the X-Borg into the Valentina, there's always going to be that opportunity for Chiku to copy the ultimate. But CG, it's Gary, man. He's the guy responsible for all the momentum, all the crazy stuff that happens in this game. When he dove the X-Borg, they lost the team fight. But after that, he killed Sakai's. And because of that, CG was able to fight in the middle lane. They knew that they had the man advantage. And the Lancelot was even able to come up and help in the mid lane fight. So SRGOG, even though you are scaling, you have to, you have to alleviate these mistakes. And Sakai's, he has to chill. This ego, that 1v1 on the top lane shouldn't have happened at all.
I have to know, this is the same manner how CG was able to take a game off of SRG in the regular season. SRG tried to play their typical style, but went a little bit off the grid with some of their hero picks, and CG caught them off guard. We are currently looking at a similar case, so the net worth is still pretty close, so either side can still take this.
I mean, CG are a bit more comfortable right now in comparison to game number 1, where they cannot do anything at all. But right now, so far, I wouldn't say they are in the driving seat, but they are in a very comfortable position. But SRGOG, once again, won't go down without a fight. And looking at them right now, they are setting up for this Lord push, or Lord taken by the side of CG.
Where they're trying to blitz this right now, we're at the 13-minute mark. This is still a very early Lord, so it shouldn't be too big a deal. CG coming in from flank, Conceal gonna be popped. SRG should see them approaching. And now SRG are still the ones in control of the Lord pit. They're taking this slow.
Yeah, they got slow push happening on top side. CG probably wouldn't care that much because there's still a tower sitting on that lane. So it is a matter of patience for these two teams. Who makes the first mistake? But one thing's for sure, this mid lane pressure that CG is building up actually works in their favor.
Looking at that, I mean, Stormy had to pull away to be able to defend that mid lane first of all. But looking at the minimap right now, Kalia, Harith, and Valentina are at the top side. They are just waiting and hovering around that purple buff.
Yeah.
And just waiting if somebody, or would hope that Skies Would they just walk up
Oh
there?
wow, that's such a good play. They reset that top side by cutting the wave on the top lane, so there's the slow pushes on their side. CG, this is a good setup for the Lord Dance.
Yeah, it does mean that CG has a bit more control here. 14 minutes in, this Lord has been stewing for a little while. SRG already drops it low. They're trying to blitz it right now, and Gary's not close enough. Skies brings it up. Valence goes in, grabs one, but is the damage enough? They're going straight in. Amsik with summon force, building up the damage. Skies goes out first. Last design is going to be used. Innocent trying to run away. Chico gets the killing spree. It's a triple kill for Amsik. CG Esports are doing it. They are taking down the Giants. They have wiped SRGOG. The path to the base is wide open. Their victory in the regular season was not simply luck. And ladies and gentlemen, we officially have a series on our hands.
Wow. My oh my. My oh my. Early game is not a problem for both of these teams. CG Esports, yes, game number 1 looking a bit dull, but game number 2 immediately reset their mind, reset their gameplay. What was thought of a bad draft, but turned out really, really well for them, and props to Gary, man. Gary with the retribution, Gary with the solo kills, even Yatri at the same time. It allows CG to build a platform for them to be able to get that win.
This is why we always say draft is always half the battle. 50% of the game is execution. And Gary executed this Lancelot to perfection. Maybe not 100% perfection, maybe 90% because of that mishap on the top side. But solo killing Sekais, stealing so many neutral objectives away from SRG, providing that hope for CG Esports, allow them to scale also towards the late game. And also the Valentina from Chiku was also amazing. Those stolen ultimates actually stopped SRG OG.
Hey chat, what do you think about Martis now? Oh. I mean, he got a solo kill against a Yuzong, against Cram. Hey chat, I don't know, man. I don't know.
No, man. Leave it to Chiku. This man, ever since he debuted so many seasons ago, has made us question what truly worked. We wondered about the Martis. We wondered about the Valentina.
Yep.
And it worked. It got them a win. They have proven that the Giants can bleed.
And who knew the Xbox could have been the double-edged sword, because it allows Chico to steal the last Insanity away, and it allows him to be the secondary setup for the setup CG with the last Insanity stolen as well. But right now, we do have to give, or we do have to nominate one player from the setup CGs, but as the MVP, but it has to be. It has to be. It gotta be. Gary with the Lancelot right there. What? Twice stealing away the turtle, getting a solo kill against Skies on the top lane, and yes, losing out on that last Lord, but hey, he did not lose out on that team fight.
Yeah, even though SRG OG, they had the right idea. They saw Gary move away from the Lord, but Sekais had to blitz the Lord. And because of that, the joy wasn't a factor in the team fight. And Gary was like, all right, you take Lord. We're taking your lives, brother. We're dashing in. They have the Harris, they have the Lancelot, and they were provided. They were reinforced by the last Insanity from Chiku, and that allowed CG Esports to just completely overwhelm SRG OG in that team fight.
Ooh, once you get into the mid-game timings, you gotta make sure that you have a lead against CG. They didn't know how to play the macro. Their wave management is what made them stand out in those first 3 weeks when they were dominating the competition. And they were able to prove it here once again. I do think that SRG OG got a little bit too greedy with their draft. They were definitely trying to see what limits they could push. And here, they pushed the wrong button.
I wish we can get an instant replay or a highlight later on how Gary got the kill up against Skies on that top side, because we didn't manage to catch it. And to be honest, that last team fight, I did not even know what happened. I saw like 2 last Insanities. I saw the Harness at the same time, and immediately like, okay, 3 members of SRG OG went down, and CG Spot is just gonna steamroll away. And the last man standing was Innocent, even bought the Winter Crown, couldn't not do anything about it at the same time.
Yeah, I was about to stand up and get the fire extinguisher because there were so many fires happening in that team fight. I'm actually surprised Innocent went for the greedy route on the Xborg, they effectively wanted to scale on 3 of their heroes on the side of SRG OG, so nobody was actually helping both Stormy and Yooms to defend this front line from CG, which did put a lot of pressure for SRG to sort of like open up the map. And I thought it was going to be like an immortality rush for the Xborg into the raid done, or even the dominance just to limit some of the HP lifesteal coming out from CG, because they do have a lot of like HP regeneration abilities, the Surge of Life from the Kalea, the shields coming out from Zeke, and also Chico with the passive. Dude, he was literally unkillable during the last Insanity, because after that, she was healing off. Even if you, even if you tried dealing some damage onto Valentina, she's sustaining herself in these team fights, which sort of was awkward for SRG because they didn't have enough damage.
My hidden, or not hidden MVP, my secondary MVP is gonna be Chiku right there.
For sure.
I mean, 56,000 damage being dealt upon SRG OG. Not only just because of the last Insanity, but the movement that he did that allowed him to use the last Insanity to a maximum effect have to be given some props. Yes, there were a few hiccups here and there where he got a kill where he did not use the flicker away, but so far, overall gameplay, Gary and Chiku looking like a well-oiled machine right now. Which guy is going to be given to Gary? Chiku with the carry 56,000. Sandbag is going to be Yums and Valence. We did not see this classic Kalia burst combo, but hey, at least you get one. You can still try your best to kill him away, or whoever Valence catches with the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, to be fair, Chico did not need the Kalea. He was like, I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 40% of the damage that came out from Valentina came from the last Insanity of the Xborg, because he was dealing a lot of absurd amount of damage, and he was up against a lot of frontliners, the Hylos, the the Yuzongs, even the Xborg had to tank one last Insanity in one of the fights, and that deleted the Firaga armor from Innocent, which is, again, to me, it was weird that he built up this Xborg as a greedy hero. They didn't have enough HPs. They didn't have enough frontline survivability, which just did which allowed CG to sort of just scare away these frontliners from SRG OG.
I still think it's very strange that SRG decided to go X-War Gold here, because he doesn't have the best time in lane against Harif. And then after that, the enemy team isn't particularly bulky. In fact, they're more of a burst type, which X-Borg is kind of weak to. And he gave up the last Insanity, the Chiku. So I do feel like that pick ended up working against SRG OG a little bit, but gotta give kudos to CG, right? They could have played hard and fast and tried to change things up with the Kalea Martis, but they trusted the process.
Yeah, dude, you can obviously see the the gold advantage that CG was able to take away from SRG OG. This is the Gary moment, by the way. From minute 5 to minute 10, he was just constantly taking away objectives from SRG OG, and also the solo kill happened against Sakai's right somewhere between I think 8 and 10 minute mark, which allowed them to sort of propel to the advantage. And then the expert thing, it happened as well for CG. But after that, it was just a constant battle of map control, but also the movement that they executed on the top lane. That was cute and beautiful at the same time, because they were able to stop the slow push building up from SRG OG, which equalized the Lord, and it made it so that SRG had to choose between going to that slow push or bursting down the Lord, which they did try to do. But that just allowed CG to punish SRG OG because they didn't have the joy.
Yeah, props to CG Esports right there to allow the wave manipulation on top side go towards on their own side right there, and it allowed also SRG OG to force the blitz, and they gotten the kill immediately. Early on, SRG OG looks like they were dominating, but it was not a big dominance by SRG OG. But CG Esports as well, once again, did not go down without a fight. And look at that, the last Insanity plus Flicker from Chico. The multiple of kills that Chico have gotten against Stormy, and when Stormy is not there, so one of the damage dealing heroes is not existent for SRG OG, which is going to be the Kimi. And I saw what Gary did on that bot side just now, that just allowing himself to get multiple kills up against guys. And so far, this was the turning point. This was definitely the turning point for CG. They gotten, SRG OG gotten a lot, which is pushing on the bot side, but they gotten annihilated on this mid side. It allowed like these advantages from that Lord right there.
Yeah, Gary had the 9 a.m. moment against the Xborg. That was the 9 a.m. moment for the Lancel. But after that, again, it's because of the blitz that SRG OG chose to do. And this group up just reinforced the strength of their lineup. Even though there were frontliners on the side of SRG OG, there were tanky heroes. They also had to deal with the next Borg on the side of CG, which is Chico just waiting to explode on the Valentina.
Yeah. The SRG surprisingly underestimated their opponents for once here. Tried out a different draft, tried out heroes that may not be the most meta and may not necessarily fit into the lineup, but that they felt confident enough to be able to execute. Turns out it doesn't work all the time. But what is going to happen next, right? One of the strengths of the Red Giants that has allowed them to stay on top for so long is their adaptability. They've learned from this. They're going to change things up. Can CG keep the momentum pushing?
I mean, I wouldn't want to take anything away from E3, but to be fair, that game was won because of course, Gary's brilliance with the Lancelot and Chico's stealing away the last Insanity. But the macro gameplay from E3, again, once again, getting that solo kill, it allows him to at least not fallen far away as a Martis EXP laner, and it allows him to have, hey, if you guys are low, decimation will always be there. And yeah, I only need to get one decimation, and it allows me to snowball up against the head. So props to E3 for providing a very strong Martis EXP laner experience towards that game number 2 right there. But Sudafat mentioned right now, it's all about the adaptability of SRG OG going into game number 3, not just in terms of gameplay, but in terms of draft as well. But it's also a bigger question to CG.
Yeah.
Where do they go from here right now? Like, most likely Lancelot is gonna get banned out.
Yep.
I don't think Martis is a big issue so much. Valentina is not a big issue so much. But the Lancelot most definitely is gonna be under the radar for SRG OG.
Yeah, that's something that might actually be the hot contention between these two teams, the Lancelot pick. And then maybe SRG OG stops picking up, off-meta jumpers for Sekai's. There's also that utility route that they can pull off. So I'm not worried too much, honestly, about SRG OG's game number 3, because you could charge it to a little bit of experimentation on game number 2. As you've mentioned earlier, sometimes they do love to push the limits of the draft, of their gameplay, but now you go back to the roots. You go back to the fundamentals of this current meta. Even though double fighters is a necessity for you to adapt, I still think if the Harriet and Granger is open, just give it to Innocent.
We saw yesterday that CG Esports is a slow starting team, not just in-game, but out-of-game as well. Yesterday, they lost game 1 to Vamos and then won the next 3 straight.
Oh!
So there is a chance we see that trend continue, but I think that this will be the true test, this game 3. Now that SRG OG knows, okay, we messed up, we underestimated our opponents, we're going to lock in now. Can CG take on that version of their opponents?
As we take a deeper look at the EXP laner damage taken per minute all across the globe. Ye3 from MPL MY with CG, Kier from MPL SG, Kram of course MPL Malaysia, Sanford from MPL PH, and Lutfi from Onyx Indonesia. So far, mostly everyone are like 5k and above, except for Lupi, most likely because of just how good it is. He doesn't need to take a lot of damage as well.
Yeah.
But when we take a look at like Sanford, Kram, Gear, and Ye3, they are always in the middle of the battle, taking away a lot of the damage from the opponent's side, and it's the type of heroes that are being used up as well.
Yeah, I like also how this graph shows the difference in the playstyle of XP laners. It goes from tank to damage. Lutfi plays Lapu Yuzong all the time. Sanford also plays Lapu Yuzong with a little bit of Arlets and Uranus. And Kram is, the middle of the pack. He plays the tank XP, the damage XP, and then you go right to the end. Ye3 plays Esmeralda all day.
It is literally just the progression of frontline damage sponge to damage playmaker, right? So that's really interesting that you have EXP laners who can fulfill different parts of things, and Kram being the middle ground of adjusting to what SRG needs at the moment. But what they do need at the moment now is to go back to their foundation, and that is going to be the scariest thing. Will CG be able to manage what comes next as we jump into the draft for game number 3?
We've seen expanding rivers, we've seen flying clouds, we shall see a different map. Yes, we shall. Broken Halls is going to be map number 3 for today. And I don't know if it's a curse or what, but it's because of I brought up the topic of Ruby. It's been banned out for 2 games.
Oh,
this day. For yesterday, I felt like Ruby has been picked up quite often, but so far, for the beginning of day number 3, no Rubies at all.
Yeah, maybe they again they started realizing the threat of the presence of the Ruby, the flex factor, and honestly, even in game, I'm still underwhelmed as to the utilization of the I'm offended, but. Maybe during scrims they saw, okay, maybe this is how you actually play Ruby. If we can't get it, maybe just remove it on the second phase. But that's something that we might have to watch out for, because game number 3 usually are where when teams actually start doing some crazy stuff.
Yep.
So especially for SRG OG, now that they have red 3 or the third pick on the red side, that can slot in the Ruby for Innocent.
Most likely yes for the side of CG. Kimi, is it going to be there for say? Oh, sorry, my bad. I forgot, my bad. Of course, it had to be the Lancelot, the MVP of game number 2. But so far, one thing's for sure, SRG OG, once they know like, okay, this is one of your strength points, and we know, we've seen it already, and we know how we lost, they're gonna buck it up, and they're gonna find ways to immediately close all these loopholes that they have. And right now, SRG OG gonna open things up with the Kimi as well as the Gatot Kaca. So the Gatot Kaca is preparing for any kind of high ground heroes from the side of CG. So Odette, Foresta for that matter. So EUG can handle all of these high ground heroes.
Yeah, these are strong openers for SRG OG, honestly. The Kimi Gatot is opponent combo, strong in the laning phase as well, but CG, they do have the luxury of countering these two. Zushin is still available for Chiku, but also the fact that they can just straight up pick the Hilda so that you block off the Yi Sun Shin coming out from SRG on red 3. It's not a bad matchup against the Gatot, and you can also build up the Radiant armor and the Blade Mail, but they go for the show. They go for early aggression. They go for the flashy heroes paired up with the Lunox, effectively removing some of the XP tax on Cram's arsenal.
This is a very notable shift from CG. Previously, they played comps that could play early, but this is a comp that allows you to really roam around the map and gain control, right? And Chico has always been known for Lunox. This was one of his signature picks many seasons past. He pioneered Lunox jungle. It is flexible. We already saw Amzik play it once as well. It was actually in the game that gave them the victory against Vamos. So this is a power pick for CG.
I like how CG opening things up, not shying away of what they want to do. They showcase of what we want to do. We want to pick off and we want to burst immediately. Whoever we can get, we shall take them. But it has to be said that Lunox needs the item first of all. They don't allow the burst to be online. But right now, Yi Sun Shin is going to get picked up for the first time for this match series for the side of SRG OG. Ruby is still in play right now.
I was going to say Ruby is very, very good for the side of SRG OG. Good against all 3 on the side of CG Esports. And this Lunox effectively blocks the Harith pick from Innocent. So maybe SRG OG goes for the fighter route again, even though the Granger is still there. It's just kind of awkward playing Granger, who has to sort of, locked in the Purify because this is Cho in the game, and we've seen that multiple times in this playoffs where Cho goes full damage against Granger gold lanes because you are able to just snipe off the enemy marksman. I think we saw that from Leone in day number 1. He was just constantly finding Granger. So again, that is blocked off on the side of SRG OG. But then again, it's up to the coach and also Innocent if he's comfortable enough to play the Harith and the Granger against this composition. It's just that, again, the Ruby's so good, but CG blocks it off.
That's good. Definitely a good call there by CG, precisely because of the reasons that you guys already pointed out, right? It would be such a good pickup right now if SRG does want to go double fighter side lane, and they have the perfect setup for it. They already have Yi Sun Shin Kimi, that is all the scaling they need. So with CC and Ruby already taken out, those are actually Innocent's most common gold lane fighters.
I don't think SRG OG would want to opt to go for a pure marksman gold lane because of what Midnight mentioned. The fact that this show can go on a tangent on like a damaging kind of a role, but then again you have Lunox. But it's just the presence of crowd control or single target lock that this show has that is going to be quite scary for any marksman to face off. Right now, CG Esports, SRG OG is going to ban out the Hilda. Meanwhile, CG Esports one more ban. Most likely is gonna get towards the fighter.
I like this. I like this. These bans, this Hilda and Phoebus ban actually makes sense. Hilda, SRG OG cannot pick it up because there's a Lunox on the side of CG, and the threat of the Hilda is also still real because they just play it on XP. for year 3. So now Cram has to choose between Glue and maybe Arlet. There you go. They go for the Arlet because Glue sucks against Lunox, honestly. So you go for the Arlet. You go for the displacement factor with this lineup. You play around the Yi Shin. Maybe we see a double fighter last pick for Innocent. But CG, they can just straight up pick the Glue for themselves. Honestly, even the X-Borg makes sense.
Yeah, Glue is solid here. X-Borg is okay, not the best, but not bad.
Not the best.
You could go into the Martis still, actually, and it's not too bad. Into Arlet, Uranus is good. Yetri used to play Benedetta, but it looks like it is going to be the Uranus. Let's see what is going to be the gold lane for CG.
Do you pick up a pure marksman? I don't think you pick up a Nathan here because you are heavily relying on your meat damage. You're gonna go
Lunox Gold.
Okay. Lunox Gold, Heath, and Cho is gonna be on the mid side later on. Meanwhile, SRG OG needs your gold lane right now.
Esmeralda, for sure.
What else is there? Esme, Xbox once again, but I don't think Xbox is good here because you are gonna facing off the Lunox.
Yeah.
What else? Clean. Lapu is banned. Okay, my bad.
I would say Esme. Even though there's a Lunox in the game, you have enough front lines to deal with the Lunox, especially with the the Arlet. The main problem. Oh wow! Oh wow! Nice pull.
Dude got a Cram card. That's actually pretty good.
All he needs is a signature of Cram, and you kiss that away, keep it locked up, and sell it. If SRG OG wins M7. Anyways, last
Ranger.
Marksman. All right.
Triple Marksman comp. SRG OG. Gonna be challenging CG on home ground, basically. If you want to play for late game, then so will we. Let's see whose scaling comes out on top.
Maybe the thought process was, all right, we see Lunox Gold and Eve in the middle lane. For sure, this Joe's not gonna go damage, right? We can go Granger. Maybe that's the thought process for SRG OG.
You are heavily relying on your late game potential with that triple marksman combination from the side of SRG OG. We might see a very patient gameplay from SRG OG, but then again, CG Esports noticing this as well. Will they be the one who wants to initiate things off? But then again, they do have the Lunox on their own side.
Yeah. This is gonna be tough for both teams. Actually, it is. I would say, even in terms of the problems they give, this Eve is going to be problematic for the Yi Shin and also the Arlet, but the Granger is going to have a fantastic time if the Cho decides to go tank. But I'm pretty sure if you're a CG, you just want to go full damage on that Cho and delete Innocent from this game.
You've got 3 marksmen on the board that you can go for as well. So let's see which direction Valens wants to lean towards. We're jumping into game number 3. The score is 1-1. Will it be the Giants or will it be the brand new challengers, the legends, CG Esports, that comes out on top?
Alright, ladies and gents, this is game number 3. Score is Stevens right now. Both of these teams have an equal amount of chances to qualify for M7 for the first slot for the Malaysian representative right now. CG Esports and also SRG going for a very similar lineup right now, but Yoms.
They do find a taunt on Valens, and Sky is poking him down hard. Valens down 10%. He will survive.
Yeah, getting punished for actually contesting that green camp from SRG OG, which means SRG gets the mid lane prio once again. These small movements from CG, I think they're trying to attempt what SRG did to them in game number 1. But SRG OG knows that play too well. Yums is able to provide that support, even though the Yi Shin is delayed for a bit. At least they get to the regain control of the mid lane once again when they force the Cho back. And I think it is going to be a damage show. We see a thrill on Valens. Not full assassin, by the way, but sort of the hybrid gold lane Cho fighter that we've been seeing quite lately. So there's still that flex route that Valens could go forward, go through with this game.
If let's say that is the case, then is it up to Valens to try his best to maneuver around, to find ways to get that Way of the Dragon off, to get that Jikundo off away up against the side of SRG OG right now, who are sticking as a 4-man right now as the second minute approaches, and Turtle is gonna spawn on this bot side.
Vietri gonna get stunned here. He's not level 4 yet, so he has to be careful. Sky's diving in with the Mountain Stalker. He's low, and the final slash finishes him off. First blood to Cram. Valens trying to challenge directly, but Derry comes in from the side! Punctures Cram to death.
good punish coming out from SRGOG, but even better is the punish that came out from CG. You took out the Uranus, but Gary got a kill. And they're still able to contest. Yums though!
RWM locks in Yums. He doesn't have his ult, so he goes down to Chiku. And that's already a lot of abilities used on both sides. Turtle is guys! With the red 3 timing, steals it away, and now Ye3 is gonna bite the bullet. Cram goes in, final slash pushes Ye3 aside, and Stormy picks him up.
I like this retribution battle from Skies as well as Gary. And now one moment it's gonna be Gary, another moment it's gonna be Skies. Skies is just not gonna walk away freely right there with that retribution timing. And so far, CG, especially Chiku, noticing that okay, Yus does not have his AOG, does not have the revitalize. It's okay for me to open up the RWM and get a free kill towards Yus, but I think it's still A-okay for both teams because it's not a big of a lead for SRGOG.
Yeah, especially for the two junglers, right? Sakai and Gary both have what they both got what they wanted. Gary with the kill, even though he lost the retribution battle to Sakai. I think the saddest guy on the map right now is the Uranus. The fact that you're losing as a Uranus against an Arlet is detrimental to the game.
Balance with the flicker kick! Whoa! That's the kill! Instant burst from Ansik, and Innocent is down.
All right, it's the chill factor for CG, even though Innocent is, holding his comfort here. Oh, however, Ye3.
Opposite side lane, looks like Ye3, unfortunately, going to be the target of vengeance for the Red Giants. That is third death of the game.
I mean, both of these teams are not giving us a moment of rest right now. One on the top side, one on the bot side at the same time, but Balance is not going to stop right now.
Oh, nice dodge from Stormy. Traction Pulse was in Chiku, and they punish him for overextending. CG doesn't get anything out of that.
Oh, the Kais though, he's getting a lot of gold. There's a lot of gold from the shields on the tower, and they're able to actually take down this bottom side tower. Yes, this Uranus is not happy, man. This is the saddest Uranus we've seen in the playoffs.
Very unfortunate for the Uranus right now. 3 deaths as early as 4-minute mark. SRGOG with a 1k lead. 4 kills in totality in comparison to CG right now. And talking about CG, Amzik, gotta be careful right now. No flicker as of yet, but Turtle is gonna be taken first by SRGOG. CG will leave his
Breaker, final slash on the Chiku, forces out the defensive flicker as well. RWM comes out, Yums comes in from the side, 2-man toss into the Traxxon Pulse. The backline is melted. Gary and Chiku are down. CG can no longer contest, but SRG wants more. AOG connects with Ye3 and they take him out as well.
Midnight, I feel sorry for Ye3 right now. It's not a fun game for Uranus, not gonna lie, my man. 1 minute, 1 death, technically.
Yep. And SRGOG again, the trio mid showed up. Oh, Balance! Taken out in the mid lane. Again, this is the aggression that we expect from SRGOG, the trio mid as well. Sakai and Yums turning on that real-world manipulation, saving Cram. Even though the attempt was nice, the final slash was met by an RWM. But Sakai, instead of focusing on the turtle, he went for the Eve kill.
Yeah, Chiku goes down again, and they're just diving Gary Innocent with a killing spree, a 3k lead. When SRG has a triple marksman comp is not good news for CG. And they're not even letting Ye3 get away again. He has to use the Purify, and he's just being chased down. He just barely gets away.
At this point on, but hold that thought, Balance trying to get a kill on Innocent.
He's 1v4. He's gonna try and clear the wave. He does manage to survive and hold the tower.
Okay, at this point, right, I feel like it's a personal vengeance up against C3. Yep, you won with the Martis. EXP lane. We're not gonna let you slide away with that. We're gonna try to aim you from the minute number 1, and we're not gonna let you go literally right now. But so far, SRGOG, this feels like a game number 1 kind of comp, right? They go in very aggressively. They do have the initiation from Yums. They do have the traction pulse from Stormy and Scott with the Mountain Shocker at the same time. So they do have the tools to go on very aggressively in comparison to game number 2, where the tools are just not there for SRGOG.
Yeah, again, it's just a matter of finding these creative angles, especially in the early game. Even though it was equal, like both teams were meeting each other at neutral objectives. The fact of the matter is, for SRGOG, they had to be creative about how they approach this turtle fight. And one solution is to deal with the Uranus first. You kind of have to break the rules a little bit, and sort of like a Langa situation for SRGOG. You break this Uranus, now you're opening up the game wide open, so that plays are now available to you.
I mean, yeah, Ye3 can't withstand. he cannot withstand the damage output from the SRG OG side. Looking at the level side as well, the A3 level 8, Kram already level 10, and this is an EXP leaner kind of hero. You would opt to see Uranus at a very high level, but right now, it's very hard for him to sustain. And if Uranus cannot sustain, how can Valence set up for his team as of now?
Well, here comes the Mountain Shocker. They're gonna try and engage. Gary gonna be the first one caught. He has to dash away, but that means his skills are on cooldown now. Conceal comes out from Valence. SRG will definitely see him. Flickers in, goes for the kick on Skies, but gets cancelled! The final slash! Cram! Grabs the entire backline! CG are able to back off. Artillery M comes out. AOG gonna glide. They knock out Valence. He's still alive though. Yetri finally being able to tank in front for a bit. But unfortunately, Amse gets caught with the unbreakable. It's a shutdown for Innocent. It's a double kill for Innocent. It's a triple! But Cram is the one who gets the last one. SRGOG come out on top.
All Yums need is just a flicker of a moment, a second of a moment for the EOG to drop, to be able to set things off for SRGOG. And you did mention, Midnight, about these angles, and looking at the angles that Kreml went forward together with Innocent to get that last kill towards CG Esports.
Yeah, Valence, he had the right idea. He kicked the Eastern Shin. They almost took out the turtle. Unfortunately for Gary, there was some HP left, and Stormy was able to snipe off the turtle. And that final slash, brother, from Cram, he found a good angle. And when CG walked away, Yums did not let them walk away with the AOG. And again, Cram being in the front line, moving to pursue heroes on the side of CG with another set of final splash, is able to give kills to Innocent. Well, he did take one kill.
To be fair, I mean, with the Oracle as well as Radiant Armor, it allows Cram to be more aggressive because he knows that he can sustain the damage output coming in from CG, where the damage output, hold that thought, Yums.
I got the kick on Yums. He is pretty tanky though. Looks like CG just not going to try and take him out here.
Yeah. Not a good idea for you to follow up against Yums, who still had the EOG to just run away freely right there.
Yeah, Unbreakable, Revitalize, AOG. You don't even know where the Eastern Shin is, so maybe not a good idea to make chase for CG Esports. At this point, you're at the mercy of the vision being given to you by SRG. Only Gary could show in the map because he's a Lancelot, could do it. But in the next upcoming Lord fight, SRG, they have full control of the slow push. They also will have control of the river. Just look at Yums!
A very deep position from Yums right there, and able to scout things out, noticing that okay, 3 members are there, and SRGOG is gonna react. They're not gonna blitz the Lord, they're just gonna wait things out, let the slow push building up on top side as well as on the bot side.
Yes. Oh, Cram.
Oh, Cram finds final slash. Yetri is dead. Yep. He is isolated, and SRG not gonna let that free morsel go to waste. Valence trying to provide vision in the absence of the Uranus, but they know they have to give this up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the question that Dean brought forward earlier. If you can tank with the Uranus, how do you expect Valence to set up a play for you? Even with, I would say, even with damage show, this would not be possible. But now he even had to go for the tank route on the show. So now SRG OG's main concern is the angles that CG finds, but Cram and Yums, they're just doing everything for them.
They got taunt on Valence. He gets the kick on Sky, sets him up in the art of the M, and actually ends up trading for it. That's pretty worth. Gary comes in from the flank, but that is probably gonna be all that CG gets.
I was gonna be a bit hypercritical with Valence right there, who misses, I wouldn't say misses, the kick towards Yums, and it allows Valence to be in a very, very tough position. But here you trade your own life and getting the life of Skies. I think it's fair enough. That's a very, very good trade. But is it enough to stop this Lord push in the bot side?
I mean, to be fair, it was the Kais that dashed into the RWM. So SRG OG maybe cleaned up the mistakes a little bit, but Gary.
Alright, SRG going to respect CG properly here. They know that trying to push in there would be very risky, and so CG will not take too much structural damage from that Lord.
Alright, 6.8k goal lead as we approach the 12-minute mark. It's not a full stacks yet for Innocent on the Sky Prism, only 40 stacks as of now. But as the game progresses, yes, we know that Innocent might be able to get the full stack of Sky Prism, but at the same time, CG does have the Lunox, who is a very scaling hero, but Valence is going to take some damage right now.
Wow, Trigger Discipline on Cram. He's trying to look for a different target here. He doesn't want to show who could just potentially, dodge off the final slash. Maybe they want the Eve. Maybe they want Chiku to show up in the fight so that he can set up for the final splash. So the angle for the RWM is awkward. But to to address the situation, SRG there is still a threat onto Innocent's life, especially with the burst coming out from Amzik and the kick that could come out from Valen. So I do think Innocent needs to build up the immortalities, the winter crowns, even the rose gold for the Granger. But okay, the option is to go winter crown for the Granger.
Seems that way. The goal difference still very wide right now. A 7k goal lead for SRG, and we can see that Amzik still needs a little while more, but at least he does have that Divine Glaive now. So as long as his positioning is okay, he should still be able to melt. We are looking at a triple marksman comp here. SRG are in a very comfortable position to slowly push in for this game.
Look at the itemization as well, being picked up by Yums as well as the Arlot from the side of Crab right now. It's going to be mostly defense item to allow them to sustain a bit more longer and to just time their skills to perfection, whether it be the EOG or the final slash at the same time. But CG, they do have their own strength in Amzik with the brilliance, with the chaos assault, but it's just a matter of timing. Are they able to get that timing right? Are they able to get the positioning right to allow Amzik to use the burst that he has right now?
Yeah, not just that, but they also have to get the setup right, because now they have to deal with the Mountain Chakra coming out from Sekais. They see all 5 members of CG. They see Gary on the left side.
That is the value of the Yisan Shin every single time. They saw the flank coming before it even happened.
Wow!
40 minutes in, and it's such a quick Lord take. Nice wave the Dragon kick onto Cram, but they're not able to finish him off. He misses the final slash. AOG cuts off CG as well. No casualties here.
That was such a cool attempt from the Arlet. He knew he was going to flicker out. Threw a random final slash there. Maybe would have caught Amzik if Ludos was out of position, but skilled plays coming out from SRG. CG, they were not able to stop that Lord take, even though the kick attempt was there from Balance. They did force out a flicker from Cam, but that was a fast AOG response coming out from Yums.
I do have to agree, very fast response of EOG from Yums, and then at the same time, the final slash would caught Amzik if it wasn't for the brilliance that was used by Amzik, but he did not waste any kind of flicker, so still flicker is still in hand to allow him to use the Kills Assault combination to try to get kills or to try to kill off the minions. If not, the Lord itself that is going to be pushed on the bot side. SRG will try their best to look to end the game, but most likely it's going to be the inhibited turrets is the main target.
Well, Lord's crashing in. Final Slash doesn't actually hit anyone. SRG just gonna use it to clear out the minion wave, and it doesn't look like they're too desperate to push in with this for now. Lord will go down to the Darkening. Another minion wave down mid. Cram is concealed, but he doesn't quite have Final Slash back up yet. Traction Pulse does pull in Chiku. Forces out the flicker. Oh, here comes Valence from behind. He gets the kick on Instant into the RWM. And now CG is full committing. Valence goes down first, but they find Stormy as well. The dive from Gary is thwarted though. Skies has too much damage. Brilliant's going to be used. Cram jumps back in. Yeah, Tree trying to defend, but it's a triple kill for Skies. It's a monster kill for Innocent. And CG Esports has been wiped off the map. The crystal is wide open, and the Giants are now on match point.
What a kiting from SRGOG. The way that maneuver around that fight. Yes, Innocent was caught first with the kick from the Cho, from Yums, but he held calm. He knows that I still have my flicker, I still have the EOG from Yums, so I'm just gonna chill, relax, I'm just gonna walk away. Then it forces Lancelot, it forces Gary to go in deep within the side of SRGOG, but who knew it was just a trap for that Lancelot.
Yeah, it was a cover with the winter crown as well as SRGOG marches forward. We're one game away from going to Jakarta, Indonesia for the M7 spot. Potentially even chasing the glory here for the championship. They're one win away from the grand finals as well.
One more win, one more point for SRGOG. But as we all know, CG Esports won't go down without a fight. As we mentioned here in MPL MY, pantang mengalah. Alright, so they're not just gonna give it freely for the side of SRGOG as game number 2 showcased us. So we shall see how well CG is gonna respond in game number 4. But game number 3, apart from the dominance of SRGOG, apart from again the kiting, how they maneuver well around the team fight, once again, a personal vengeance up against Yi3. I mean, that Uranus, non-existence, question mark.
That was tough for Yetri, and as an EXP laner myself, you never want to be in those positions. Unfortunately, CG Esports' lineup was drafted with a heavy emphasis on Yetri being able to buy time in the front line, right, in order for Eve and Lunox to output damage safely. But Uranus already will have a natural disadvantage against triple marksman because these are the heroes that can melt him down.
Yep.
And because SRG are aware that a lot hedges on Yetri standing in front, they just focused on him first. With him out of the picture, it's a lot easier for them to dive.
And with that being said, we do have to nominate one of the players from the side of SRG OG as our MVP. Yup, I lost game number 2, but it's okay. I come back stronger in game number 3. Crab with the Arlot, with the amazing gameplay of Arlot, finding these angles, these angels, trying to use the final slash away and setting things up for his team.
Yeah, I did say during the draft that CG picked up the Eve to force the Arlot into weird situations, because you can have to utilize the final slash in a very creative way to sort of stop the re-engage from the real world manipulation, but it didn't feel like he was having trouble, because the amount of times that we saw Cram dictate the fight, it just set up for amazing execution coming out from SRG, where Sakai is able to freely roam on a team fight, freely control the backside of things. And whenever he sets, he immediately goes to the damage dealers, the backliners on the side of CG, which does prevent any response coming out from this lineup. And also just the sheer fact that they got an advantage early game. He did not respect Yetri at all, because he knows that, alright, this Uranus, he has to die. Even though he's not as tanky, that's actually something the SRG OG utilized. The fact that Yetri could not survive one final slash from Cram effectively removed the other response coming out from CG.
If I'm not wrong, this is actually the first time Cram has played Arlot the entire season, actually. He has not been put on this hero. Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now, and he has not played Arlot in season 16. This is the first time he's pulled it out. So the question is he not practiced with it, or is this actually a secret weapon that SRG felt the need to finally show to the world?
I mean, we did take a look at the team hit-to-hit, right? The amount of unique hero pools that SRG OG possesses. It's not a big number. It's because of, if one thing works well with SRG OG, it's not often for them to change things up, especially on this EXP lane side. If Lapu-Lapu is still available for Cram, most likely, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna pick up that Lapu-Lapu. But for this instance, the Arlot is there and it suits well with this draft, so go ahead with it and just run away with it. But taking a look at the KDA just now for the side of E3, yeah, it's a very, very tough time for him. 0-7, and I'm not too sure how many assists that he gotten. But again, from the minute get-go, constant pressure on this EXP side. But props to CG, they did try to mirror-ish the movement from the top side, where there was one kick that was got towards Innocent, and Amzik got the kill. At the same time, SRG OG put a lot of pressure on that bot side, and it did not allow Yi3 to play enough freely, because once Uranus is a non-factor, it's an easy free pass for SRG OG to just go in.
Yeah, the plan was there, honestly, for CG. I think they're prepared to deal with Innocent's Granger for today. And it's just unfortunate that, they had to deal with, the pressure building up on the EXP. Honestly, it was fun for the first 5 minutes, until it wasn't.
It's difficult, but CG did manage to hold on for a good amount of time. I just don't think they were able to hit that power spike comfortably, because their sandbag, Tree, was not able to sandbag well enough for them due to the early pressure from SRG OG. Guys, on that Yi Sun-Shin shows why this is a hero other teams will usually ban out against him. But going for the triple marksman path in a meta where things are getting faster is definitely a choice.
Yeah, I mean,
15-minute mark is still okay. It's not that long of a game just now. Even with a triple marksman combination, knowing that, okay, you can push towards the late game, but if you don't need to, you don't have to.
Yeah. Honestly, SRG OG, it's not that, they're excused to sort of just pick up these greedy marksmen in the early game. It's also the benefit of having marksmen that can actually fight in the early game. Because Timmy, Granger, yeah, they do need farm, they scale, but they have so many kits. They have so many tools that they can actually utilize to sort of help their other heroes, and that's what happened in this game, and that allowed the Arlot to actually be propelled because of the fact that they have damage. All the sets, all the final slashes is met with proper damage, and it converts into kills, which also converts into objective takes, which gives them effectively the snowball effect that SRG has always looked for in the game.
With a dominating leaning face up against the Uranus, looking at the minion goals that has been gotten by Cram, is almost reaching that 4k mark, and with a 46,000 damage being that upon farming up the itemization, and it's not even a full set of damaging item. He went for the Radiant, he went for the Oracle.
Yeah.
It allowed him to just, I don't care at all whoever I face. If I get a good final slash off, I know that I myself can kill you. If not, I still have Yums with the EOG, I still have Skies with the Mountain Shocker to be able to follow things up with that final slash.
At his core, Cram shines the most when he can make plays. He's great at frontline utility, but on heroes like Arlet and Lapu Lapu, this man will turn fights around all by himself. And that's exactly what happened here. So going forward, I wonder if the Arlet will need to be respected as well. You only have so many bans.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's the factor of playing with players like this that can play so many variations of MLBB. That's why he's in the middle. Like he's sitting between the tank and the damage. He could pull off heroes like this, even though he hasn't used the hero, even though the hero was nerfed. It's all about the execution. That's why these, I would say, these heroes like Arlet, who needs mechanical execution, has to be respected on the hands of Gram. It's not just the CCs, it's not just the Yuzongs, the Lapu. It's also about ex-billionaires that can actually provide assistance in creating these objective plays for SRGOG.
I mean, a prime example of that is going to be Cram in this game number 3 right now, just allowing so much space to be given towards SRGOG to follow things up, to either set things up at the same time. But this was the, I would call it as a trap set up by SRGOG, forcing the Lancelot away from his team right there.
Didn't even necessarily need to be forced. They knew that Gary was going to try and dive the back line. That's basically his job.
Yep.
And he goes close to picking off Skies, but that Yi Sun Shin damage really catches you off, right? Especially with that melee damage range. So going into the next one, SRGOG are now 1 game away from qualifying to M7. CG Esports, what do they need to do?
First of all,
what is XP?
I mean, you did mention about like you only have a couple of bans if you want to ban the heroes of Cram at the same time, right? But what went well for CG Esports in game number 2 most likely is due to the draft that they have gotten, and SRGOG maybe underestimating a bit the prowess, the power of CG Esports. But I feel like outside of game-wise, it's just believing that we can beat this Goliath of MPL Malaysia of SRGOG, and they did it in game number 2. So having that belief and giving that belief back once again towards the side of CG Esports maybe could be the go-to scenario, go-to strategy for game number 4 right now.
Yeah, I mean they're well prepared. I think they have this idea, especially for CG, of letting letting Innocent go with Granger, Harrods. They don't really care. And honestly, that's that's a good step. But for this series alone, I think CG, what they're hoping for is for the stars to align. First off, with a random map draw, maybe draw a non-neutral map, because last game was a neutral map. Game number 2, where they won, it was the Flying Clouds. And again, these are the things that they might be able to capitalize, because it brings chaos. It breaks the system for SRGOG. There's a lot of factors for them to consider. It cannot just be all pure macro for SRGOG. So maybe go off script a bit for CG Esports and utilize these outside factors that can actually crush the system of SRG.
Maybe, but hoping for RNG there is not gonna be the most ideal if you ask me. Well, while we're still thinking about what needs to happen, let's have a look at the power distribution for the EXP lane.
I mean, one thing's for sure, the average KDA is going to be a total difference between Cram and Ye3. One being more aggressive with the choices of hero, meanwhile Ye3 is known for the Esmeralda. It's not going to get a high number of average KDA. In terms of hero pool, it's quite similar, turret is quite similar, kill participation as well, but damage taken per minute is where I would say Ye3 shines a bit more due to the amount of heroes of Esmeralda being used, and of course the Uranus at the same time just now. More of a spongy kind of an EXP laner, that is where Ye3 fits the most.
Yeah, I think he's still, you're still go comfort for CG. You pull out the strengths of your specific players, and you don't have to overthink the hero, especially for year 3, right? You don't have to think about, do we remove the damage XP? Do we do a tank-to-tank XP matchup between Cram and year 3? Because at the end of the day, they're not going to be in full control of the matchups.
But Midnight, when they overthink, oh, okay, that's the perfect matchup right there.
Yes, sir.
That's the perfect.
It's a good matchup.
Right, yep. Hence why, look at the heartbeat right there. The meter right there is filled. Okay, going back to what you said just now, when they overthink the hero for the EXP side for year 3, they picked up the Martis and they won. So maybe they need to overthink for year 3.
I would say not overthinking, but like what I said earlier, you bring in the chaos.
Yeah.
And the Martis was the chaos against the Yuzong, even though at the top of our mind, like Yuzong is always going to be winning out these lanings against heroes like Martis, those archetypes. But Cram was surprised because he did not explain like the chaotic flicker play coming out from year 3. So I think you do have to go outside the box here for CG Esports. Maybe you're right. Maybe overthink a bit, but not too much.
Yeah. Definitely right there.
A healthy dose of overthinking.
Yes.
Can go a long
in the
way.
early morning hours.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking. All right. Looking at the map, random map draw is going to be once again a broken wall for game number 4. And it's going to be the match point game for SRG OG as we kick things off with the banner from SRG OG banning out the Kalia, the Lunox. Meanwhile, CG opt to go for a similar ban as well with the Chi-Chi first ban. I would like to see Ruby being picked up, but maybe my wish is not gonna get granted because when we go into the second phase ban, one of these teams might ban out the Ruby straight away.
It would have to be picked up in the first phase, basically, which is perfectly possible in my opinion. I think both these teams can flex the hero quite well, so maybe it's time to consider that, especially since the bans seem to be fairly locked in by this point.
Yeah, maybe you see it from year 3 or first phase. We don't know. It's a hero that could be flex, could be potentially picked up on Red 3. I don't like this Lapu ban though. SRG, you know,
I mean, you gotta respect it, man.
Yeah, but CG, I think the reason why I don't like this is because it goes outside the box, but it does benefit them, right? I like that fact because now they're forcing Cram to go Yuzong again. If it's open, then maybe they take up the Martis once again.
Maybe that is a possibility, but a lot of thought is going to need to go into this right now. You can see Chiku. He's sweating. He's thinking really hard about what needs to be done going forward here. They've already switched up their bans a little bit, but SRG are the ones that seem to be directing the draft right from the get-go.
Yeah. There's Yuzong and Baksha that needs to be taken out for CG. They could opt to not ban either, so that they have one on their side. So now SRG OG, they have a choice to make: Baksha, Hilda, or Yuzong. Because either way, CG's gonna get 2 at least.
Yeah, I mean, Kimi's still up there, but when there are heroes like Spaxia that's still being able to be picked up, you might have to reconsider that pick right now for the side of SRG OG.
They're forcing them to choose between a lot, that's for sure. All of the assassins are open: Lance, Haya, Yisan Shin. As you guys already pointed out, Yuzong is there, which is heavily contested on both sides. Grok also wide open as well. And it looks like SRG will go Yuzong anyway. They're not afraid of the Martis.
Yeah, I think that's why they opted to go for the Lapu ban. They wanted the Yuzong to be picked up on the SRG OG. They take up the Grok, they take the Lancelot. Good openers coming out from CG, and then maybe we see Martis Red 3. I don't know.
There is a possibility. But right now SRG OG, they have the luxury of picking up the Kimi if they want to.
Yeah.
Kimi +1. That one could be the jungle side right now. Baxia is still there for the taking. Baxia plus Yuzong, you do have a lot of reach. You can move forward quite easily with the Kimi at the same time. If not, in terms of assassin, you still have heroes like Hayabusa. You still have Fanny, fair, but I don't think Fanny is going to get picked up as early as the first 3 phases.
Yeah, maybe even consider Valentina for Stormy, so that they block the Valentina pick from CG, and also get the steal and the Tectonic Charge, but they go back for the Kimi, and the Hayabusa gets picked up here for Sakai's. It's a good hero against the Lance and the Grok. not really advantageous, but you know, it's a hero that doesn't mind playing into these two, even though they're usually in front of your faces because of the fact that he has a shadow, and you know, it's kind of hard to as a Grok to just find the Hayabusa in the jungle because he's mobile enough to escape your clutches and can dodge away your tectonic charge. So for CG, again, Valentina's open. They could steal the Black Dragon form from Cram, but also the Martis around is there.
Yeah, how do you go for Ruby here?
I wonder if it's time to consider going Ruby. Yeah,
Ruby.
but
Ruby
if they
gold.
go Ruby, then SRG can start banning mages. They do go for the Valentina,
Good
so
call.
they can steal the Black Dragon form. Traction Pulse also not too bad, but this means that Ruby is probably not going to see play this time around either.
Yeah, probably gonna get banned on the side of SRG OG.
Yeah, most likely so. But then again, at CG right now, as they take a look at SRG's lineup, they are lacking a bit of crowd control, whether it be a single target lock, whether it be in AoE. So would like to ban those kind of heroes. Sun is gonna get banned out, taking a strategy pitch away from the side of Team Vamos yesterday. There is a possibility for SRG OG to go for a Gwyn once again as the roam side, but then again you are giving a good amount of skills towards Valentina, but I think it's still okay compared to like Last Insanity, even a bigger skill, right, towards the Valentina.
Yeah, I like the Gwyn too, against the Grok specifically. Like it is a hero that blocks off the oppression coming out from the Grok rotation in the early game, and also there's a good amount of combinations that SRG OG can actually pull off. This Clawbat is so out of left field. I think CG Esports, they're looking into double fighters, I believe, but I think SRG OG, they don't want to give the luxury of CG Esports having that late game scaling hero, because there's also the Granger. These two lineups would want to pick up the Granger, so now that the Claw gets removed, you remove the Granger on the side of CG Esports, so you get the ability to rush into picking up the gold lane fighter for CG.
This is really interesting right here. Why would you ban the Claude? Yes, he does have an inbuilt counter to the Ogi Shadow Kill, but that's about it, and there's still other ways you can play around it. SRG OG should probably consider getting rid of Ruby at this point, but also CG is a little lacking in damage, so going double fighter side lane is not quite as viable, which means SRG might be willing to let it go.
Yeah, what about Martis?
Do you really want to ban Martis?
Yeah, I mean, if you're SRG OG, if you're Cram, you try to limit the chaos that they bring. Interesting that they banned the Alice, even though it's up against a Yuzong.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen much more, I wouldn't say weirder picks, but unique picks. For instance, the Martis going up against the Yuzong as well.
That's true.
CG right now, they can hold off the fighter first. There, but then again, it's not there. So this is going to be the first appearance of Ruby today, as she has been banned out for a straight 3 games just now. Most likely it's going to go towards the gold lane side later on. SRG OG right now, they need their own gold laner as of now.
If they're going fighter, they can go Phobius.
True. Uranus is still there.
I like Uranus, honestly.
What else?
Bene?
Definitely not Xborg.
Not Xborg. No.
Yeah, not against the Valentina. Not again.
Not again. Phobius is still okay.
Oh!
Hilda.
Okay. Wait, it could be Rome though.
Rome Hilda
plus the Esme.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Gold lane for CG?
I personally would still prefer the Phobius a little bit, but yeah, this is most likely Esme Gold, which is okay. Definitely holds up lane well against Ruby.
To be fair, maybe they didn't want the ultimate of Phobius to be given away to Valentina, most likely. At least giving a Falling Summon away or Power of Wilderness is not as scary as the Demonic Force right now. Last pick for CG.
Go full damage XP Bene?
Could be an idea. Masha is there if you want to go for a damage as well.
I think Bene is pretty decent here, honestly.
Just thunderclap the Hayabusa away. Or you just Electro Final Blow.
Yeah.
Could be
and you have that split push pressure against SRG OG.
And the verdict is going to be the party.
Alright, sorry, yeah, 3. Sorry, my bad.
Well, it worked once, right?
You showcased to us it already, but we did not believe you. Although you won that game, but hey, we're not doubting you, but you won that game, so proving it again could be the icing on the cake.
Sorry, I still am doubting him. Dude, alright. Earlier it was Yuzong and Xborg. Now it's Yuzong and Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you decimate?
The
Hayabusa.
You just hope for the best, right? You never know, because we already judged this Martes before, and it did give CG a win.
That is true.
But they did also have the stolen X-Borg ult to play around with, which is definitely not going to be here in this game. SRGOG, one step away from reprising their role as Malaysia's representatives on the international stage once again. CG Esports with a single opportunity to thwart them. Will they be able to do the impossible for the second time? Let us find out back in the land of dawn.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you could be witnessing the first contestant to qualify for M7 in Jakarta. For the side of SRGOG, who will be needing this one more victory, but CG Sport once again will not give that away quite easily enough towards the side of SRGOG. Looking at the minimap right now, Hilda by Yums is gonna be rotating on the top side, just scouting things out, noticing Gary just finished the orange buff right there.
Now, Kram has learned his lesson earlier. In the previous game where he faced the Martis, Gethry was able to fast clear with his second skill and dodge some of them, the attacks from Cram. Now he is actually protecting the wave away from the Martis, so he is the oppressor on the EX lane.
So Amzik going to have a bit of trouble as well in the gold lane. Innocent already cutting the wave against him and dropping him down to half HP. That allows him to provide vision over the purple.
Dude, double invade. CG Esports, Gary is gonna lose out on farm.
Valet's taking a lot of abuse. Guys doesn't have Ogi Shadow kill yet, so he'll be okay, but that's not gonna last for long.
This is gonna be quite interesting, the battle of assassin between the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot. Of course, both would require to get that level 4 first before the first response, and we shall see a heck of a battle in terms of the retribution later on with the launcher from Gary, who got it right. That crap right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, had to use retreat though for the Lancelot. Still not level 4 because again, SRGOG took 2 green camps away from the Lancelot, and now Sakai's, after the purple buff, he is gonna hit level. Actually, he hit level 5 on Hayabusa, so Turtle should go for SRG.
He stole a buff, didn't he?
Yeah, he did? The purple? Oh, the orange? I don't think
I think it was the orange. Yeah, it's taking a long time to respawn here. Yeah, it just came back up. Gary's still level 3.
This should be an easy hurdle for SRGOG, just as Midnight mentioned right there. Even
5-man jungle invade on the orange buff. Falling Star Moon Connector 2. Gary goes down. Innocent with the first blood. Siku gonna flicker over the wall, but Cram is already there waiting for him, and Innocent finds the double. A complete massacre in 2 minutes.
Okay, I thought when you had that level advantage, it's okay. Yep, it's a free hurdle, but not gonna be for the side of SRGOG. Yes, we do have the level advantage, and we're gonna invade you once again.
Yeah, this turtle is actually just now a neutral creep. That turtle in my head is the orange buff. I still have retreat for Sakai's, and Cram was like, where's the Martis? I have a personal vendetta against the F3.
That's a very, very good initiation from SRGOG, noticing that, okay, we do have the upper hand, and it's the big advantage that they had, and they pushed the envelope, and CG Sport could not respond right now.
Look at that,
look at that.
Oh, yep. He turned it around. He actually killed Stormy before going down.
Oops. That could have gotten a bit more worse from the side of SRG. Luckily enough, Cram was a bit farther away. Gotten the kill away against E3 right there.
I think the idea was Cram was trying to give Stormy the kill, but unfortunately he was under the tower. Oh, Yums though.
And Gary trying to steal a buff in return. Oh, but the Tectonic Charge drops Yums to 10%. No more burst though, so he'll survive.
Did he steal the Hilda ult?
I think so, right? Because looking at the level side, it's Skies. I'm not sure we need to see back Skies right now. Okay, he managed to steal it away.
Nice dash from Gary. He'll transfer the Yogi Shadow kill to the orange buff and keep himself alive to farm. Yetri comes in, Valence as well, but they see Cram. They can't engage. Petrify! Cram with the killing spree.
3-0-1. A different Cram using the Yuzong in game number 4 right now.
Yeah, now he understands the Martis and Yuzong matchup. He is able to put pressure on the map. Stormy, round number 3.
Yetri going to have to use the Decimate just to heal back up, and he'll at least keep himself alive, but Chiku not as lucky. 3-man gank in the mid lane.
It's not looking good right now for the side of CG. On the top side, Yetri could not
barely breathe right now, but SRG OG is still paying respects at least towards the A3. Yes, they know that they can get the kill, but they are not overextending their welcome on that top side.
Yeah, this is game one all over again, honestly. SRG OG, they're just capitalizing on the fact that they're leading by so much gold, and because of the fact—
Oh, that's so unlucky for Gary!
Oh my.
The only shadow kill transferred perfectly through the minion wave.
It jumped once, twice,
dude,
and immediately against that Lancelot.
Dude, talk about Hayabusa Lancelot cosplay.
How much this guy beat that minion right there.
And Innocent just jumps in, picks off balance while he's trying to go home. This is going from bad to worse so fast.
Yeah, because now, without a marksman, SRG OG has a fighter. They don't stop. You don't have to stop, because if you look at their lineup, who needs farm? Maybe Zakai's does, but Zakai's go farm on their jungler. Jungle, let me help you.
Innocent 4-0-1. Cram 4-0-2 right now.
Yeah.
Your 2 imports are having the time of their life right now with this fighter pickup on the gold lane side and this EXP side. And CG right now, they are sort of playing the momentum of SRG. If SRG goes top, they try to react. If SRG goes bot, they try to go at the same time. Gary is not having a good time right now.
Yeah, he had to use retreat. That means all green camps is gonna get stolen by Sekai's. Fortunately, there's only 2 left. Oh,
excellent traction pulse. Stormy also having a very, very swell time on this game. He's 0, 1, and 7. Cram comes in. He's trying to force them to recall, but they won't bite the bait.
I thought the dive was gonna get be done by Cram, but hey, he learned his lesson in game number 2.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna overextend. I'm just gonna follow the flow. I'm just gonna follow the side of my team right now. SRG OG are in the driving seat right now. 5k good lead, 9 kills in the 6-minute mark.
It's gonna be hard to come back here for CG Esports. The only damage dealer that is reliable in this lineup is Gary, but he's being met by the Esme, the Hilda. They don't even have the damage to take out Yumes.
Yeah, they full committed on him as well, and Armsig is the one that ends up going down. Cram is unstoppable. 5-0 on this Yu-Song. This is a issue for CG.
Poor Armsig right there. I thought he could have gotten away from the dive, but then he kind of like walked into
tech charge on 2. Actually, nice setup from Valence, but CG's not prepared for it. Chiku jumps in, has to use Black Dragon Form. Ogi Shadow Kill luckily doesn't bounce to him. He does go down. He stayed for way too long. Innocent with the unstoppable from the flank. He had 3 dying to the Star Residue. Monster kill for Crab. I'm offended on 2, but the damage is completely missing. Innocent is literally just standing there eating tower shots like it's breakfast.
The moral in this game, honestly, there's no damage that could probably take out the Esmeralda. Amzik.
He gets caught in traction pulse, and you know that means he is dead as well. SRG no longer playing nice against CG. They want to end this right now.
Sorry boys, but CG are kind of like losing their edges right now, losing their cool, losing their momentum at the same time. They are diving one by one, feeding kills, feeding bodies towards SRG OG right now. There's no cohesion, there's no teamwork so far for the side of CG after this 5 or 4 minute mark. 13-1 or 13-1 in terms of kill, and SRG's lead is just building and building right now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to watch, honestly. After the amazing game that we saw from CG, this feels like SRG is playing pups at this point. They're just looking to make their own place. Even Yumes is making his own place.
This is very, very tough. It is one-sided to be fair, but CG, if we take a look at this game number 3, they do have the Lunox to rely upon in terms of late game potential, but right now, I mean, yep, you would like to rely on Gary, you would like to rely on Chico, but looking at their KDAs, it's not looking good. Itemization is far away, level is far away, Gary is level 10, meanwhile Skies is level 13, Chico is only level 9. Look at Innocent, look at Yumes. Even Yumes is at the similar level as Chico right now.
Gary's about to die to the Star Residue, and he's just gonna walk into his death. Monster kill for Innocent. Lord is pushing down bottom, and they have waves.
Dude, he stayed there for like 40 seconds. And SRG OG, they just waited for the Lord to come bot, and they waited for Innocent to come top. And CG, again, they're losing all lanes. They could not find any farm on the map.
Every single resource has been used. We're not even 10 minutes into the game. There's no cooldowns on CG. Gary only just respawned. The farm difference is 12,000. The Lord gets cleared up. But SRG is doing so much. Oh, nice. I'm offended on the 2 into the mighty swing, but Cram's still alive. He dashes back out. Humes does get picked off. So that's actually 1 kill. Here comes Year 3. He's not able to find Stormy. Anti-grab pressures over the wall. Decimate unfortunately doesn't meet its mark. So Year 3 goes down. Skies already used the Ogi Shadow kill. So they're not going to continue pushing here.
This is very, very tough to look at. A very good moment by CG right there. A very good I'm offended, but only 1 kill. Off of that very excellent I'm offended, just showcase that CG are well behind right now.
Yeah, I mean, their lineup, they have the capacity to actually fight off SRG if they were fighting in equal terms. But now, SRG OG, they have full control of the map, they have full control of the jungle, and they're gonna freeze it. CG, they can't force anything. They have to walk out of the base as 5 players. Look at Innocent though. Again, this Esmeralda is currently immortal.
I mean, it does not matter. It does not matter. If, let's say, he gets caught up by one kind of like crowd control from Amze, he still has the Purify, he still has the Falling Star Moon to run away, so he can just walk away freely right now, just providing damage, providing vision, and just his body up front. At the same time, Cram is just not far off behind. 6-0 and 3, having the Black Dragon farm, having the Petrify as well. They're just waiting things out. Lot is going to respawn on 20 more seconds on the bot side. SRG OG is just hovering around this top side, just looking at the pace of CG right now. What can they do?
Oh, they found Amzik. Falling Star Moon lands on him. They're chasing him down. The Ruby is already taken out of the equation. And that's perfect timing too, because the Lord is coming up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, silver lining with CG's current dilemma is that SRG's lineup isn't great at pushing.
Yep.
But what they're great at is fighting. So CG, maybe just get enough items so that you can actually fight into SRG. But right now, their first problem is the Lord that's going to be coming out now that they don't have the shields, they don't have the holy defense. They just have to get through this. Honestly, if they get through this, then this game gets much better. But it's SRG OG. Their team fight is immaculate.
I mean, even Esmeralda can provide a good amount of damage to his Gary right there. I mean, it's just with 2 skill shots, Gary almost a quarter of her health was lost at that mid side right now. So, once again, showcasing the level differences, the goal differences, the itemization differences. 13k goal lead. 13k!
13k.
I kid you not, my guy. I kid you not, 13k.
This is 13k, guys. That's not a visual bug.
Oh my god. It was at 12k at 9 minutes, which is actually an insane number. Yeah. I've never seen one so big.
Also not a visual bug.
Yeah.
This is a match point game as well. It's a deciding game as well for SRG OG. So right now, CG, can they withstand the brute force of SRG OG? Is gonna push on the bot side.
We're looking at what could be the final moments here before SRG OG qualifies the M7 once again. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Nice I'm offended, pulls them in. Purify used on Stormy. The Lord is slowly being melted away. The minion wave, unfortunately, not really synced up for SRG. So that's allowing CG the time they need to actually finish off this objective. But here comes the Black Dragon himself. Sky's coming in from the flank as well. Amzik once again, the first one down, godlike for Innocent. Humes gets traded away. But Valence also falls to Stormy. That's a killing spree for the Kimmy. Cram going in. It's a 4v3 defense. Minion waves are pushing. But they have to clear Gary. He gets melted away. It's a godlike streak for Cram. Wind of Nature comes out. Decimate finishes off Stormy. But Year 3 is already way too far out. Cram ends his existence, and that means that Chiku is the only one left standing, the only legend that can stop SRG's advent. But it is too much. The Giants are too strong. Their presence is overwhelming. And with one final swoop, the SRG OG squad returns to the international stage.
What a victory, what a way to end things off. SRG OG, look at the parade is already there here at MA Amsterdam, being your first ever representative from Malaysia for M7 in Jakarta.
They stand tall as the giants, the monuments of Malaysia. Clean game on game number 4, showing full dominance against CG Esports.
What a victory by SRG OG right there. What a series as well. But right now, we're gonna head it over to Poji for the winner segment interview. Let's go.
Tahniah SRG OG. Jadi kami mengumumkan secara langsung SRG OG Esports adalah pasukan yang pertama menempa slot ke M7. Jadi dengan berbesar hati saya ingin menjemput Mr. Silhausen, Head of Esports Malaysia and Emerging Market at Moonton Games untuk menyampaikan lencana MPL MY kepada SRG OG Esports sebagai simbol rasmi wakil Malaysia ke M7. Dijemput naik Kram. Innocent. Stormy. Yums. Kais. Coach Arcadia. Ozara Vicky. And last but not least, Winter. Semoga semangat MPL MY dan laungan Ace My Time bergema di pentas antara bangsa agar dunia melihat siapa kita. Semoga semangat MPL MY ini bakal menjadi saksi. Maka dengan itu saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Mr. Silhausen kerana telah menyampaikan lencana yang penuh makna kepada pemain-pemain SRG kita. Tahniah sekali lagi. One more time, SRG OG Esports. Congratulations. Tahniah sekali lagi. SRG OG. Okey, Becky dulu. Boleh. No problem. Becky.
Boleh?
Boleh, Becky. Ha? Kenapa bagi 1 point?
Kenapa apa?
Kenapa bagi 1 point?
Oh, kena test drive dulu lah. Testing power jump. Sebab mungkin kita akan jumpa lagi.
Mungkin. So adakah ini bermakna korang yakin CG akan bounce back?
Boleh. Ada chance.
Ada chance ya. Okey. Secara pribadi, do you think untuk SRG OG sekarang you guys dah ready untuk M7?
Ya.
You boleh compete dengan any team right now?
Untuk SRG kita memang membuat persediaan untuk M7. Ya, so before season even start, our goal is to make it to M7. So all this practice preparation is for this very moment. Ya.
Mana Yums? Nak borak dengan Yums. Okay Yums, lepas menang kan dengan 3-1 ni kan. Jadi kita nampak Yums buat macam ni kat diorang, macam menangis-nangis kan. Sebab Yums rasa diorang macam mana? Tak cukup strong ke nak lawan korang, ataupun korang rasa diorang dah tak payah dah jumpa korang. Enough dah.
Not enough ah.
Not enough. Tak cukup, maksudnya dia nak lagi CG ada dekat sini kan. Jadi kalau tak macam ni, korang rasa diorang layak tak untuk ke M7 dengan korang?
Kalau ada luck boleh lah.
Ada luck. Okay. Speaking about luck, kita nak Kram yang jawab about this.
Hello Yatri.
Kram, this time you win 3-1 against them. Do you think the 1 point is luck?
I think we will just game tu je luck. Luck je.
Luck je. Okay. Coach Arcadia. This time around, the audience want to hear from you.
Okay.
We know everyone is hoping for SRG to finally lift the M7 trophy. Do you think finally this is the year that we will see the Malaysian team gonna win the M series?
Hopefully, because that is something that we have been preparing for since day one. Because the last M series, we only had third place, right? Unlike MSC, which we won before, and M series, this is something that as a team we really want to get because we believe that it's the only thing that we need to complete our dynasty.
Understand. And I believe in SRG. As a Malaysian myself, I believe you can make some miracle over there. But, tapi sekarang korang rasa siapa MVP kita? Okey, jom kita tengok. 3, 2, 1. MVP anda. Okey. Kamera mencari. Siapa tu? Siapa tu? Wow. Innocent. Ha, congratulations to Innocent. Innocent. How do you feel being, becoming an MVP again and again?
Biasa je.
Biasa je?
Biasa je.
Okay, I don't want to talk about MPL MY already. I want to talk about M series, M7. Do you think in M7 you will repeat history again where you say, Coach, trust me, Coach?
Right now, this meta can be because can be because the meta is more into countering, so I will be more into countering heroes.
So you may have the upper hand.
Yeah.
Alright. Any last word to your fans over here?
What?
Last word to your fans, family, girlfriend. Malu-malu, okay, tak apa. Okay, let's go.
Thank you everyone for coming here to support us, and especially to my girlfriend.
That's all, dia malu. Okay, terima kasih banyak-banyak. Sekali lagi, SRG OG Esports! Inilah dia wakil M7. Terima kasih, you may go now, right now. Good. Jadi sebelum kita tamatkan siaran langsung ni untuk kita throw to break kan, untuk kita hantar ke panel. Jadi kepada anda semua yang berada di rumah, jangan lupa untuk datang ke Maib Serdang Hall C sebab kita ada siaran langsung MPL dekat sini. Kita ada watch party dengan Moon dan juga Saiful. Kita ada Carnival Esports, kita ada meet and greet, kita ada watch party, kita ada makan-makan, minum-minum lepak-lepak dan juga korang boleh jumpa semua talent dan juga pro player dekat sini. Kenapa korang nak lepak dekat rumah? Datang ke sini, dekat luar free, dekat dalam ada kita orang. Sejuk dan panas segala-galanya ada untuk anda sebagai peminat MPL Malaysia. Jadi saya tak nak buang masa banyak. Let's go back kepada kita punya panel. Apa pendapat mereka dengan game sebentar tadi? Let's go.
Alright, thank you so much Puji with the segment just now, and our MVP is going to be given to Innocent with a KDA of 7-0 and 8, gold per minute 855, damage per minute 4.7k, S and Esmeralda on the gold lane side with the itemization, a bit of tankiness, the Brute Force Breastplate, the Dominance Ice with, of course, the Ice Queen wand to be able to allow the opponents to not run away from him.
Yeah, it's so much lifesteal, honestly. So much sustain from the Esmeralda. Pair it up with the support emblem. It does make the hero kind of immortal, especially with the archetype that CG Esports brought to the table with the Ruby, the Grok, and the Martis as well. So many heroes to soak some HP from, as Graham literally disappeared from the picture too. He's on the side of CG Esports earlier.
He's already left.
He left the building.
Man, I heard he left, going back to the gaming house to have a good rest right now. But when we talk about dominance, right, yes, in terms of total kills, it's a given. But look at the neutral objective. The number of turrets, the number of turtles, the number of lords.
Yeah.
And of course, as buff. As minute number 1 went away, look at how Skies, from the get-go, stole away the buff from a CG side, from Gary, and it allows, or I would say it did not allow Gary to farm up well. And once the level differences is well above ahead, Gary is It's an uphill battle for him right there.
Unfortunately for CG, this was just a perfect game from Selangor Red Giants. There's no other way to describe it. The mid lane pressure was excellent. The jungle rotations and invades from Yumes and Stormy were on another level. Innocent and Cram both winning, holding, and surviving their lanes to become absolute nuisances who were unkillable in the later game. Skies even winning out on RNG, getting that perfect OP shadow kill transfer to pick off Gary. CG had lost on every single aspect, and that's why the snowball was so unprecedented.
Yeah, it's not just the trio mid that, you know, SRG were dominating on. It's the tri-core setup too. It's the three cores that was just making plays all over the map against Sekai's, constantly invading, making it so that the orange and the purple becomes the turtle, because he is able to save up the retribution. So whenever it's on or it's off cooldown, he just invades against Gary, completely taking away, similar to what happened in game number 1, taking away the early game presence of CG. And if you're not able to fight, that just means SRG, they taking everything that they're able to in the map.
I think this is a replicate of game number 1 from the side of SRG OG, where again it's a total dominance from them. It allows the trio mid to be more aggressive because you have an initiator with the Hilda, with the Esmeralda at the same time, and also Cram. You have a setup or a follower towards that setup with the Hayabusa and the Kimi at the same time. So it's just again another replicate of game number 1 where SRG OG had the perfect tools to go on being more aggressive, to secure all the neutral objectives, and did not allow CG to do anything about it.
Yeah, looking at the stats here, the carry on the Esmeralda, 65k. Also took 100k damage, by the way, on the Esme, but it's just being healed because of Festival of Blood, Oracle, you know, the amount of sustain that he has in the game, literally unstoppable on the side of SRG OG, and because of that huge space, other members on the side of SRG OG is able to do everything that they want. Almost every single player on this roster made their own play. Hell, even the Hilda was playing MLBB by himself.
This was just a free game for SRG, right? Every single player got to do whatever, because there was nothing CG could do to stop them. And it was perfectly drafted, perfectly understood. We talked about adaptability when it came to SRG OG, and they've proven to us why they've been able to reach the podium on the internationals so many times.
Very unfortunate for CG is because of the fact that they were totally behind in terms of goal, in terms of level and itemization. There was one good moment from Umzik with the I'm Offended, but the fact that the itemization is just not there, they could not kill off all the targets that was being I'm Offended by him. Right now, as we take a deeper look at the highlights brought to you by the official motorcycle partner Yamaha. Once again, SRG, just like a well-oiled machine, just like a choo-choo train, forward, no going backwards, it's just all forward right now. And Yi3 once again is being focused down by 2 members of SRG OG right there. But again, innocent, free farming, itemization is very, very good, tanky enough to sustain, but good amount of damage enough to provide somewhat of a threat with the CG Esports side.
Yeah, that brute force also allowed Innocent to just be a menace in the team fight, because no amount of crowd control can actually take him down because of the CC reduction and the mobility aspect of the item. So, you know, it was just SRG OG doing what their heroes meant to do, and this is what you were mentioning earlier. Even though Amzik was able to find a good I'm Offended play, there was no follow-up, and even though they took down Yumes, it did not do anything for them because the map was still pushing for the side of SRG OG.
And then the damage difference just built up on them. You can see there the 11,000 gold diff at 9 minutes, which is way further than you would normally consider already over. So SRG OG not pulling any punches during the base defense as well, not risking, even though they clearly have the body and item advantage. They do what is needed because they know that the M7 ticket is right on the other side.
For the side of CG Esports, right, I don't feel like you should feel disappointed or too disappointed with what you have showcased so far. Yes, there's a lot of improvement needs to be done. There's a lot of fixes that needs to be done, especially for game number 1 and that last game as well. But you did showcase your fighting spirit in game number 2, that yes, you can take a point away from the giants of MPL Malaysia, which is SRG OG. So you bring that mentality, you bring that strength, you bring that awareness towards your lower brackets finals later on at 6 PM. Who knows? You might be able to get that last slot, that last ticket for M7. Whoever you might face, either going to be Team Vamos or is it going to be Team Monster Vicious, who is going to be right up next.
They will still have some time to take a rest. After all, we've got one more best of 5 happening before our final best of 7 tonight. Of course, their opponent not going to have the same luxury here because next up is going to be their battle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a back day. Honestly, one more best of 5, one more best of 7. I love it. I love to see some chaotic fights later on so that we get more captivating energy for the lower bracket finals.
And it's going to be Vamos who were the ones who brought up the Sun in the gold lane for Natco. So are we going to see a lot more of that? And then we're going to see Monster Vicious, who's going to be the Ubi of Malaysia as well. Are they going to bring up the Estes picked up for Leonie or not with the Cho damaging as well? We shall see. It's going to be a very, very interesting. I know that you're in the favors of Monster Vicious, but what is the score prediction from you?
Ooh. 3-2. I want game 5.
Okay, I'm going to see you later on, so I'm going to hold to that. But with that being said, we're going to take a very short break, but we're going to leave you guys with the mic check from game just now. See you guys later on.
Boleh bang. Dashing.
Yo, tidur.
Sini.
Kesma sini.
Dah. Aitang. Ada minit. Tower.
Don't die.
Mati ten.
Jangan mati guys.
Jangan mati ya.
Bisa orang guys, don't die. 3 second. Ada. Tahu dia, aku bagi vision. Ada minit nak. Tower dah.
I want to die.
Nice one, guys.
Aman.
Tak ada pulih.
Aman dah. Flicker.
Triple Rita.
Oi.
Apa tu export?
Ya Allah.
Sabar.
Ada angkat? Tak ada.
Maaf.
Okay. Dua.
Mid tengah tolak guys. Ya, cuy. Bagi dia orang buat. Aku nanti. Dorang pasal guys. Dapat joy. Joy low guys.
Betul.
Export. GG. Aku kuasa. Export.
Boleh ambil.
Boleh. Nice one.
Let's go.
Nice trick. Nice one, Amzik. Kecau je.
Aman.
Tonton.
Masan.
Ada
Aman. Ni.
Bisa tak?
Nice one, Dik.
Aman. Bisa.
Boleh. If no flick boleh.
Boleh dah. Jom. Aku ulti, blok. Nice one atas. Mampus kau.
Weh, sampai. Wah, sampai, boy.
Boleh dah.
Let's go. I have minute.
Lak.
We win by luck, guys.
Lak.
Wah, luck. So ni ya.
Consistent luck.
Sabar guys.
Okay, lah.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Sugar, try, taste, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Sugar, try, taste, 100 plus, 0, hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time forfeit in Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homeboys, and it's a new lineup. their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to homeboys, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah. Tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JMS. Benda macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan diorang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push some team lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah di lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homeboys. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bantu orang bagi orang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPL MY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPL MY punya official page ataupun bio MPL MY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang Aero saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main line up Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homeboy. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Vamos nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya, player-player diorang tu player yang veteran. Macam Ciku, Valence and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Si Putra. Dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPL MY official page.
CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
big. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL MY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homeboys, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojus saya rasa diorang dah lengkap Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu Jess kenapa kau kat sub
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak, tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense So harap-harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa, dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPL MY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli lah guys.
Tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang Aero, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 point. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan buat lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3.
Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa ada cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. So, saya rasa sebab itulah kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Ultras. MPL MY ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homeboys dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat
kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last two slot for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and Aero. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games us and another team because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than Aero. Sorry to say to Untitled because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan perbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab mula dari bawah still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MY SG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Sebagai penyokong MPL MY yang menonton sejak musim pertama, bagi saya playoff amat sukar dijangka.
Jadi kepada anda semua, sokonglah pasukan kegemaran anda kerana mereka mungkin menjadi wakil Malaysia ke M7.
MPL MY, tempat lahirnya para pemimpin dan legenda.
Ia bukan untuk mereka yang tidak mampu menanggung perik kekalahan. Satu-satunya jalan untuk kami adalah kemenangan.
8 musim sejak kejuaraan pertama saya.
Tahniah kepada RNC Malaysia.
Satu lagi peluang untuk merebut gelaran juara MPL. Satu lagi peluang untuk membuktikan diri.
3 musim menjadi juara bersama Todak. Kini saya membina legasi sendiri.
Era saya masih belum berakhir. Ini peluang terakhir untuk lakukannya sekali lagi.
Tiada apa yang mustahil selagi hayat dikandung badan.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Sugar, drive, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Jom hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Sugar,
Try, taste, 100 plus, 0, hey! Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12 to October 19, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for beating Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homeboys, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homeboys, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah, tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JML seperti macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan dua orang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan improve something lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homeboys. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bantu orang bagi diorang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPL MY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPL MY punya official page ataupun bio MPL MY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang Aero, saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main lineup Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homeboy. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Vamos nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back to back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPL MY official page.
CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled, which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys, sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalahkan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu membakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL MY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homeboys, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojos saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kasap lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG, jangan lupa, dan Todak, jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPL MY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
Tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang Aero, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa satu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan berhad lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lah. Lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan. Semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang. Tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. So, saya rasa betul lah kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu. Ada Viking Club, Ultras. MPL MY ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homeboys dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat imam.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and Aero. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games us and another team because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than Aero. Sorry to say to Untitled because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan berbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab boleh dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Excited gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
in the end mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya, dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL My S16 menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Long bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY. Dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Sebagai penyokong MPL MY yang menonton sejak musim pertama, bagi saya playoff amat sukar dijangka.
Jadi kepada anda semua, sokonglah pasukan kegemaran anda kerana mereka mungkin menjadi wakil Malaysia ke M7.
MPL MY, tempat lahirnya para pemimpin dan legenda.
Ia bukan untuk mereka yang tidak mampu menanggung perik kekalahan. Satu-satunya jalan untuk kami adalah kemenangan.
8 musim sejak kejuaraan pertama saya.
Tahniah kepada RNC Malaysia.
Satu lagi peluang untuk merebut gelaran juara MPL. Satu lagi peluang untuk membuktikan diri.
3 musim menjadi juara bersama Todak. Kini saya membina legasi sendiri.
Era saya masih belum berakhir. Ini peluang terakhir untuk lakukannya sekali lagi.
Tiada apa yang mustahil selagi hayat di kandung badan.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Sugar, try, taste, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Sugar, try, taste, 100 plus, 0, hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for bid in Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when
Adakah takdir mesti telan air mata selamanya ku takkan perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I made, feel it, ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biar sampai jadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah, perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe, Nando's, and Playas. Predator Badlands, in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, MAPS.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Playoffs Season 16 Day number 3, where you guys are with us. My name is Syed Adin, together with Sadafa, and we do have a roster change right now. Just now it was midnight, now we're bringing in Wolf. How are you?
Substitution, wow.
That's right. I am actually very excited about this particular match. I have predicted Vamos to be the second representative of Malaysia, but at the same time, I know that I should not be expecting anything after watching the yesterday's matches. You know what? I just want to enjoy watching this series.
We're just here for the journey, basically, because at this point, you cannot tell what the destination is going to be anymore, especially after what happened yesterday, right? Both these teams have their ups and downs, some more than others, but now they'll be facing off with only 1 life remaining. Loser goes home, winner moves on to our best of 7 lower bracket finals at the end of the day versus CG Esports.
That is going to be a bloodbath of a match later on, but we do have to mention how SRG OG managing to claim that first slot for M7 representative for Malaysia right now, but it was not a straightforward of a victory. It was a 3-1 victory, but so far it is as predicted for SRG OG. But let's take a deeper look for this match, because this is going to be the last chance for both of these teams. We're going to be beginning with Monster Vicious with Raf, Leone, Bondals, Uni, Momo. So far, Wolf, what do you have to say about Monster Vicious' performance in the playoff run?
I'm happy because I'm seeing a lot of different strategies from them, particularly when they switch this Oh My Leone mode where they pick up the Estes. I saw it almost go up against SRG. Unfortunately, they did not win a game against that monster of a team, but I think their wide plethora of strategies makes me excited to watch them.
I mean, and they are going to go up against Team Vamos, who dropped their game yesterday up against CG Esports. Netco, Zon, Clockun, Chibi, Gorgeous. For me, personally, coming into the playoff, I think Team Vamos has the biggest advantage because Netco being an ex-EXP linear player and having this fighter heroes locked down, he should be one of the favorites. But so far, what do you think of their performance?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit shaky. I think that there are some questionable moves that they are doing overall. But I think when it comes to the draft, it's pretty solid. And the thing that I like the most about Team Vamos is that if they're locked in, if they're just doing everything that needs to be done, they look amazing. They look clean when they want it to look clean.
Well, looking at both these teams, I would personally say for the Vamos angle, let's start with MV.
Okay, cool.
MV's angle, they need to have gameplay that is as diverse as their drafting. That's the thing they need to fix. For Vamos, they need to know when to not fight. Because they just keep going.
Fair enough. I do have to agree with you right there. But right now, we do have one graphic for you guys, the M7 team to watch. Over on the MPL PH side is going to be Aurora PH with a very impressive match win-loss record, 88.2% win rate with game win-loss of 65.3%. And overall, expanding rivers is the biggest advantage so far for Aurora PH.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've seen this team develop so well, and I honestly thought that they would take the crown already in the last season. It's interesting also that the 2 losses that they've had was during the beginning of the season, like literally their first match, and their last match. You see how the bookends was losses for Aurora. Unfortunately, that was the case, but nevertheless, they're pretty strong. I also like Alter Ego because they've really proven that regular season is different from the playoffs back in Indonesia, as they are so impressive during that playoff run.
I like their matchup up against EVOS back in lower bracket finals. That was a match to watch between Alter Ego as well as EVOS back then. But I'm quite happy because personal favorites of mine, Alter Ego making it to M7 so far, but I have to see will they fare off well once M7 kicks off. But right now, as we take a deeper look between Monster Vicious and Vamos, Midnight did have a bit of favoritism towards Monster Vicious.
That's right, that's right.
And I'm sensing you are in the favors of Vamos, I'm guessing.
No,
right
yeah,
now?
Vamos, that's
okay,
right.
what would Vamos take or have takes to take down the beast of Monster Vicious right now?
So I think, I don't want to sound like a broken record, man, but I think that they just have to play it a little bit cleaner, you know? They don't have to be the absolute most clean team that we'll see in the playoffs, but I think they just have to turn it on during crucial moments, because I feel like they are drafting well. They are really strong with the when they need to go for duels, especially in retro battles. They just have to make it cleaner.
I do have to agree with you right there, but we do have a quote from one of our English talents here in MPL Malaysia, Husky. After 2 days of playoffs, it feels refreshing to see heroes like Yu Zong return as priority picks and teams exploring options like Atlas, Sun, Estes, and more. I'm really enjoying the versatility in their drafts. For M7, I expect SRG OG to the podium, but I'm hoping our second representative can fight hard too. Our big brother has shown the way these past 2 years. Hopefully, that prepares whoever follows them to put up a strong fight.
I think that's fair enough. We have definitely seen a lot of flexibility in terms of drafting, in terms of hero picks. I actually want to see more. I do feel like there's certain lanes that are a little bit pigeonholed in terms of the heroes that can actually be picked up meta-wise, and I want to see expansions on that. And I also agree with Husky that SRG OG looks to be in podium state for M7, but we don't want them to be the only team from Malaysia that's actually showing up on the world stage, right? Whichever one of the other 3 teams here makes it through as our second ticket, I hope the best for them.
But before we begin our match, we do want to listen what are your thoughts on our fan talk zone right now. Former EVOS mid-laner clash between Bondles versus Klokun. Whose side are you on? A, Bondles, or B, Klokun with 7 unique heroes in MPL season 16 and Klokun with 8 unique hero in MPL MY. For me, Klokun, in terms of regular season wise, it's not that I'm not saying that he's not impressive, but his performance has been overshadowed by most likely from GB.
Yeah.
But come playoff, especially yesterday with the Valentina pick as well,
that's right.
I feel like there's a massive improvement from Klokun. Would you agree with me?
Definitely. I think regular season is definitely not a good record to look at Klokun, but the last 2 days of this playoffs, Klok is just great.
Let's welcome both of these teams and begin the match. Introducing our marshal that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We thank them for their hard work and their endless effort. That's Jasni, Abid, Nuna, and Moon is going to be our marshal for today.
Monster Vicious.
Breaking records with every step they take, holding the titles of Giant Slayers. Here comes Monster Vicious! They suffered a heavy defeat at the hands of SRG OG yesterday, but return with all of their strategies today. Can they keep their journey alive and overpower Vamos? It's
gonna be a do or die match for them. Can they take it? Can they take the victory to go up against the opponent?
Team Vamos.
With one previous international appearance, they try for a second. Hala Vamos! After a loss to CG Esports yesterday, they return today determined to rewrite their fate. In a do-or-die situation, can they turn that pressure into strength?
Halkut, Rome, Sun, Gold, Atlas. Will all of these heroes be the deciding factor for Team Vamos today? Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the mastermind behind every game, behind every strategy. For the side of Monster Vicious, Kenji, as well as Sora Payong. Meanwhile, for Team Vamos, it's going to be Pat Bat and Pat Atan that will ensure the best strategy will be used to fight off this most important match. It's going to be a do or die match for them to claim that lower bracket final spot. Let's keep it going with the fist bump between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. Remember, this is how we roll. This is gonna be the Malaysian sportsmanship.
One more chance for both these teams to move forward, but two matches stand in their way. They will not only have to take down their opponent here, but also prepare for facing CG Esports later on. For now, all focus is on this final best of 5 of the MPL MY playoffs. Will it be MV or Vamos who come out on top?
Before we even begin with the draft, we have to take a look at the team head-to-head between Monster Vicious and Team Vamos. So far, Wolf, looking at all of these statistics, what is the one key factor that, would you like to break up upon for both of these?
Yeah, I think it's more about the unique hero pool, right? 45 heroes for Team Vamos so far. And if you account of the fact that they have played the same amount of matches, but not the same amount of games, again, it tells us that Team Vamos really likes to experiment, or at least, show us different types of heroes. The thing that they also had a lot of total kills and a lot of total damage compared to Monster Vicious, it also speaks to us on how aggressive they are. And by the way, Team Vamos is also being coached by Coach Macbeth, which is a coach that won a championship in a global draft setting back in the MDL of Philippines, which means that this probably proves why he knows a lot of heroes. So he wants his players to play a lot of heroes.
Hence why we've been seeing a lot of those Sun goals, as well as the Halkut Rome, Atlas being picked up as well. But so far, this is going to be the map distribution win rate for both of these teams. 75% on Vamos at the dangerous grass map. Meanwhile, on expanding rivers, is heavily in the favors of Monster Vicious, 66.7%. So far, Sadafa, do you see any key factors on this map? Like, for instance, if this team gets this map, the chances of them winning is quite high.
I think that dangerous grass probably has the biggest difference here in favor of Vamos, since we already saw they have quite a high win rate there overall, and it supports their style of wanting to go for lots of skirmishes, lots of fighting, lots of ambush style gameplay. Monster Vicious is a bit more of a straight shot. They have a bunch of different styles they can play, but even with different compositions, they tend to gravitate towards 5v5 front-to-back team fight, right? So while that works for them, it does mean that the lack of variety there has allowed them to fall at the hands of other teams.
And that is when we talk about the random map draw, but I have to take into account in terms of draft. Do you think, Wolf, for the side of Monster Vicious, is it a priority for them to ban out the Sun? Because we see that how Vamos plays it really, really well, especially when Natco is using it.
Okay, that's a very, very good question, because I felt like during day one of the playoffs, where I was able to catch some of their games, their opponents banned the Sun against them in the second phase, and it worked. Now, there is really a chance for them to pick it up in the first phase. If you think about it, because you have 3 bans anyways in the first few weeks, I think, especially in the elimination round, you have to. I think at this time, you have to ban that Sun.
You do have to take into consideration of the Sun getting picked up by the side of Team Vamos as we jump into game number 1, where we shall begin with the random map draw. First of all, Is it gonna be the dangerous grass, or are we gonna go on a streak for the broken wall? So it's gonna be the dangerous grass. 75% win rate for Team Vamos. How will it fare when it comes to the draft? Monster Vicious is gonna get the benefit of the first pick, banning out the Hayabusa, the Yusachin, as well as the Halkut. Meanwhile, Vamos respecting the Fanny from Uni, banning him out or her out, Arlot, as well as the veteran right now. Very interesting.
This opens up the land slot now for MV. We do know that they can play the utility junglers in conjunction with the Kimi. So between the two heroes, I think it's a toss-up between Lancelot and Kimi as their priorities.
Like it's going to be the Lancelot here, locked in. First pick for MV. There are a few heroes that have been let through, including the Grok, which is one of Leonie's key picks. So I wonder if Vamos wants to actually contest that away. There's also the Eve, of course, which is a great combo for bundles as well. So let's see what angle Vamos wants to look at for game 1.
I feel like Gatot Kacha as well should be a prior as well. We did mention about Ruby in the match series number 1, where it has been banned out most of the time right now. But Vamos, maybe Gatot +1 here. Kimi is still there.
I think Gatot and Eve is their combo. And I've seen Clockun just win the matchup in the mid lane easily like that, but instead it's the Ruby and the Kimi.
I like the Ruby picked up. It's so flexible, right? You can put it anywhere in the lane, EXP, roam, and pull right now, so it gives a bit of a bigger question mark towards Monster Vicious right now. But how do they reply with this picked up?
Well, you pick up what we recommended earlier, which is Gatot Kacha and Eve as good combination. Together with those two heroes already have good synergy, and then combined with the Lancelot, it allows the Lancelot to freely hit. And I think that Eve also wins the matchup against this Kimi. And Eve also does not care that much against the Ruby. So I think that at least between Eve and Gatot, Eve should be a priority here for MV. And then they can pick up the Yu Zhong, which we know for sure is great versus the Kimi.
That is true. There's a lot of options for MV here. Let's see which of them they lock in. They go for the Grok Esme. Now that's interesting. Wow. We know that Leonie is good on Grok, so this makes sense. But passing up on the Eve to grab Esme in advance.
Very, very big question mark as well. Are they thinking of a different kind of mid laner for bundles? I know for a fact that I think Rosa of his is quite good as well. So I'm not too sure, are they going to opt to go for that kind of a high ground hero, someone like a Barca? But if they can take a look at Vamos right now, it's got to be the Joy for the third pick. So you still have a plethora of heroes. Lapu, Yu Zhong is still there for both sides, really.
And especially because now you're thinking about the sun, eventually. Although you will, we'll consider to ban it out. I really like the Joy pick here coming up from Vamos, because for MV, they have revealed this Esmeralda and this Grok, typically played in the roam role as well as the XP lane role, which means that you're not that scared anymore about lockdown. You're not scared of the Franco or the Kaja. You're not even scared of something like a Yu Zhong for MV. It can still be picked up, but it's not that threatening. This Joy will have a field day versus MV because there's not a lot of hard lockdown coming out from MV.
I do have to agree with you right there. I mean, supposedly Chibi should have a good time farming up, securing the neutral objective with the timing of retribution. But hey, you are going up against the Lancelot from Uni. What's up?
What is that written on his hand?
Oh, I think it's like I can't even see.
I can't really read.
I think it's like motivational words.
Yeah, it's usually stuff for them to like remind themselves, okay, what do I need to do? Or like stuff to keep their head in the game. It's quite common actually. A lot of players do it around here. So the Yu Zhong will finally get banned out, but surprisingly it is on MV's side instead. They are worried about Vamos having that first pick red side, and we already know this is most likely going to be a gold lane Ruby as well.
Yeah. With the Yu Zhong ban, they probably can pick up the Yu Zhong themselves, but because Vamos will pick first in the second phase, they just chose to ban that out because Yu Zhong is actually great versus Esmeralda lately. But now this brings us to the question, what will Gojes play? You cannot play the Hilda anymore because of the presence of the Esmeralda, although there is still a chance that they fourth pick the Hilda. It's not as easy as it looks. Now there is the Marsa ban from Vamos. Well done. Because that is a hero that could actually win in the mid lane.
For me personally, I feel like you could ban out the Yi, because Farsa you could deal with it you have a Ruby on your side, so even if she opens up the Fades, right, you can just don't run with king, or you can I'm offended her away. So I think a give could be a better ban, but hey, maybe Parkbat has a different idea right now. But when you talk about Gorgeous, I mean, there's still Lapu-Lapu is still within.
Lapu-Lapu.
You can still dive into the backline, but is it suitable enough? We shall see later on.
But the problem is you're facing the Esmeralda.
Yep, true.
And now if the CC is indeed gonna get banned here, it's gonna be difficult to think about the hero for Gorgeous. But I still can go for the Ruby, and then maybe Natko can pick up something like a Cho.
Yeah, there's still plenty of options here. They could go into even the Hilda. Gorgeous has played the Hilda. The Alice is still open. Lapu actually is still in the pool as well. So they're not short of EXP lane pickups. I'm just wondering what the plan is here. Because banning out the Farsa feels very specific, right? Eve is what Bundles is more known for. So are they grabbing a hero that's weaker to Farsa? Are they like thinking of going Uranus?
Maybe. You know, the thing with Lapu-Lapu, with Hilda, is that they're weak against Esmeralda. So I'm thinking Khalid actually for Vamos. But of course, the Gacha. How can we forget? They still have it. And the thing is, if MV decides to pick up the Eve, at least you still have that dive.
Yep.
With both the Joy as well as the Gacha, and then eventually the Ruby, it makes it so that the Eve might not be the best option here for MV. Kind of makes me think, maybe they just go Valentina instead.
I mean, there are a lot of good skills for the Valentina to steal. You do have the I'm offended, but right now, Lapu-Lapu is gonna get picked up for the side of Monster Vicious. Most likely gonna go towards the EXP side, and it's gonna be an Esme goal. Whilst Bundles right now, Valen, Lunox, but maybe Lunox is just too much farming right now.
I think Valentina, so you also prevent the Bane as well as the export glass pick for Vamos if that will be the case. I think Valentina, just having the Valentina will... Okay, they just go back to the...
Yeah.
Alright.
Stick with what works, stick with what you know your mid laner is going to be strong at, and this will give MV a very solid team fight composition. And it's not even wholly dependent on front to back as well, since they only have Eve as artillery, and she is capable of handling herself somewhat. The only thing they need to worry about is losing out on scaling, as Vamos has a pretty strong late game.
They need a physical damage here for Vamos. Maybe Cloud is a good hero for Natko, or
what about a 1-1?
A Benedetta. How about a Benedetta? Oh, pick up the
you know what? That makes a lot more sense.
An export, huh?
Yeah, that's why I felt like Valentina should have been the pick here for MV.
Right.
Because this export became really good for Vamos.
If they from the side of Monster Vision picked up the Valentina, I'm pretty sure the export would have not been picked up for Natko. But right now, without any IMU, so it's easy enough for Natko to build up a bit more tanky. You know, your immortalities, maybe an Ice Queen one at the same time, to just allow yourself to sustain a bit longer, and of course, provide a significant amount of damage to the opponent.
Well, we will see what happens here, because both these teams have brought their A-game in terms of the draft, sticking to comfort, sticking to heroes that they know will work and make sense for the current draft. Nothing too sus for now, but it is only going to be game number 1. Let's see which of these two teams will be able to set the foundation for themselves, because this is do or die. Loser goes home. Let's jump into the land of dawn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the do or die match between Monster Vicious as well as Team Vamos, securing the last slot for the lower bracket finals facing off CG later on.
To be fair, I think this is such a 50-50 draft in a way that it is going to be execution based. I would have favored Vamos' composition more just because of the fact that there is no actual threat to the Joy in this game, especially in the late game. But you still have to take note that MV can take over the game with this Eve as well as this Rock. Very strong in the first few turtle fights. Even when there's no legitimate lockdown onto Chibi, you still have to be careful in the first 3 turtles of the game.
You know, one more thing for sure is gonna be who's gonna be the one gonna destroy the Piraga armor of Natko right now, because in terms of burst capability, aren't that many. You have to rely on Uni, you have to rely on Bundles most likely to just poke him constantly trying to get the Piraga armor away. In terms of Amulet setup, Vamos or GT right now for the side of themselves, allowing them to move a bit more faster, hopefully to rotate much more faster.
Oh, we do know that Vamos likes to fight. They fight even when it's not really a smart thing to do. And speaking of, in the mid lane, nearly picking off Uni. Able to dash out just in time.
Getting out. This will be the first turtle of the fight that will ensue. Xborg versus the Esmeralda is actually very Xborg side, at least for me. However, since this is an Esmeralda, can actually just play it quietly. They're just to farm. That is a gold lane. Golden Esmeralda you have to think about.
Alright, I mean level 4 should be the main idea right now between both of these teams. Momo as well as Leone hits level 4, Gorgeous as well. This is gonna move towards, but Gorgeous is gonna get caught out.
Nice Landshaker, forcing the flicker out from Gorgeous. He's alive, but he's not really in a good state to fight for this turtle. Still gonna try it though. Here comes the charge in the back line! Leone! Blast GB and Gorgeous, and now the flames are burning through. Natko looking for some vengeance, finds a kill on Uni. Zorn picks up the turtle. The rest of Vamos are not in fighting shape. Flicker from Natko used. It is quite the trade there.
The good thing about that for Vamos is that for some reason Zorn gets the turtle for Vamos, but you saw how strong MV can be in the first 3 turtles of the game. The first turtle for certified favored them because of Leone's initiation, and you can see that through the instant replay. But I think I have to credit this W for MV from the Lapu Lapu because he was able to put Gorgeous very, very low. Him as well as Leone put Gorgeous to 50% HP. That's why Gorgeous was a little bit late when it comes to the turtle fight.
Bundles in a tough spot, gets taunted, but I don't think Zorn wants to push this. He's already used Revitalize.
I do like the setup from Monster Vicious and the follow-up at the same time. Chibi is trying to get a solo kill up against Bundles, forces the flicker away right now. Vamos as well as Monster Vicious doesn't necessarily have any significant lead after that first turtle. It's very even Stevens, very 50-50 as of now, but we can see the potential damage coming in from both sides. Vamos, especially with the last insanity from Natko. Meanwhile, Monster Vicious is just the amount of crowd control and layering of skill that they have with the Tectonic Charge as well as the RWM.
Yeah. It's slowly getting better for MV when it comes to how good the early game can be, especially because Uni is gonna have some farm, but the fact that they also are not controlling GB that much, look, GB is actually almost as the same gold as Uni. This is gonna be good. And also, Klokun is starting to ramp up. It's just 14, that's 4 minutes and 14 seconds into the game, and Klokun already has the glowing one. This is gonna be good versus the comp of MV, especially against Ruff, who is dependent on sustain.
Slowly but surely right now from both sides, building out towards their item as of now. Be it damaging item, be it a very defensive item as of now. Turtle number 2 has been spawned on the bot side. Looking at Ruff right now, trying to push in that bot side first of all. But Vamos is well and ready to start anything if anything kicks off.
So far, we're seeing good discipline from Vamos, making sure that everyone is nearby. MV also properly respecting their foe, especially Natko. He is going to do a lot of damage overall. Meanwhile, in backline, Ruff trying to find GB, does actually zone him out quite a bit. Leone takes a lot of damage. AOG cuts the fight now. RDLM comes out, but here's the last insanity. But the damage, the stacking CC from Leone might be a bit too much. Vamos has gone too far, but here comes the CC from Ruff. They still have damage. They still have people alive to fight. Gorgeous with the double kill. It's now 1v3 Ruff. He has HP, but it's slowly being whittled away as he is being juggled. It is a wipeout for Vamos.
A massive redemption coming out from Gorgeous. The second initiator coming out from Vamos, catching 3 members of MV. We can see through the instant replay, a great initiation coming out from the Grok, or a counter initiation at that. But then again, Zorn was able to pop the Revitalize, keeping himself a little bit alive there and buying enough time for Gorgeous to get back, land the stun onto 3 members of MV. And look at that footwork coming out from Klokun as well as Natko, outplaying Ruff. MV have lost that fight after a good initiation because of how Gorgeous was able to keep himself alive.
I mean, the fact that Vamos had the Ruby, had the Xbox at the same time, well and alive right there. A lot of crowd control came up from Gorgeous, allowing Natko to just burn away the bodies of Monster Vicious. And to top it off with the last Insanity, the moment I saw Natko was not taken care of, it felt like, okay, this is gonna be tough for Monster Vicious, even though he managed to secure that turtle right there. 7 and 5 in terms of kill, but Vamos with the kill, with the momentum that they had. In terms of lead, in terms of goal, it ain't that much.
It's not that much. Especially because Chibi died very early into the team fight. So I think this is still a pretty even game for both MV as well as Vamos. However, the real problem for MV that is gonna be an issue for the next few minutes right now is this Kimmy. They do have the Radiant Armor on Leone, which is gonna be good versus Clockwood. But the other members of MV might not have enough tools against this Kimmy. They have to look for the opening against Clockwood.
I think they have to be willing to dive for specific targets rather than just running at their foe. Both these teams have already made the mistakes of grouping up a little bit too hard, but Vamos does come out on top in those situations because they have more consistent AoE damage. Right now they're controlling things. Flicker tech charge into Gojas. He goes down. Turtle secured by Uni. AOG drops down as well. RWM locks him out. Electrifying beats used by Chibi to escape. But in the backline, Ruff has walked too far forward. Clockwood picks up killing spree. Nako gone with the armor. Has to flicker out. It is going to be quite the trade there.
Like what MV did right there, just focusing down on Gojas, knowing that he is the one guy that can turn things around with the I'm offended, with the don't run with him. So focusing single targetly on Gojas, allowing Monster Vicious to secure that second door.
Yeah. It's gonna be the third turtle, the important third turtle as well for MV, because that gives the momentum of the game back to their side. This will allow them to itemize up as well. They'll eventually get the second item onto Ruff, which I would assume is also another Radiant Armor or maybe a Dominance Ice, so that they can actually counter the Revitalized. Zorn, actually, he went for the Oracles, which is also understandable. More frontlining for this Esmeralda. This is what I feel like is, you need someone to play contact for MV. If you think about the Grok as well as the Lapu-Lapu, you want them to be the one to the second ones to be initiating for MV. You don't want them to front line for you, and that will allow them to have more chances of finding Clockwood in the end. So this is an important issue that they have to solve. What will be the proper items for Ruff?
I do have to agree with you right there. I mean, Oracle as well as the Enchanted Talisman, not tanky as of yet so far, can still be taken down by the likelihood of Clockwood, which currently are going to opt to go for that Skypiercer build. So Vamos should be more aggressive, allowing Clockwood to rank up more stacks of that Skypiercer.
How about that Grok? Grok's so rich. Already Tom Ice as well as Radiant Armor. Never mind what I said about the Esmeralda. The real tanky hero here is Leone. It is playing so well in the first 8 minutes of the game. Let's see what will happen to the First Lord.
There's a reason the Grok is his signature. So far, he has been the one responsible for setting up those tectonic charges. But unfortunately, MV is quite cooldown based. Once they've run out of their abilities, Vamos takes over the fight. So for Monster Vicious, they need to be able to close out skirmishes as soon as possible, or just find the right time to disengage. Oh, Traction Fall comes in. Here comes the tech charge once again. But the Tree Man, I'm offended from Gojas. AOG used by Zorn. Landshaker connects on 2. Clockwood in some danger. Momo finds the shutdown on the Kimmy. And out of one, Simon connects with 2 in the backline. Electrifying Beats comes in from Chibi in the flank. Last Insanity used as well. Another I'm offended pulls Momo back, and he goes down. Gojas trying to CC them for as long as possible, but Chibi finds himself in no man's land, and Bundles picks up the kill.
It does not help that Damos are so separated from each other. They really have to group up. They have to take advantage of the AoE from the Xborg as well as the Rupee. And this time, we were talking about how important Clockwood is, and we have found the opening. It's because of the item power spec that they had.
Right now, Lord trying to be taken away by Monster Vicious, but Vamos is not gonna let it slide right now.
Leone is taking a lot of damage from Nako, but he's also buying time. Uni goes down to Gojas! That's a mistake, he stayed for too long. Zorn picks up the Lord! Last Insanity doesn't get the kill on Leone, but Ruff has been abandoned in the river, so Gojas will get that kill. MV was just too scattered.
Oh,
I'm not too sure about that, Chief. Nako will go down to the hands of Momo, but I mean, the damage has been done. Vamos, what a pick off trying to get Uni right there. I'm not too sure what happened right there, but that was a costly mistake by Monster Vicious.
Oh my god, they don't need Chibi apparently. But I really like the shotgun coming out from Vamos, because Natko eventually was able to get his Paraga armor back, so he knew that he can actually mind fight against MV. Gold just felt like all he needed to do was wait for Uni to have very, very low health for him to go in and actually land a good initiation.
on to Uni, eventually taking out the jungler of MV. And then Zord, for some reason, gets the first turtle, and now the first lord of the game.
Hey, you don't know, but someone likes to play a lot of jungle in his spare time. That's why he can play Fanny. And so he just lives up to that. You don't need Red Tree to take the objective when your junglers are doing something funny elsewhere. That was a really weird call by Uni. He usually plays a lot. Say, oh, Flicker tech charge. They find Gorgeous. AOG comes in though, cuts things off. RWM comes out. I'm offended, catches two, but it's tanky ones on the side of MV. Raging Slash goes forward, but nice dash away, gets him out. And now his last Insanity diving into the backline. Leonie's gonna be the first one down, but Vamos is dropping very low on HP. Fire Stakes pulls them into the taunt. Momo goes down. Ruff just barely gets out. The damage is no longer there. Vamos have come out on top in this one.
That's a very, very good... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. It's not over yet. Right now, Zord.
Oh, they're still chasing them down and they find Zord. Look at Uni. He wants some revenge for what happened earlier. It's a double kill for the Lancelot. But here comes Chibi from behind. Electrifying beats on top of Ruff. Uni comes in from the flank. But the Flicker left Insanity blows him up. Bundles now left all by his lonesome. He was slowly burned to death. But Chibi also ends up going down.
Okay. Good job, Gorgeous, actually stopping Ruff from chasing down Natko. He's actually low during that time. But Ruff was actually able to outplay Chibi. Unfortunately, this joy coming out from Vamos has not seen any good opening just yet. 1, 4, and 6. But everybody from Vamos is just picking up the slack, the spacing, the isolation, the ping pong that they're playing here for Vamos, the rally that they're doing between the members is just so amazing to watch. Look at them going in and out of the fight with Natko just landing the last Insanity at the right moment. Look at the spacing, look at this. Somebody goes in, somebody goes out. Zorn, good taunt, and now Kokun dealing the damage. Zorn gets out. They will try to outplay Uni, but Uni also is popping up right now as well as Ruff. But then again, the entirety of Vamos, they will just get back to the fight. Gorgeous have healed up to full. He will be back into the fray. Natko able to get out of Ruff's grasp. And then Chibi getting out right here. But in comes the next Lord.
That replay was so long. The next Lord has respawned.
It's not even an instant replay.
These two teams are brawling so much. And I had a feeling this was going to happen. But man, it's another thing to see it. Lord down to half HP, Natko in control. He sees Leonie. Ruff is behind though. The Vamos have to care about their flank. Chibi has to clear wave up top as well. So the angle is very awkward right now for Vamos.
I think for the side of Monster Vicious, the idea would still be the same. If Gorgeous is found being out of position, most likely Monster Vicious will be jumping on Gorgeous. Because for now, Natko is basically untouchable with the Piraga armor, with the immortality as well. So you won't want to focus on him down.
Flicker tech charge once again into the RWM. Gorgeous drops low. He's able to get out revitalized. Keeps the rest alive. Last Insanity comes in. Vamos is burning down MV. And Ruff realizes, oh no, my team is all dead. I have come too far. It's a triple kill for Clarkwood.
And the scaling from Vamos has kicked in. Despite a great initiation coming out from Leonie, it seems like his teammates weren't ready for that one. Uni was actually there to jump in, but the instant stun coming out from both Zorn as well as Gorgeous running away actually allowed Vamos to take down Uni. And of course, Klokun just the right place at the right time, dealing the damage that they've needed. And Vamos are now wiping the floor.
Ooh, Natko dives in with the last Sanity. Bundles will be able to back up to heal, and the rest of MV is respawning, so they won't end the game yet. But they will have Lord pushing for them soon.
Well, I did mention about how Monster Vicious most likely will be trying to focus down on Gorgeous, and they did. It's just a matter of they did not have the damage enough to kill off Gorgeous, allowing him to run away. Life still back up, and at the same time, when you are too focused on Gorgeous, Natko is just gonna burn you away with the flamethrower as well as with the last Insanity at the same time.
Yeah. It's still not done just yet. There is decent defense coming out from MP, but they are short range, so Vamos can take advantage of this. It's gonna be up to how Gorgeous will be able to punish them with this. Because MP needs to get up close and personal. They can be countered by the Ruby.
Well, here comes the Lord. It's pushing in mid. Vamos gonna focus on the bot tower first. Leonie holding the Lord in place, doing a good job of melting it down. It collides with the crystal, but will eventually go down, and Vamos has actually taken quite a lot of poke damage here. The minion wave being cleared up as well, with Ruff holding top lane all by himself. An excellent base defense by Monster Vicious.
I mean, just holding on to whatever they can right now. Monster Vicious don't want to let this go. Although the goal lead are in the favors of Vamos, and they do have the momentum right now. Concealed from Zon right now.
The wall comes out, Gojus is behind, tech charge on 2, pops the Virgo armor instantly. Ardell M gonna be used as well. Chibi not able to find the angle from the flank, only ends up doing the damage on Leone. Gojus will go down, Uni dives deep, he's able to dash back out. Vamos going to need to make a hasty retreat here. MV trying to chase them down, but not sure they can make up the distance.
What a Lancelot player, Uni. Although his record is 5-5-3, that specific clash, without his aggression, there will not be any kill for MV, and he knew his limits, was able to get out of the danger zone. It's not yet over for Monster Vicious because their players are relentless, and now they're controlling the map. Ruff, split pushing up top, in the middle, those are 3 members of MV. They want to push the back door play, coming out from Ruff.
Ooh, Natko's kind of isolated here, has to flicker out. Does keep his immortality, but that tier 1 mid will fall.
Slowly but surely right now, the dominance of Vamos with the scaling of Kimi is being taken care of as we approach the 18-minute mark. Monster Vicious themselves to have a good itemization to deal good amount of damage towards the opponent. All it takes is Leone's setup, it's Leone's tectonic charge. If he can land it once again and the follow-up is there to perfection, I'm pretty sure Monster Vicious can get a few kills before next squad commence on the top side. Ruff.
They found Ruff pushing on his own. He has to flicker away to get out of the taunt range. Does actually manage to make that escape, with the rest of his team here to escort him out of that.
Gotta get out of there. And it seems like the Lord Dance is gonna pay for Vamos a little bit because of the fact that the bottom lane wave is naturally gonna push. That's the long lane in favor of Vamos.
We're now looking at the 18-minute Lord. This is now going to be a pretty tough objective to take down and contest. MV's in position. I don't know if Vamos knows Momo is back there, but they will spot him now. They're still in control. Ruff coming in from the riverside. Natko by the tri-brush, zoning out Momo. Lord gonna be reset.
It's very, very tough right now. Monster Vicious as well as Vamos. They are commencing the Lord Dance. They are trying to focus down on Gorgeous. Will they get it?
Full committing. I'm offended. Onto the Grok. Cancels out the potential engagement. Gorgeous is alive. AOG comes in. Flickered away from. Electrifying Beats comes through. And Nako is coming to join the fight as well. They split the fight in half. Deck Charge comes in. Tree-Man falling. Star Moon. But is the damage there enough? Vondos has to stay super far back. Last Insanity comes out. Viraga armor is gone. Gorgeous not able to find one more pull on Uni. After everything, there are no kills here.
They are just too tanky right now, Wolf. Too darn tanky.
And the spacing coming up from Vamos is so good as well. Leone, although he managed to land, what was that, 3-man, 5-man tech charge? There wasn't any follow-up. The Clockwood also surviving the jump coming up from Ruff was clutch for Vamos.
Alright, Monster Vicious right now. They do have some ultimates back up, except for Leone's tectonic charge. Meanwhile, Vamos only EOG up. EOG is there back on the line, so they can push the envelope right now.
Here comes the Traction Pulse. Vamos is trying to dive straight into this. Last Insanity gonna be used as well. Doesn't really hit anyone, unfortunately, but the Turtle Pit, there's a big fight happening. Bundle's in trouble. Pops Immortality. Clockman finds the Mega Kill on top of Leone. Momo gonna be burned down inside the pit. The fight is completely split in half, but Uni does find the kill onto Chibi. Momo lands the Landshaker, keeps himself alive for a little while longer while Ruff is buying time in the backline, but Gojus is healing out so much, and Clockman is unstoppable. Somehow, in the midst of everything, Zorn picks up a double kill, and Last Insanity comes out. Uni is gonna drop down with the immortality still intact, but it is going to be a 1v4 defense. Vamos have a chance to end this right now. Uni needs to clear the minion wave. Does he have enough damage? He does not. He's trying his best, but Vamos will finally close out game number 1.
And Wolf did mention about the spacing, how Vamos spaced them out upon team fights, and that is the most crucial part of how Vamos won that game. It allows that the damage is being distributed, not just on one single target, it's among themselves at the same time.
There's so many MVPs performances during that last clash, but I would like to put some focus onto Natko as the X-Borg. I think the way that his decision making works, the way that he is thinking, about the team fight. The way he positions himself and chooses his targets is just amazing to watch. He's the sole reason why Uni was actually taken care of, and I think that there is a lot of threat when it comes to Natco's decision making.
I mean, as long as Natco is still alive for the side of Vamos, you know that the damage is still there. You know that there's somewhat of a crowd control is still there as well. Burning the bodies of Monster Vicious, and to top things off with the last Insanity to push everyone away from one particular spot. But that team fight, that skirmishes, not gonna lie, it was not the cleanest of team fight. It was broken down to many different parts, many different areas. But props to Vamos, they kept it in check. They are still within each other's head, and they know that what are they trying to do, even though they are far apart.
It came to a point where the Joy, which should be the centerpiece here for Vamos, just became a bait in essence. It was the first one to fall, but because of him falling, there were so many commitments from the side of MV. And what happened was everybody was just, taking him down.
I mean, our MVP of the game gotta be Natco with that amazing export gameplay. But this is the biggest advantage that we talked about earlier on. When you have an EXP laner or an ex-EXP laner as a player coming into your team as a good laner right now, where the patch right now is the fighter patch, you're gonna shine at the most so far.
A front-to-back triple frontline comp is basically the perfect place for Xborg to shine, and I think Monster Vicious just forgot about that in their draft, unfortunately. Vamos did not, so it was a perfect last pick. It was exactly what they needed. It has all the damage needed to slow fights, to take fights, to burn down the tanky units slowly, and you pair that up along with Akemi as well, and once you hit the late game, MV just doesn't have enough in the tank.
There's so much that Natco was able to achieve for the team, and the contributions were just so immaculate. The fact that he was able to threaten a Lancelot, it's rare to see an Xborg threatening a Lancelot. But it's mainly because of how he utilizes his teammates. Again, in the last clash, GB was more of a bait for Vamos, where MV was dialed down to take out that Joy, and they were successful in doing so, but because of that, they compromised their position. They allowed Natco to just stack up the damage and then eventually take them out with stellar gameplay coming out from this Xborg.
I don't know what is it about Joy and Malaysian teams so far. Even Skies did not had a good time with it as well. Lost the game, if I'm not mistaken, up against CG early on, and right now Chibi as well, 1 of 5. I mean, only 1 kill, 5 deaths, but hey, it does not matter. As long as I win the game, as long as at the end of the game I did enough, even if I was the bait, it's okay. And that is what Chibi did so far throughout this game. I mean, when you have players like Natco, Zon with the Revitalize, and Sudafadi mentioned Clockun, if no one is focusing down on this Kimi, he can just basically basic attack on the backside as well as the Stardom Beam and the Traction Pulse to just catch out the opponent of Monster Vicious.
What I'm liking about how Zorn is playing so far the entire playoffs is I've seen him play for 3 days now. I think he is so reliable. It seems like him being the veteran here in MPL Malaysia, and he showed a lot of growth when it comes to his maturity. Gone were the days where the Zorn, the super aggressive, misplaced Zorn is there. It's gone. I am not seeing it for the past 3 days. Zorn has been nothing but reliable today.
It's because he stopped playing Show.
I guess.
Basically.
There is also another factor of maybe recently becoming a father as well. You know, you have to rely on a father figure right now. So he's like the father figure of Vamos team right now.
That's true.
So you have to rely on him, and he has to be relied upon, and he has been delivering it from day number 1 for our playoffs right now. And Gorgeous, gotta mention as well, a lot of good Don't Run Wolf King, I'm Offended, and Just Be a Nuisance towards Monster Vicious with the Don't Run Wolf King. It allows, or to be fair, it does not allow Monster Vicious to run anywhere else. Raf being stopped upon his track, not managing to get a kill up against the opponent's side. But funny enough, looking at the rich guy, the carry, and the sandbag is gonna be the side of Monster Vicious with Uni, Pondles, and Raf. And Son is the reliable, is gonna be our best wingman with 15 total assists.
Able to, I think the Ganot catch-up playstyle coming out from Zorn is very...
for lack of a better term, I would say it's really like a father figure. You know, he's taking care of his teammates.
Yes, taking care of his
He's
teammates.
feeling for his teammates. I mean, obviously that's how you play the gatot catch up. But I think that this is just there's so much discipline from Zord. The fact that he is on top of his teammates for the revitalize when it comes to initiations coming out from the Grok. I think that's super crucial for Vamos because because that what is allowed them to counter initiate afterwards.
I mean, I would say like the start of Vamos, if Chibi had a better game in terms of KDA, we could have seen a much more aggressive Vamos. But to be fair, Chibi did what he could, although he did not achieve the power spike that he wanted early on. It's okay for me to be a bit, as long as Natco is allowed to use the last insanity, as long as because they do have another secondary damage dealer that is going to be the Clockwood with the Kimi on the backside. So once again, if I'm the bait, if I have to die for my team, as long as they get the victory, as long as they get the wipeout, Chibi is willingly enough to sacrifice himself.
Does make me wonder why teams are still prioritizing the Joy so early though. We are seeing a lot of examples where the hero just doesn't do well in this heavy sustained frontline meta. Even Skies ended up losing a game when he was on the Joy earlier, so I don't really know why you would try to go for this so early on. It worked out here because he could act as bait, but typically you don't want your assassin jungler to be bait.
The first turtle already, that gold laner Natco was there, and another good initiation or counter initiation coming out from Natco with the last insanity. Every time that this happens, Chibi is just the bait. Gorgeous to score the 3-man stun, and the juggling between Clockun as well as Natco. It's like a ping pong rally, badminton rally. In fact, I'm seeing here between the two players where they are just passing the shuttle around. However, because of this, again, the revitalize available for Vamos, they were able to counteract what MV was trying to do. It's just always going to be the case for Vamos because Zorn is always reliable all throughout the game.
I mean, if only Monster Vicious had a bit more damaging itemization of heroes at the same time, it could have been a different case because there are a few instances that Dione got very, very good initiation, but the lacking of damage hurt Monster Vicious the most. But it's okay, it's just only game number 1. We still have game number 2 later on. But right now, we gotta head it over to Poji with his very own segment. Let's go.
Terima kasih panel-panel yang handsome kacak bergaya. Anda bersama saya Poji. Dan pada hari ini saya nak perkenalkan kepada anda mungkin yang belum tahu ataupun yang sudah tahu, ini adalah Ferry, sebahagian daripada keluarga MPL Malaysia daripada musim yang ke-14. Mereka bawa semangat kesukanan, mereka juga bawa mood dan juga vibe orang-orang muda. Tetapi hari ini sedikit lain ceritanya bila mana mereka menganjurkan sebuah permainan yang bermula daripada My Town Ceras hari itu dan kini bersambung sampai ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 playoff ni. Mereka mencari 3 orang pemenang untuk dibawa pergi ke pentas M7. Bukan sahaja tim yang nak pergi M7, fan pun kita akan bawa. Yang menariknya, mereka hanya perlu main game sahaja. Rugi kalau korang tak datang. Jadi mereka sekarang ni tengah main game sekarang. Jom rapat sikit kita tengok apa yang tengah berlaku dekat belakang. Okey, mereka kena main 1 lawan 1. Tak apa sebab kita special, kita masuk. Let's go, jom kita kacau. Jadi hari ini sebenarnya adalah penentuan hari yang terakhir untuk tengok siapakah yang bakal menjadi 3 orang wakil Malaysia untuk menjadi pemenang. Hey, hi Mama Jess. How are you? Hello, look at camera.
Hi guys.
Okay, actually apa yang tengah jadi sekarang ni?
Kita adakan PVP 1v1 untuk menang tiket ke M7. So you can go M7 by ferries 3 hari 2 malam. Included flight, included hotel dengan grand final ticket.
Free?
Free.
Rugi kan siapa yang tak datang?
Betul, rugi.
Okay, nampak tu. Kat sini kita dah tulis nampak. Congratulations, tiket to M7 Challenge winner. M7 final 1 hari, tiket 3 hari 2 malam. Duduk dekat hotel. Bukan Oyo, 1 kali flight tiket. Takkanlah korang tak nak datang. Tapi kalau korang nak datang lagi, boleh saja datang. Tapi tak lupa juga kalau kata anda yang berada di rumah dan juga berada dekat venue pada hari ini kan, sesiapa sahaja yang nak dapat diamond tambahan untuk Mobile Legend, cuma perlu download sahaja app. Apa nama app ni?
Very Games. So korang boleh download bukan Moonton pula. MLBB MPL Malaysia dah post banyak kali ada QR untuk Android dengan iOS. Korang boleh download through the live stream saja. Ataupun yang orang yang berada di pentas ini, nanti dia akan muncul QR, korang scan saja.
Jadi itu saja daripada pentas Ferry. Kau tengok di sini tak? Ferry game sebelah kita je weh. Inilah QR-nya, download apps, dapat diamond. Semudah ABC 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much Mama Jess. Jadi kepada anda yang berada di rumah nak datang, nak plan ataupun nak tengok apa yang bakal berlaku, siapakah 3 orang yang bertuah, kita akan umumkan petang ini. Segala-galanya bakal terjawab, bakal dirungkai untuk menjadi pemenangnya. 3 orang akan dibawa ke Indonesia, Jakarta, pergi ke pentas M7. Maka dengan itu, kita berehat sebentar bagi memberi ruang untuk solat Zuhur. Silakan pergi berehat. Let's go.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
100 plus 0. Cuba, try, chase, 100 plus 0. Hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division.
Alright, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16 Playoffs Day number 3, where currently the scoreline Vamos is 1, meanwhile Monster Vicious is still trying to find their ways back into the game, game number 2. But right now we do have the result from the fan talk zone that we asked for your opinion just now. Okay. That's a big
Wow.
difference.
That's a big margin. That's a bigger
87% Clockun right now. Both former Evo's mid laners so far. But when we talk about differences, right, between Clockun and Bondles, do you see any big differences in terms of hero pool, or maybe their habits or the characteristics of both of these mid lanes?
I guess when it comes to hero pool, because the mid lane is just so cramped when it comes to the hero pool that there's really no difference between the two of them. But I think for Clockwood, it's just more reliable. I think we've seen many games where Clockwood just has 0 or 1 or even just 2 deaths because of the way that he positions himself. And I think Clockwood is more of a carry type mid laner in a way that you can rely on him to output the damage almost game in, game out.
Interesting. I feel like I have a different observation actually. I feel like it's the other way around, where Bondles likes to play more as a core position, right? That's why he tends to play heroes like Eve, Varsa, Kimi, and wants to dish out the damage. He positions safely as more of a backline core type, whereas I feel like Clockun plays more utility. Like he does what is necessary for his team, whether that is damage or protection.
For now, let's take a deeper look at the player quote from Zorn. We want to be champions. We've been in the second place position for far too long. Our dream isn't just to reach M7, but to win MPL, because some of us have never experienced becoming MPL champions. I promise we will do better than yesterday. No matter the outcome, we've already given our best for our supporters. I do have to agree, in terms of their own gameplay, yes, they have given their best, but of course, as true supporters, you would want nothing but the best for your teams. And for the side of Vamos, it's not just to secure the M7 slot, but to try their best to win MPL Malaysia itself. He did also mention that, you know, some of them have not experienced it winning an MPL, but for Zon, in his own defense, he have won it twice, so he wants to share that feeling for his team.
That's right. Well. It is a very important feeling to be able to come out on top as MPL champion, to be able to enter the international stage with the expectations of your entire region behind you. And Zorn wants to be able to share that, right, with some of his teammates who have played together with him for quite a while at this point. And I do think that their gameplay today so far looks a little better than yesterday, but a lot of that was carried by just having a good draft. Will they be able to keep that going?
I'm sure that they can. This is elimination match. You gotta have to be prepared. So I think that even when we have some criticism about the Joy pick, I think that Vamos drafted it in a good manner. Like I said, there is just the Grok and Esmeralda that was picked up by MV, and then Lancelot they gave up. So when it comes to like the draft pattern, Vamos have picked it up properly, I would say. Let's see if the same pattern goes. I think that we're seeing the same trend when it comes to the bans.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Monster Vicious, going to be banned out the Halkert Joy, as well as the Yeast and Shin. Lancelot is still open for picked up, unless it's going to be banned out by Vamos, whom already themselves banning out the Fanny as well as the Arla. For instance, let's say they ban out the Lancelot, then you open things like the Kimi, the Grok to be picked up as a first pick, and you allow yourself become like a Gatot Kacha, again the Kimi, again the Zuxin, or the Yif that for me personally it's a very strong hero, but of course you do have to synergize well with the team.
So in this scenario, MV will pick up the Lancelot once again because that's literally what they did in the first game. But this time, because of the Joy being banned, Hayabusa is open. So that should be the third pick here for Vamos. I would assume this is like Kimi and Ruby once again from Vamos. And the changes should be from MV side. They might not go for Grok and Esmeralda. Maybe Grok and maybe Grok Yuzong actually instead of the Grok Esme.
I feel like Gacha as well could be a good option here. We've seen how Zorn fares very well with the Gacha plus the Revitalize, knowing when to pop it off to be able to save his own teammates. And we did mention also how they space out really well between one another. So the Gacha is gonna get picked up.
Kimi Gacha.
Yeah, alongside with the Kimi.
Yeah.
So not going for the Ruby early this time around, which means that MV could maybe steal it for themselves if they're so inclined. Would work fairly okay with their composition.
With the Lancelot, most likely they won't go for an Ube strat.
Yeah, they won't. They would pick up the Lancelot anyways. So this should be Eve Grok, I think, or Yuzong Grok. What I feel like they're gonna be picking. However, there's a threat of the Esmeralda that can be picked up by Vamos. However, if you think about it, Vamos, I think it's guaranteed that they will pick up the Hayabusa third pick anyways. So I think it's much better to pick up Grok here. So yeah, Grok X-Borg.
Wow. Very early X-Borg by Monster Visions right now. And knowing Vamos, they can still kind of opt to go for the Valentina and push the Kimi onwards to the gold lane if they ever so want to. But for the third pick, most likely, as Wolf mentioned, I do have to agree, most likely Hayabusa should be picked up here, unless it's, if not, it's going to get banned out immediately. Hence why Hayabusa is going to be the third pick for the side of Vamos. So I feel like a very strong opener for both teams. Leaning towards Vamos, you have covered a lot of sectors right now. You have your crowd control from the Gacha, you have your physical damager, and you have your magical damager.
I wonder if Vamos will ban out Hilda or will they pick that up for themselves? Because there's also the threat of a Granger for Vamos. I feel like you want to go for a long range here rather than a fighter against this X-Borg. And Vamos has the benefit of the last pick, so they might force pick the Goges hero for Vamos. That being probably Hilda. Or Yuzong for themselves.
Yeah, I think so as well. You need an EXP laner that does have some solid enough burst so that you can actually threaten the X-Borg, so that takes heroes like Alice Uranus out the table and leans you more towards Yuzong. Now, one option Vamos could consider if they have the hero pool for it is to shift Kimi into gold and then go for Valentina, because there are very good ultimates to seal on MV right now. It literally won CG the game against SRG earlier against the X-Borg.
If Valentina are the considerations here for the bans for Vamos, with of course Eve being the best option for them to ban. They banned a different hero earlier. I think they banned was it Khalid or?
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise.
So they banned the CC.
Once again, CC being left up until the fifth ban. Ruby is still up for grabs right now.
Gorgeous. But I do feel like they want to pick up the Hilda. If MV bans out the... They should ban the Granger here, I feel like. Because they already committed with the ban on the Harith. Why not just ban both of the valid gold laners in here?
True. I don't have anything against that, but would Monster Vicious are in line with what we're talking right now for the last ban. Right now, Vamos still have a plethora of options to go with for their gold lead fight, and it's gonna be Yuzong being banned out.
Okay.
Ruby, Khalid is still there. Lapu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Lapu is still there as well.
But I feel like for Gorgeous, it's just between Ruby and Hilda. The strength of the Hilda is that you have their front line. You have double Revitalize if you want to help your teammates. Another option is the Hylos, of course, but I don't see Gorgeous playing that. Ruby is always an option for Gorgeous, especially up against the Lancelot. So I think they will just choose between two heroes. And then last pick their gold laner for Natco, because they also have a choice to go for a Granger last pick if they want to.
Yeah. The think Vamos just straight up needs damage, unfortunately. Ruby had a hard time against Xborg previously. I don't really know if it's the best one to go for. They do actually stiff the Kimmy. Valentina gonna be locked in.
Yeah. They steal it away from Klokun. From Bundles, I mean. So what do we pick up now against a Valentina?
It's
Eve, maybe? But it's not the best. Kagura, perhaps. Ooh. They still pick it up. And also Selena. Selena's good with the Grok. Could also amplify the farming speed for the Lancelot.
It's very tough right now because a lot of good ultimates are already there for the side of Monster Vicious. Did the non-charge and last Insanity at the same time. You will opt to go for someone like a burst to just take her away from the fight, and the burst is gonna be Lunox. For bundles, very item reliant with the two heroes that they picked up right now, the Lunox as well as the Lancelot.
Somehow we forgot about the Lunox here. Also a hero that doesn't get
the Ruby.
Ooh, so the Ruby does get picked up at the very end. Now, Klokun has already proven that he is capable of playing the Valentina and doing a good job of stealing away the last Insanity. And Vamos' comp is a little less vulnerable to Xborg since they do actually have quite a lot of burst, but it does still require a solid enough execution.
I mean, the draft has been said and done for both of these teams right now as we gonna be jumping into game number 2. Wolf, any early prediction of what's gonna happen right now?
I really like the composition that Damas was able to put up. And my prediction is that the first turtle will be the most crucial one, and I think that the advantage is on the side of Vamos in that regard because they have the Hayabusa. They also, but then again, if you think about the Grok.
Okay.
So this is gonna be tricky because I feel like the Lunox is weak when it comes to like the mid lane, but with the help of the Grok, maybe they can have a much better mid lane, which then translates to them winning the first turtle. So my bold prediction here is Vamos will somehow win the first turtle fight and then take over the game.
That seems a little vague. Vamos will somehow take over the first
because
turtle.
I think the easier prediction is for the Grok to win the first turtle. The team with the Grok. It's
okay.
So they have Lapu-Lapu and Grok. Very, very strong in the first turtle. And they also have the Lancelot. And I guess the unlikely turnout for that is for the Hayabusa with the Gatotkacha and the Valentina to actually win the first turtle. So if you remember in the first game, they stopped Gojes from getting into the first turtle. That might happen once again in this game. So yeah, I know that whatever I said is just weird, but here's my quick summary of it. The easier first turtle is for Monster Vicious with the Grok as well as the Lapu-Lapu, and the unlikely way for the first turtle to end up is for Team Vamos to somehow win it. I don't know how they can do it. Like, Zorn,
Fair enough,
getting the first
honestly.
turtle for some reason. Yeah, something weird like that.
I mean, you do have to remember that Valentina could steal the last Insanity away and set things up.
That's also true.
For the side of Vamos, right? As right now we gotta jump into game number 2. Land of Dawn is the name of the place right now. Monster Vicious going up against Team Vamos, where Team Vamos have already won game number 1. Sadafa, do you think the early game is much in the favors of Monster Vicious as they do have set up someone like a Grok with models to be followed up as well as the Lapu-Lapu?
I don't think either team is capable of doing anything until we hit level 4 at least, because we're very ultimate dependent on both sides, and the cores do actually need some form of itemization. I think the one who can probably start doing things the fastest is going to be the junglers, so we might need to keep an eye on Uni and Chibi.
Yeah, and Vamos obviously need to secure their early game. They have done a great job taking the Little Wonder and actually calling Gojes to contest this Rock Orsa. Obviously, Uni will still get it, but the fact that Gojes is not being held into that lane by Momo is already a good sign for Vamos.
I mean, as taking a look at the ambulance right there, nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Of course, Festival of Blood is going to be the main idea for Ruff as well as Momo, allowing them to get a bit more spell damage to be able to sustain it even further as this game progresses.
You know what? I think the reason why Vamos were hardly committing onto this Valentina fourth pick for their team is because you're not only looking at the last insanity, you're also looking at the tech charge, which I think is going to be the easier ultimate to copy in the first turtle fight. Leone was great, but again, a Valentina with a tectonic charge, formerly known as the wild charge, is already a very strong ultimate to copy.
Then you do have another follow-up with Doran Wolf King, or I'm offended from Dodgers as well. So another layer of crowd control can be laid upon the Monster Vicious if they are not careful. And we did not even mention about the Augie Shadow Kill or the Avatar of the Guardian coming in from Zon right now as the first turtle has spawned on the bot side. MV has fire right now.
Instantly jumps into the Tri-Brush just to make sure no one is in there. Chibi comes through. Leone secures the turtle into the two-man tech charge. Passes Chibi off of the quad shadow. I'm offended. Lands on Momo. Pulls in Leone as well. Here comes the last insanity stolen. Both last insanities going to be used at once, but Clockhood is now way too deep. AOG comes in, finishes off Momo and Uni at the same time. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Oh my goodness. Hard commitment coming in from Clockhood. He walked up top just to make sure that he copies Ruff, the gold lane, away from the turtle. That's how hard they wanted to commit, but Leone gets the turtle. Vamos though, Ruff in trouble.
Bundles to save him. Natko would have gotten that kill, but he wasn't given the time to do so.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events right there for Natko. He missed the Stardom Beam right there. If he had gotten that Stardom Beam, most likely he would have gotten that kill against Fluff, but very fast rotation coming in from Monster Vicious right there to get a kill onwards to Natko. So Monster Vicious moving on really well in the first few stages of this game. Almost a 1k goal lead upon the 3-minute mark, but Vamos is just gonna farm away because the main idea right now is gonna have to be Chibi and allowing him to snowball at least a little bit in this game.
If they can get that, it would be good. Vamos already going to be slightly behind thanks to those earlier exchanges, and now even more so with the two-man gank onto Goges.
No. Now they want to fight Chibi. Oh, Leone. Leone's a little bit safe here. The tech charge now being copied, actually.
Ogi Shadow Kill finishes him off, but the traction pulse. Oh my goodness! Point blank stolen tech charge. First bundles.
Oh no, bundles should not have done that. The fact that Leone already forced out the ultimate from Clockhood and actually a lot of resources, he shouldn't have tried to help because they already knew that the tech charge was copied by the Valentina.
Sometimes you just want to be the nice guy.
Exactly.
But sometimes you don't need to be the nice guy.
You don't need to do it.
Just back away right there. But it allowed the copied tectonic charge dealt upon the Monster Vicious right now. 444 in terms of kill and goal lead. What was a 600-700 goal lead? Right now, Monster Vicious are in a pinnacle.
Flicker tech charge onto Goges. Once again, Landshaker just finishes him off instantly. Traction pulse comes through, only locks in one. The wall blocks off the rest of Vamos. Chibi looking to enter. Ogi Shadow Kill finishes off Momo. Drops Leone low as well. Natko will be able to finish him off. Turtle dropping to 30%. They find bundles as well. Force out the brilliant. Chibi secures the turtle. Zoran still surviving. AOG going to be cancelled. Unfortunately, he goes down. But Natko has successfully chased bundles down. It's a double kill for the Kimi as he chases him between the tier 1s and 2. They're still going as well. Chibi nearly finishing off Uni.
It's gonna be exchange of last insanities, but they'll get out. Oh no, Ruff in trouble!
Ruff, what are you doing, sir? He goes down. Completely whiffed. And Momo decides not to commit the Raging Slash to finish off Chibi.
This is bad for Monster Vicious. It's very scrappy right now, Wolf.
Super scrappy.
As we take a deeper look at the instant replay right now.
Yeah, Goges gone upon by MV. Great start again from Leone. But then, Vamos just overwhelmed them with damage. Look at the box coming up from MV. They are separated from each other. Vamos sliced them in half, and of course, Natko was just so good with this hero. Going in for the flicker after display. You can see him just outplaying bundles.
Natko right now. It's safe to say what I was hoping for a snowball for Chibi, but it's not going to be towards Chibi. It's going to be for Natko now. 4, 1, and 3. for the Kimi, and it's just gonna fast forward things up in terms of item progression.
So far, this gold laner from Vamos has been consistently good. Game 1 and game number 2, providing a lot of damage for his team. And the target selection is there. Leone once again picking up the Radiant Armor just like in the previous game, but this time it's going to be more effective. The pressure is on Chibi now for Vamos, despite, them leading by a lot. This is not like in the previous game where his teammates can actually help him out. This time he needs to make something happen. So far, 1-1-4 for the Hayabusa.
Chibi.
Speaking of, Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be committed. Chibi in some trouble. Ooh, wow, he blinks out at the last minute. He didn't even need to do that.
Ooh, that's very, very scary right there because...
But he does not have ultimate in the second turtle fight. Or third turtle, I mean.
Not true, but I think it's still fair. He can wait it out a little bit at least, especially Clockwood has the last Insanity in hand. Nanko is going to rotate back towards this turtle. Leone is going to be the one up front, trying to start things off, but let's see.
Ooh, Flicker tech charge onto the Kimi. Nako flickers out, gets chased, but he's able to jump over the wall, and now the fight commences. Ruff goes down, stolen last Insanity on the Momo. He raging slashes out of there, has to use the flicker as well. Chibi now gonna be jumped on the knockback, but the Ogi Shadow Kill still comes out in time. Brilliant's gonna be used defensively. Chibi blanks back out, but he's too far from Turtle. Uni secures it, and he finishes off Chibi at the same time. Vamos looking for some vengeance, trying to chase him down with the force of 3 members. They take down Bondles first, and it looks like they will end it there.
Definitely not a fair trade for Vamos as they have lost the turtle and they've lost their jungler in exchange for just bundles on MV. And just like VZ have saying that Chibi has to, pick himself up and counter the play. This could be a good play for Vamos, but Uni dodges them.
He dodges everything, actually. I mean, Vamos needs to be more patient with their cooldowns.
I do agree, but so far, in terms of team fight, it's just non-stop actions right there. Good initiation from the side of Monster Vicious trying to catch Natko out, as well as Vamos trying to re-engage back with the last Insanity and the Ogi Shadow Kill. But Leone as well as Uni, how we mentioned about the spacing from Vamos in game number 1, Monster Vicious are doing it at the same time in game number 2.
Oh man, I think Zord is just locked in all throughout this series. You can see that he was able to actually stop Bondos. Bondos already had a good angle for that backstab, but Zord was there, ready to defend.
Well, what jumps in, 2-man Landshaker. Uni already burst down Natko. That's their goal laner gone. Tech charge used on Zorn. He's gonna have to commit the AOG to get out of there.
Alright, things are not looking good back for Vamos as Monster Vicious racking up the number of kills. And once again, what was a 1.4k goal lead for the side of Vamos is shifting over towards Monster Vicious, crawling their way back into this game. And I have to give big props to Leone. A lot of initiation with the Tectonic Charge is super on point, especially when there's an immediate follow-up from the side of Monster Vicious.
I agree with you. Leone has been so consistent all throughout this game and all throughout this year so far. Uni able to find another good target. In the previous clash, they took out Chibi. In this one, they picked off Natko. It was actually a shutdown kill now. He is 6.7k, 1,000 gold ahead of his jungle counterpart of Vamos. And this is MV just recovering, and now they have taken control of the momentum of the game.
We're 10 minutes in. Goal difference is still pretty even, but MV were notably behind beforehand. So this is definitely a plus point for them. In terms of scaling, I'd say that both teams do have pretty okay damage, but Natko is definitely going to be the main win condition for Vamos going forward.
Alright, who's gonna kick things off? Is it gonna be Leone with the Tonic Charge, or is it gonna be Gorgeous with the I'm Offended right now? Most importantly, it's not about the initiation, but it's the follow-up. It's gonna be very, very crucial right now. Thorn taking a lot of damage right there. Gotta be careful right now, but he still has the AOG to turn things around.
And the Lord gonna be contested once again. Zorn being melted down to half HP. It's gonna be hard for him to stand in front. Clockun's all the way in the back. He's already poked out Bundles a good amount as well. But Uni's still on the Lord. Chibi trying to dash around, not able to find it. Ruff is standing there, just burning through. And MV will be happy with that.
Oh, Vamos like a deer in the headlights, not knowing what to do. MV just dismantled them when it comes to the positioning, and Chibi could not find the opening whatsoever. They did not even touch that Lord. Anybody from Vamos could not find any opening Like a deer in the headlights, they're just staring down MV. And MV have collected an important objective.
In a very good decision making by MV as well to just blitz the lot immediately, knowing that Chibi had no way in at all to be able to steal the Lord away. But right now, the fight in the mid side.
Ooh, nice! Denying the I'm offended, and here comes the last sanity as well. Bondal's gonna finish off Nako with the brilliance, diving into the tower. Clockun gonna be chased down on the side. It's a shutdown for Uni, and they even find Ruff as a trade, but it's not gonna be enough for Vamos. They've already lost 2 here, and the Lord is pushing up bot lane.
Oh, Chibi. Bondos is able to help his teammate, and Uni was very tanky. And on the other side, Chibi does not have enough damage just yet. The defense from Vamos into the bottom lane. And now, this time, Clockun as well as Natko being taken out by MV early into this fight allowed MV to just overtake when it comes to the damage output, because Vamos did not have their damage dealers in that team fight.
Right now, we can see a much more significant lead by the side of Monster Vicious in game number 2. 3.7k gold lead. In terms of total kills, the differences is only 1. But Monster Vicious right now having a bit of momentum coming into game number 2. Coming into the next lot, we shall spawn in less than 80 seconds right now. Uni so far popping off with the Lancelot 5-1 and 2. Nothing he's doing is wrong. Everything seems right. The puncher, the phantom execution, the timing of retribution as well. Meanwhile, by the side of Vamos, I would say Zorn is pretty much doing very, very well, allowing his team members to follow up once the AOG has been used, or to just open up the map to notice where are the abouts of Monster Vicious.
But it's still not really sufficient. Unfortunately, Vamos has fallen a bit further behind in gold than they would like. They do have good late game scaling, but this is a very fragile point of the game where MV has a clear advantage, and Vamos needs to try and find a way to regain control over the map so that they can get a couple more items in. They're actually full committing onto Leone. Yogi Shadow Kill comes in, Tech Charge gonna be used defensively, and Leone is fine.
Oh, it's still very 50-50, although Monster Vicious have or are in the driving seat right now, but once again, one crucial mistake that turns things around immediately. I mean, 3k gold lead is quite high, but it's not high enough for you to just immediately decide who's the winner gonna be.
Some defense is gonna be crucial now. Fortunately for Vamos, they did not lose any of their inhibitor turrets. When it comes to this Lord Dance, it's gonna be a little bit even. But like we said, it's gonna be up to Chibi. He has to step up. And Clockun as well as Natko should not be tagged by MV.
Oh, so here comes the bravest fighter, jumps into the tri-brush. Momo already doing a good job zoning. The Lord is being blitzed down, and Chibi cannot get anywhere close. Uni secures the Lord quite easily. Momo still alive, lances, and he comes out. Gojo is too far forward. Flicker not gonna save you there. Ruff burns down the Ruby, and now Vamos are in full retreat. They didn't get anything from that.
So simple for MV. And a very straightforward to actually zone out the Vamos. What a good Lord Dance. Lapu Lapu just jumping when the Lord was at what, 40% HP? Making it so that Vamos will panic a little bit. And then Leone just literally standing in front of Vamos. If you were looking at the player cam of Leone, he was just laughing all the way. He knew that they had the advantage. And he knew how to handle Vamos.
Again, lot number 1 and lot number 2 is just a similar story for the side of Monster Vicious, where Vamos had no other way to go in, especially for Chibi right now.
Chibi is trying to do some damage with the Ogi Shadow Kill, but we can see that his lack of itemization is really hurting him right now. MV basically took no damage from that. Lord gonna be pushing down bottom. That inhibitor is already low, so it's guaranteed to go down. Can MV actually end the game right here? Leone even grabbing a Heptasis at this point. Landshaker connects with Chibi. Gonna do some good damage with Trading Slash. I'm offended. Only finds Leone. He drops low. Flicker Tech Charge. Finds the backline. Uni dives in as well. But the damage is not quite there. AOG gonna be used. Monster kill for Uni, but he gets shut down. But Bundles comes in. And the Lord is just on the crystal the entire time. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is now 1-1.
Ladies and gents, we do have a game in our hand. Monster Vicious managing to turn things around, and even the gameplay right now, even at the level playing field right now, 1-for-1, Monster Vicious In terms of drafting, there's not much of a difference, but in terms of the gameplay, we can see how Monster Vicious knows that we can zone Chibi out very well. Lot number 1, lot number 2, and we're just gonna keep on doing it, and then we're just gonna blitz the lot immediately.
Yeah. I think that this is just Leone commandeering his own team. I don't know if he's the shot caller, but it seems like the way that they have handled Vamos is just so good. In the early stages, it was very scrappy because Team Vamos were just forcing some awkward team fights. Some of the forced team fights, I mean. But if you're looking at MV, they're more reliable. They're so relaxed. Leone was laughing all around. Look at that. That was the exact face while it is happening. The Lord Dance was happening when he was doing that. That's how you know that he understood the scenario. They knew how to utilize this draft that they have. The Lapu-Lapu is just so amazing when it comes to going to the backlines. It took a lot of pickoffs for them to get back into this zone of them controlling the game. But when they found the control, they did not let go.
I mean, the fact that Leone laughed is because of maybe I had harder times in zoning out the opponent's jungle. And it's not easy as this because Chibi was nowhere to be found, nowhere near to be found at the neutral objective, be it the first lot or even the second lot right there. Hence why Leone is just like, okay, fine, there's no Hayabusa here. I don't need to worry anything, so I can just set up for kills, and that's what he did from time on. But right now, we do have to nominate one player from the side of Monster Vicious as our MVP of the game. Is gonna be Uni with the Lancelot. To be fair, yes, he played phenomenally well, but you do have to give props the players around him. Players like Leone, players like Momo with the Lapu-Lapu as well, players like Bondles at the same time. So it was a team effort from the side of Monster Vicious.
What really made Uni so good in this game is how he's able to find opportunities for him to shine. For example, he's able to find Natko in a very good momentum shifter for the team. In the bottom lane, he was able to find Natko. That was a shutdown, gave him so much gold, and inflated his lead over his jungler counterpart. And then in the following clash afterwards, which was a very important clash as well, he was able to get a shutdown onto Klokun, which allowed them to also, again, inflate his lead over the Hayabusa. And you can see that Chibi all throughout this game just could not find the opening. Whereas for Uni, he is the one making the plays for his team.
Yeah, Vamos unfortunately made some blunders early on. Even though they were initially controlling the game fairly well and giving Natko farm, which would have allowed him to accelerate his farm into the mid game, they started getting picked off, making mistakes in their positioning, which keeps happening when it comes to Team Vamos. Their gameplay is very inconsistent and they keep trying to play the same way with different drafts, which will not always have the same result.
I like the fighting spirit of Monster Vicious in game number 2. They did not just throw in the towels immediately. They fought well, they fought hard at the same time, knowing that they had the same amount of opportunity to even it out, and they did. They managed to do that in game number 2. So far, I really thought for the side of Vamos, once that Natko was like 4-1-6 or 4-1-0, something like that in terms of KDA, okay, this is Vamos' game because Natko is farming well, he's getting all the skills, he's gonna skill up really fast at the same time. But Monster Vicious most likely aware of it as well, hence why they did not allow the total or the final form of a well-equipped itemization for Kimi to arise for this game.
The Kimi is important in this game in many ways because he is assigned as the gold laner. And to be fair, in the first few minutes of the game, Natko was great. And like we said, MV was just able to find some good openings, care of Uni. And this risk coming up from Vamos to pick up this Valentina to go with the Kimi is... it kind of worked in the early stages, but in the end it didn't work because the problem with having the problem with having a Kimi as the gold laner is that you're heavily reliant on your jungler to carry you in the latter portions of the game. Why? Because you need physical damage. Valentina cannot catch as well as the Kimi, the damage dealers of Vamos, deal magic damage. And then if you think about it, the Ruby is physical, but the Ruby is not that reliable when it comes to damage anyways. You're really just looking for your burst from your jungler. And unfortunately for Chibi, he just dealt 41,000 damage in this game. They needed to output more. That wasn't the case though.
Yeah, I feel like on paper, this lineup could have definitely worked coming in from Vamos. They just didn't really hit the conditions necessary. And one of those was enabling TB early on, which I don't feel like they were able to achieve, because a lot of those early fights felt strangely panicked from Vamos. Every time they saw, oh, fight is starting, I'm going to throw my ultimate right now. But when the fight doesn't end after that, then they're in a really awkward spot.
Yeah. I think it's just Vamos being dismantled here, and as good as the drafting is there for Mr. Pakbet, sometimes they just overthink it, you know. This Valentina being picked up made it so that even when it looks really good as a counter hero, it didn't feel like smooth when it comes to execution.
I wonder if it's time to just ban out the X-Borg, right? It seems to be a power pick here, but we can have a look here at the roadmap for Uni and how he was rotating around the map. He didn't get all that many kills in the end, but he got some very crucial ones here, especially at the timing when Vamos could have started getting that snowball in. When Uni started popping off, when he got those first 2 item power spikes, then he could really start rotating around the map. And the lack of reliable crowd control on Vamos meant that he was largely uninterrupted.
I feel like Lancelot should be prioritized whoever gets the first pick right now, be it Vamos or be it Monster Vicious, because a couple of times already we can see how big of an impact this Lancelot brings towards the team. Not only because of the sheer power that Lancelot has with the iframe that he has, but with one of the best retribution skills that he has. But so far right now, none of these teams, be it Vamos as also Monster Vicious, have a proper answer to the Lancelot picked up.
I guess I'm guessing because for Vamos, they are not winning the first fight, turtle. I think that even when we say that the Lancelot is crucial, it is actually very important in the team fights, but I think the Grok might be a better option for them to ban, at least for Vamos. Okay, so I think they overload their bans. Like, I think they are banning CC. I don't think they're not banning CC.
They did.
I forgot what they're in the second phase.
Oh, in the second phase.
But in the first 3 bans that
for this side, who? Monster Vicious?
For Vamos.
The Fanny, if I'm not mistaken. I can't even remember the
Yeah, but I think they should consider banning the Grok as well. Because I think it or maybe just steal it. Because if the Lancelot is first picked by Monster Vicious, what they can do is pick up the Grok and the Kimi. Because I think that's a solid option as well. And I'm sure Sorn can play it, right? Yeah. So, nevertheless, there are key components here that makes the M phase so comfortable. The fact that Leone is playing so well with the Grok in the back-to-back games needs some attention from Vamos.
They ban out the Fanny, the Arlot, as well as the Fedrin, the first
Well, that's interesting. You would think that you'd leave the Fredrin open, considering that Uni is known to be an assassin-style player. So that's kind of unusual.
And it's not like they will first pick the Fredrin, right, for MVP.
Yeah.
They will have answers eventually. Maybe that's a consideration for Mr. Pakbet if that happens.
I mean, right now we are, 1-for-1 in terms of the total number of wins for both of these teams as we approach game number 3 and one step closer for be it Vamos or Monster Vicious to securing that lower bracket final spot facing off CG Esports later on. Let's talk about Vamos for first of all right now. What do they need to do to try to gain back the momentum that once they had in game number 1?
I think that they have to make sure that Chibi wakes up. I think the past 2 games,
he
has been so absent. Although it kind of worked in their favor in game number 1, but in game number 2, it's clear that they needed that extra presence from their jungler. Because so far, he has been very quiet. He's not being oppressive. He's not putting pressure on his opponents. And I think that is a problem for Vamos right now. I think that they should find the way for Chibi to wake up in the series.
I agree. Chibi has largely developed into a jungle player who does lean a little bit more into utility role. He does have the micro mechanics to play assassins, but you can see that the way that Vamos generally rotates early on may not work so well on heroes like Haya that depend on racking up early kills, right? So if you want to play utility, go into tank jungle. We know that he plays a good Baxia. We know that he can pair with like Zorn's Hellcurt as well. Otherwise, contest heroes like the Yi Sun-Shin or the Lancelot who will be okay even if they fall a little behind.
It really depends on the map draw as well, most likely a little bit, to decide or to determine what kind of hero will be picked up for both of these teams. When you pay a huge respect, I mean that's like a very
long one.
That's a very long motivational word of wisdom. I'm not too sure, is it the side of Monster Vicious or Vamos right there? As we jump into game number 3, I like how immediately after any games, it's just on review back again. Okay, what could have been done better? What was the mistakes right there? What could have been done differently for you? So it's just a constant reminder. It's just a constant of thinking on how can we take an advantage in game number 3 for the side of both of these teams. Okay, we did mention about Vamos. What do they need to do in terms of how they would buckle up? I do have one more question for the side of Monster Vicious, but before we do open about that question, we do have a player comparison. Just now we took a look at EXP lane, and right now we're gonna go over to the gold laner comparison between Ohab, Skyla, Van, Natko, and Ruff.
But this is average, right? And I'm not surprised that Ohab is top 1. Natko being up top, like 4th place overall, as well as Ruff being 5th place. I think that's pretty impressive. That shows us that the gold laners here in MPL Malaysia are up to par when it
I
comes
actually don't know if this is a ranking or if it just so happens that they put
so
Natko and
this is
Ruff
not
up
a
there.
ranking?
I have no idea actually.
Okay.
Because I'm also surprised if they are the top ones. I feel like there's other players who would be doing well as well. But
you wonder where Innocent is.
Yeah.
Where is Innocent?
In this comparison, right? Maybe because of the lack of pure marksman being used by Innocent.
Possible.
Possible.
Making the gold per minute or the farming rate of Innocent hinders a bit. But hey, a good stat showcasing that a lot of gold laners are impacted by this whole double fighter composition. Not all gold laners are available to be used, these fighters of hero, or feels relaxed, feels comfortable enough to use these fighter gold lanes in comparison to Natko, as we saw in game number 1, game number 2, and right now, Sadafa, do you think the win that Monster Vicious had in game number 2 will be a big momentum booster for them to go into game number 3 right now?
I would like to say so, but these teams are so inconsistent. Right. It's kind of hard to really say, right? Because I think both these teams are very draft dependent. Right? Both MB and Vamos heavily rely on having the correct hero picks for lane pressure, and then the correct hero comes to actually win team fights. And then you add another layer on top of that. Even when they have a good draft, sometimes they just make blunders, right? I think that's what we saw from Vamos in game 2. Their draft was not bad. They just messed up. And I cannot figure out how to fix this.
You don't need to figure out. We do have the smartest man alive right now. Wolf,
that's true.
Is it time for the Ube of Monster Vicious?
Well, I guess...
Is it time for the Sun Gold Lane as well?
It is. It's time for the Sun Gold Lane. I want to see it. But, okay, so MV are in second pick, and I think that Vamos wants to pick up the Lancelot first pick. So this means that the Ube can actually happen in this particular game.
True. It really depends on what kind of a jungler Uni is given, right? If it's going to be a fighter jungler, someone like a Fedrin, which is not being able to use because has been banned out by Vamos. So the likelihood of this Ube, but then again, he did play the Balance, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So
that's right.
We shall see. Is it possible enough?
This is Yi Sun-Shin or Lancelot. If Vamos picks up the Yi Sun-Shin, I think MV will go Ube. But now Vamos will just pick up this Lancelot. I believe MV wants to pick up the Kimi now. Kimi and Grok is such a strong opener for MV.
This is going to be the third assassin hero for Chibi, right? The Joy, the Hayabusa and now the Lancelot. The Joy and the Hayabusa is not, as we mentioned, how Chibi needs to wake up. So we shall see with the Lancelot, can he provide a different kind of a gameplay, a stronger gameplay for the side of Vamos right now. Monster Vicious is gonna open things up with the Croc as well as a Yisun.
Ooh, I do like this coming in from MV. If they go double fighter side lane, that's actually one of their more specialized tactics. Rafa loves playing fighter side lane, and whenever he's on heroes like the Esmeralda, especially if he has lane pressure, you can expect to see him on the opposite side of the map, even in the first couple of minutes. That does mean that Vamos gets Kimmy, but they also lock in Harry.
There is an option now for MV to prioritize the CC. It's their way to kind of counter this Harith if ever they want that. They can also go Granger if they want to match this Harith. Because this is, I believe it's expanding rivers, right? So, there's a lot of benefit for that hero. At the same time, you want to pick up your bundles hero. Eve is available. You want to use that against this Kimmy.
I think Eve is good enough because Gatot Kaca has been banned out, so there's no threat of the AOG coming in from the opponent. But Ruby is gonna get picked up for the third pick. Most likely it's gonna be Ralph's hero for the gold lane as we jump into the ban right now. You can ban
Hilda, I think, for MV.
Okay. Yep. It just disturbs the Lancelot later on.
Okay, there's a draw.
Okay, we need this. We need some kind of entertainment apart from the game itself.
Yeah.
Most likely you're gonna exchange, I'm guessing.
Do you have enough? Does this audience member have enough currency?
One more. I saw the hand figure. One more, maybe. Try harder, man.
That's unfortunate.
It's okay.
Oh, they do actually ban Hilda. So far, MV still keeping it pretty standard. Now, normally you see a Ruby, you do think it's gonna be gold lane, but so far, I think Gorgeous has only played Ruby this series. So I feel like there's still a chance it goes into that direction. And if so, then they can give Ruff something like an Esmeralda against the Haru.
Comes to the bans, Esmeralda could be considered by Vamos, but I do feel like the CC can also be considered here by Vamos because Yisun Shin allows you to pick up those fighter gold laners. That is a Dogs against Harith actually can work in the gold lane. And Vamos have remembered that can be the answer.
Ooh, good ban. Something that has been used upon Team Vamos, especially Zorn. Last ban right now, focusing down on bundles. The Yif is still there. The Farsight is still there as well. Two, I wouldn't say signature, but two most comfort heroes to be used by bundles right now can be banned out immediately. Monster Vicious right now. I don't know, but like, would Forvis fits them for the side of Monster Vicious?
It's not bad. It's actually pretty okay.
It's alright actually, but I guess they can go for very tanky frontliners with that Phobius, but that will mean that your Ruby's called Phobius in the they ban the Esmeralda themselves. They want to make sure that the Harith is gonna have a good time. I think you fourth pick your mid laner now, right, for MV, so that you keep your Ruby flexed, either XP or gold lane.
It could be Eve again.
Eve is just so good. There's an option for the Valentine. No, the Valentine is pretty bad. But Eve or Zushin here for MV.
I think it has to be Eve, especially now with Esmeralda banned as well. It becomes even better. And you are dealing with Akimi. You've got good crowd control.
Yep.
Marsta.
Still kind of similar.
Instead.
Oh my god, but that opens up the Lapu-Lapu option here for Vamos.
Right.
Go Lapu-Lapu and then maybe a tank hero like Hylos, for example. Hylos is gonna be really good.
Oh,
there you go. Lapu-Lapu.
You did mention about the high loss. Is there the world where you pick a single dagger lock, someone like a Kalia, a Cho?
Oh, a Kalia could be good. Especially, well, if you're up against the Yuuzhan Shin, I think it's much better for you to play tanky hero.
Yep.
You already have the Lapu-Lapu anyway, so you don't need to overload when it comes to damage. The problem with Cho is that there's a Ruby on the other side. So they go for the Kalia themselves.
Now you need
CC is really good for MV.
Ooh, yeah, CC is still Oh, yeah, it hasn't been banned.
Yeah.
Very interesting draft we're looking at right now. Vamos is definitely feeling more of a skirmish style lineup. That is Phobius, so not CC. Phobius is okay, but I feel like not as good now that we've seen the rest of Vamos' lineup.
I mean, it's still, I would say, viable to be used. For Momo, you do have heroes with a good amount of dashes on the side of Vamos right now, but it really depends on the follow-up. It really depends on the setup at the same time. Yi Senshin up against Lancelot. Both of these heroes are going to be the somewhat deciding factor for both of these teams.
Oh, right now we are looking at what is effectively a best-of-3 series between these two squads. Whoever is able to get the victory here will be on match point, one step closer to keeping themselves in the playoffs and eliminating their opponent to move on to the next phase. Who's it gonna be? We jump back into the land of Dawn for what is going to be undoubtedly another game full of brawls and unexpected events.
I think that this is such a pretty even draft in a way that there's no clear victory, but I feel like Leone getting his hands on the Grok once again makes it so that the early game will be good once again.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends as well. With the follow-up as well at the same time with the Titanic Charge and the Fede Extract. But look at this, very much early on. Zorn gonna be careful.
A good wall there, nearly took out Zorn because he was stuck behind it. Zorn decided to greed and hold on to the flicker though, so he could have actually gotten out earlier if he wanted to.
I mean, one wrong move, one misstep. That could have been the first blood for Monster Vicious. Moving on really well to the start of game number 3 right now. For those of you who just tuned in, welcome to game number 3 where the score is even Stevens right now. 1 for Monster Vicious, 1 for Vamos. Take a deeper look at the emblem setup right now. Double Rapture for Ruby as well as Farsight to provide a bit more damage. Festival of Wrath, most definitely for Ruby as well as Obvious. And in comparison to Vamos, nothing too weird, but pull yourself together for Kimi right now, for Clockun, allowing him to maybe just spam his skills or the spell very, very early on.
Interesting. Pull yourself together with Purify. Yes, there is a good amount of CC on MV's side, but not enough that I would consider going all the way for that. I feel like it would have been good if he paired it with Flicker, maybe?
Probably. But he's maybe just worried enough with the amount of crowd controls that Monster Vicious has, so having a faster cooldown on that Purify could definitely save him in certain situations. But with that being said, Clockun will have to take some time for him to complete the full set of items. Most likely Glowing One is going to be the main pickup or the first pickup right now. Momo as well as Leone. Oh, so sorry, Leone almost hitting level 4, but rough. Hit level 4, but has to back off immediately afterwards.
Yeah, looks like Zorn's not going to have his ultimate. Leone does, goes for the tech charge, instantly locked down Gorgeous and secures the kill with the Feathered Airstrike. Uni also picking up the turtle at the same time. Momo doing a great job of zoning in the Tri-Brush.
Like Vamos right now just missed up a little bit right there, where Monster Vicious had the upper hand in terms of the positioning on the first turtle on the top side and managing to get a kill as well as their turtle. This is a very, very good start for Monster Vicious.
Especially because they are just allowing Leone to pick up the momentum when it comes to just playing this Grok. Look at how oppressive he is. Level 5 as of this moment, compared to Zorn just level 4. And he been forcing a lot of rotations. Just his presence in the jungle is already a big threat. This will allow Oni to move forward from the riverside.
And as early as minute number 3, already 1.2k cooling for the side of Monster Vicious. Again, a good start for them, but look at Momo as well as Gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, it's flashy, but the damage is, not there as of yet. Hence why Lapu Lapu is quite tanky at the same time.
I'm offended, they found Clockun. Purify not gonna save you this time. Feathered Airstrike pelts him down. Uni even trying to dive out the Zorn. Here comes Chibi from the side. Uni might be punished here. He's actually diving back in, and the Flicker Tech Charge gets 2-man knockup. Allows for Uni to back off. Natko not able to use the Zaman Force to chase him down.
Almost being too aggressive right there from Uni, but He knows that Leone is on the backside, just waiting for the right timing to use this attack charge. Unfortunately, it was not enough to get a kill onwards to Vamos.
Yeah, good movements coming out from the members of MV once again, taking advantage of the presence that they've had. Look at them just getting out of their jungle really quick and then going to the jungle of Vamos, just inflating their lead to 2.2k. And now Momo with the dominant size, he is also gonna be a threat. Ruff with the War Axe, I think that everybody from MV right now is a big threat. And Leone, can they even take this Grok down? The answer is really no.
I'm offended actually finds Nako even after the cancels. Tsunami Slam though gonna be used on Ruff. The damage is not quite there yet for Vamos, and Feathered Airstrike will keep them away. Uni also gonna scout out Oh, Gorgeous, what are you doing here, sir? That is not what you want to be doing.
Very, very unfortunate for Gorgeous right there, thinking that he could get some initiation upwards towards Vamos, but unfortunately, he was not able to do so and risked his own life at that moment right there.
They're trying to dive for this. Nako with the Zaman Force, trying to do the damage that's necessary. Of course, he is still lacking items, so Ruff's still alive for now. And Clockhood also gonna join the party, gets a two-man Traction Beam, but there's gonna be no kills here.
Oh, Darn, get added aspect away. Ooh, walks.
There's that lethal ignition for you.
He should have walked onto that to the river.
Yeah, so that he will be able to sustain a little bit. But again, nerves are kicking in. This is an important match. But does not change the fact that MV is 4.1k gold ahead of the competition this time. And unlike the previous two games, this will be a big snowball, a massive snowball. Uni's level 10, 1-0 into Chibi is just level 8. Whatever we said that Vamos needs to change after game number 2 is not happening just yet.
And not only that, Wolf, I mean, once again, Chibi with another assassin and underperforming as well. This is very, very vital, very, very crucial for Vamos. Chibi needs to step up. His team needs him right now, and I'm not sure. I mean, yes, the KDA is not bad, of course, it's 0-0 and 0, but it's just that the level differences. Uni is just, snowballing away from Chibi.
And I'm sure that if we look at the items, it will be difficult. Look at the gold difference. Look at the 1.2k for the roamer, 1.1k for the jungler, and almost 1,000 gold for the mid laner. That is how difficult the game is for Vamos right now.
Very, I wouldn't say funny, but what's the word I'm looking for? Very unorthodox that game number 1 and game number 2 was quite close between one and another, because the goal lead, it was not even like 1 or 2k gold, but right now jumping into game number 3, it's immediately Master Vicious just woke up from their slumber right now and having a good time.
I do think it's definitely a bit of a draft diff once again. MV just has a much more logical draft on paper. It's a very classic double fighter side lane with the Yi Sun Shin. So it's quite easy for them to follow the textbook plays of moving around the map, of slowly sorting out Vamos, who in comparison have a slightly more difficult comp to execute.
I wonder how Vamos will recover from this. They do have the Lancelot as well as the Harris, which is great at the comebacks. And they also have Zorn on the Kalea, so this time you have your initiations coming out from Zorn. But the thing is, who is the good target here for MP? You cannot jump the Farsa because the Farsa has Purified.
Oh, well, speak of the devil. It looks like it's going to be rough. He gets caught up top, but he escapes. He gets the I'm a man on the TV into the Flicker, charge into the Feathered Airstrike, comes out. MP fights back, but here comes the rest from the flank. Bondos goes down. It's going to be a shutdown for Gorgeous, but now he's surrounded 1v4. And so they got bundles. They lose 3 in exchange.
Oh, pick up the devil, huh? God. Who's gonna be the target? Oh, they tried their best to get Ruff, but it was not good enough.
It was not good enough. And then that was like what, 3 members of Vamos, and Ruff just literally spellvamped his way out of that pickle. And then Leone once again with the tech charge, so good.
Zorn, I don't feel like this is a good idea, and he is now regretting that in the afterlife because he will go down.
Oh my god. Bondos is even more scary right now with the Blood Wings. The Lapu-Lapu coming out from Gojes, trying to go for Bontos, and was able to actually get a shutdown, but it took so much time because Bontos just timed the Purify so well.
And they're not letting Gojes go either. Raging Slash will let him iframe out just barely. Even Ruff trying to go for the Amber Pendant, not able to find it. Uni will secure the bot tier 2. Natko! One hit away from death.
Oh man, MB are just tearing through Vamos.
Okay, hold that thought. There might be a fight going on right now.
Nami Slam used on Leone. I really think Vamos should stop fighting because MV is clearly stronger right now. Gojes gonna hold the front line. MV not interested in fighting here.
Okay, right now I'm just questioning a bit on Vamos right now. You are allowing Leone to use this route multiple of times, and multiple of times as well. You've seen how he can set things up really well, really quickly. And the follow-up, either from Ruff, either from Bondles or Uni at the same time, is just immensely quick. So Monster Vicious have that locked down. And right now, as Dafa mentioned, the draft differences, we can see it coming to fruition, where Monster Vicious just textbook double fighter, you have a setup, you have a follow-up, and you just immediately push the envelope against Vamos.
Yeah. It's looking really dicey now for Vamos. Look at the items. It was the Queen's Wings that actually salvaged Ruff so many times in this game. Have that extra sustain, and now they do have the luxury to focus on damage now for Ruff.
You know it's a really bad spot when Leone is richer than anyone on the side of Vamos. They go in, Tsunami Slam does find a catch on Ruff, but the tech charge! Vamos all stacks up, and Edertra comes out. GB does do some good damage, but he's gonna be surrounded once again. Gojes goes down. MV chasing them into the base. Momo not letting GB go. Flickers to the other side to avoid the torn rows. They will secure the top inhibitor. Nako realizing, oh, I should not be here. He barely survives, but a beautiful stun comes in from the Ruby. Ruff cements the death certificate of CB. The Lord goes down. It's a double kill for Uni as Natko throws his body into the mass. That is Monster Vicious. It is a 4v2 base defense. Sword trying to jump forward. Gojes has just respawned. Clockun goes down. The damage is building up. The HP is low, but it's not low enough. They find the shutdown on Ruff, but Uni still picks up the double kill.
Chibi still have what, 2 seconds left, but I don't think it's enough right now, Siddhartha. It's not going to be enough.
It's definitely not going to be enough. That is officially it. Chibi's not even going to try and defend because he knows he cannot. Monster Vicious secure match point.
What a way for you to secure your match point right now, my guys. What way? 10k gold lead.
Gold lead, dude.
From the get-go as well.
The fact that your rover has more gold than anyone from your opponents. When we said that they have to stop the Grok of Leone, they weren't able to do so. When we said that Chibi has to wake up, they did not wake him up. This game is Vamos just getting destroyed all throughout. All factors of MLBB is just not working in their favor.
And I don't want to be hypercritical here, but this has been the third assassin Chibi has used so far this series, and it's not working into his favors right now. The Hayabusa was not there, the Joy was not there, and now the Lancelot is not there. So what else do you give him? Is it time for a utility jungler for Chibi right now? I don't even know, to be fair. But one thing's for sure, you gotta ban out that Grok.
You gotta ban out.
You gotta ban out that Grok. Leone is just insane with that Grok.
I think that, you know, we already said that after 2 games he was already popping off, like it was already a threat. And then we saw game number 3 even more of a threat for this Grok. Early game was in Team Monster Vicious' favor because of how he utilized this Grok, how he piloted this Grok, and how many times did he utilize this tech charge to catch 3 members of Team Vamos time and time again. This was a threat. I think that after 3 games and now that they are at match point, you should ban that out.
Right, I think so. I can't believe they've allowed MV to get away with this for so long, so many games. MV is just being allowed to play the heroes they're comfortable with, the draft they're comfortable with, and it feels like there's not a lot of counterplay being brought up.
Well, right now we do have to nominate our MVP. It's gonna be Uni once again with the Yeast Shin. But to be fair, man, give my boy Leone some love, man. I mean, yes, Uni played phenomenally well with the Yeast Shin as expected because he is the main damage dealer. But he would have not, or he could have not done what he did without the setup of Leone, without the setup of Raf at the same time, and Momo as well, just jumping into the back line without any hesitation.
I think this is one of those games where we can say that everybody just played well.
Correct.
Because Momo, he was so instrumental in so many team fights. Picking up the dominant size first is such a good pickup for this Phobius, because some Phobius are tempted to go for the War Axe first, but he decided to go for the I would say more unselfish route. Go with this, and then Ruff being in important spots, important parts of the game, like even just the stun to catch where the Harith is, and as well as the Lancelot. So many times in this game, you also have the Clockon just Bontos being ever so reliable on this Farsa, and most importantly, Leone in his presence in the opposing jungle. MV, everybody is the MVP.
Oh, looking at the goal, right? I mean, 28k against 39k, good lead from the side of Monster Vicious. And looking at the itemization as well, how poor can you be right now? Chibi with only what, full set of items in comparison to Uni. Almost full slotted right now. 10k goal in the favors of Yasachin, and only 6.7k goal in the favors of Chibi right now. Raf as well, we can take a look at how, again, that one particular moment on the top side where he manages to turn things around with a good I'm offended, with a good amount of spell vamp as well. And you did mention how just that one good moment he flickered away brought a bit more time for his team to be able to follow up, and just not just about the setup, it's just about the follow-up as well. It's quick, it's intense, it's precise.
Yeah, everybody's just locked in, I guess. From MV. When it comes to the draft, I would say that when it comes to whatever lineup that the composition itself that Vamos were able to build, I think it's winnable, honestly. I'm looking at all of the angles. There is a way for them to win this team fight. I don't think that it's majorly a draft problem in a way that the heroes that they built up is bad. But I think the heroes that they gave to MV was where we can draw the line. They gave this room, they gave this Grok, for example. And then they allowed MV to pick up the Ruby, leaving Gojes to not have his signature hero. So it's like MV are getting the most comfortable heroes that they have, whereas their heroes, they're not comfortable with it. They were forced to go for the Lancelot, they were forced to go for the Lapu Lapu, although it makes a lot of sense. It kind of felt like they're not playing as optimal as they should be in an elimination
It's
match.
really weird to see the way Vamos is drafting here, because what is the intent, right? They went for the Kimi, Harith, Lancelot first. Okay, so you've revealed all your cores, you need to build like a solid shell around this. You should probably be afraid of backline dive and maybe artillery fire. And it didn't really feel like they did any of that. Actually, like even until the end, Vondos had the choice of Farsa and Eve.
Not only that, I mean, you picked up the Kalia, and there aren't any good targets for you to Tsunami Slam away. Like, the opponent had Phobius, the opponent had Ruby, the opponent had the Yasenshin, and even with the Farsa built-in Purify spell as well. So it's very difficult for Zon to pick and choose who am I gonna focus on. And not only that, even if he gets a good Tsunami Slam away, there aren't good or enough damage for them to be able to provide the damage up against the opponent. But the rich guy is going to be given to Uni, 907 gold per minute. The carry is going to be him as well, 37,000. Best wingman is going to be Raf with 8 total assists. Gorgeous is going to be the Sandbag with 77,000 total damage.
I think it's safe to assume now that when it comes to like the junglers, as we are saying that GB has not woken up, I think Uni is ever so reliable. Even in the game that they lost in game number 1, Uni has played phenomenally with the Lancelot.
I do agree. Yep.
And then in game number 2, it was just great. This game number 3 was just perfect. Every move that he makes is perfect. I think that they also drafted around him so well. Jungle creeps, like stealing away and invading the jungle of GB in this game many times with 3,000 gold that he accumulated from that one. I think that's also very impressive.
Yeah, I think we have to note, ever since the overall goal generation of the map was nerfed, it has been very rare for anyone to hit 900 GPM.
That's right. I agree.
Right?
I agree.
And Uni did that. That's how much of a snowball this game became for MV. And you could see just how easily he was able to get farm across every single source of the map. Because there was nothing threatening him in the jungle. They couldn't even break through that first line of defense because of how awkward the draft was overall. And it forced Vamos to have to play really strangely, which did not work out.
Unfortunately.
I don't know about you guys because it is a do or die situation right now for Vamos, where if they lose this next game, it's all over for them in their journey towards M7. So is it a moment for them to bring out the Sun gold lane? Is it a moment for them, if let's say the Halka is not going to get banned out, is it a moment for them to bring out the Halka? Most likely it's going to get banned out because so far Monster Vicious has not changed the pattern of the ban. So what is the, I would say, what is the panic button plan right now for Vamos? Because 3 different assassins for Chibi did not work out well. Although one of it they won. Zorn, it's still okay. Cloakon is still okay. But then again, if your jungle are not able to provide more for your team, you cannot rely on the others because your jungle is like the key component in that draft. So once your jungle is being taken away, everybody else crumbles apart.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot think of any panic button hero here or composition. I think they just have to start with the basics first. And basics being, give a good hero for Chibi for him to pop off. And second is just stop Leone from playing Leone heroes. Like just ban this Grok, forcing one another hero, stop that momentum. Maybe the third step there is to give Golgis a comfortable hero, like priority perhaps on the Ruby, I think where he is more comfortable with, and then eventually maybe Hilda. Ban the Esmeralda, pick up the Hilda, maybe that is a way for them to get back to this game.
Considering that Vamos seems very insistent on getting advantages through fighting, I think they should be prioritizing more lane pressure. It feels like they're oftentimes not having very good 1v1 matchups, and they're losing control of the mid rotation as well because of this Grok. And
how beautiful was
it's
that?
not able to translate.
Just imagine in the last game, let's say for instance, Vamos ban out the Grok, for instance. Leone still has the option to go for a Cho roam, a Cho damaging roam, or they can go back to the Oma Leone strategy with the Estes as well. So I think Monster Vicious are well prepared. Hey, if you ban out the Grok, it's fine for us. It does not matter for us because we still have other options to go. It's just a matter of, for this game series, we have not seen it yet. It's because of, hey, the Grok is still there. Why should we let it go when we can pick it up over and over and over again?
Yeah, there's just really no stopping them from picking it up. First 2 picks Grok +1. And then when they do get to the blue side, they pick up Lancelot first and then Grok +1 as well. It is just so perfect. And if you think about it, there's so many ways for side of Vamos to stop it. Like they have 3 bans.
What the fuck? So you can ban it out.
Exactly.
So weird, right? Like you would think that Vamos had already figured things out. It looked like they were appearing a little better in game 1 and then just fell back into the same old habits. Like the drafting itself really shouldn't be a question mark now that we're this far into the tournament, and yet it's still popping up.
I was actually just surprised because I was already hyping up how good the drafting can be for Vamos because of Coach Pacbet. But then, if you're looking at the other side of the stage, that's MV with Coach Kenji. And Kenji, if you don't know, is also a Filipino and also part of the SEA Games gold medal team. And that's just the guy. I think he's literally in charge. Like, how many times have we seen him like holding those papers, just pointing and talking to his teammates, and I think they're just locked in. Envy's just locked in for this series.
Yeah, a look of worriedness as well in the eyes of Vamos right there. Gorgeous. I'm not too sure. Most likely that was after game number 3, but hey, we are in the match-winning point game for Monster Vicious, where one more game, one more victory is all it takes for Monster Vicious to move forward onwards to the lower bracket final spot up against team CG Esports. But before we discuss any further, let's take a look at the power distribution between Uni and Chibi. So far, not big of a difference, but when it comes to hero pool, 10 versus 7 in comparison to Chibi. Other than that, I feel like it's very, very close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Does this include regular season?
I'm thinking this is most likely from regular season.
Because I think that in the playoffs, I think that it's a massive difference.
Yeah.
Demolishing Chibi when it comes to the stat lines. If we're just looking at this entire series, Uni is just shining and Chibi is really not being there for his team. I think the most that we've seen from Chibi is him acting as a bait for his team. I don't even know if that's intended anyways.
It's a strange case because we had nothing but praise for Chibi when the playoffs started. We all talked about how consistent he was throughout the regular season. He was the only really reliable player every game for Vamos, and all of a sudden, he's not able to pull that off either, right? So I don't really know what needs to be done. Is Vamos only capable of playing off of cheese strats, right? Are they completely debilitated when you take out heroes like the Hellcurt and so on? It shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
And yet, I'm seeing so many weird decisions being made.
That is another case as well. I mean, if we don't talk too much about the draft, it's about their own habits as well. They're going one after another. Not clean skirmishes, very messy team fight here and there. There's a lot of things that needs to be fixed from the side of Team Vamos, but hopefully it's all said and done as we jump into game number 4. But before we begin with the draft, we have to take a look at the random map draw right now. We came from Expanding Beavers, and right now we're gonna head towards Flying Clouds. Most likely, hopefully, maybe.
How are you doing
well
this?
Done.
This is the second time today.
I don't know. I just have a thing for maps.
There's the Grok ban by
finally.
MV.
Oh wait,
MB?
Because they know that it can be first picked by Vamos.
But they know as well Vamos won't likely pick it up. Or maybe it's just a map thing. Flying Cloud, we're second pick, we're banning it out.
Okay, that's
possible.
That's interesting. So do they pick up Lancelot or Yi Shin now? I think Yi Shin is better for Vamos.
So that would be the 4th different hero for Chibi.
That's right.
Now I'm very curious. Is MV trying to play Ube?
I think so.
Is that why they banned Grok?
I think they will go Kimi first pick.
That sounds like a got taught.
Kimi Yi Shin, I believe, is the pick here for MV.
If you pick a Yi Shin, do you... okay. Estes won't be picked up as early as
for the picks, yeah.
Yeah, so Yi Shin +1, then +1 can be a Kimi.
Yeah,
still
Kimi
there.
Yi Shin, I think, is the choice here for MV. Apart from that, maybe, I guess, do they pick? Maybe Kimi Ruby is the other option here.
That's not impossible. If they still want to keep it open for potential Ube down the line, they could also go Baxia first, like Baxia Kimi.
That's also, especially because there's the Grok.
Ooh.
Hilda,
I do feel like it is setting up for Ubi here. Because you don't have a high mobility heroes and you don't pick up your assassin jungles first. Because you want to make it flex if you want to go for a Baxia like Sedapa mentioned just now.
For Vamos to prevent that, they have to pick the Ruby. I think they have to go Ruby, Yi Shin now. Ruby, Yi Shin is gonna be the option here for Vamos. Because they also want to give, again, they want to give Gorgeous a hero that he's very comfortable with. So far, of all of the heroes that Gorgeous has played, I think the Ruby is the most impressive one. And at match point, you have to pick their power hero.
Yeah, and also open things up to a lot more possibilities right now. Hayabusa.
Oh no.
And it's gonna be the Chi-Chi.
Okay.
We're not too sure where this Chi-Chi is gonna go as of yet. Most likely it's gonna be gold lane, but again we shall see how things progress.
Oh no. I think that they will pick up something like Baxia here actually for MV.
Then Vamos can immediately ban out the SS. I feel like Vamos can beat this draft. Most likely, I would hope so. Or they just dump away this Ube strat and go for Yi Shin here.
Yeah, just go for Yi Shin.
Right. Yeah.
Ruby is also an option for them, actually.
True.
They're not that scared about not having the assassins in the late game, in the late portions of this draft. But at the same time, yeah, why not just pick the Lancelot?
Yeah, the Ruby you mentioned is quite good as well, not gonna lie. Yeah, because why? you give the option for Vamos. What do you want to ban? Do you want to ban the Estes or you want to ban the two assassin that is still available, the Lancelot or the Yusenshin right now?
That's true. That's actually a very good angle right there, because if you don't lock in Ruby here, it would be a very obvious ban on Ruby.
Yeah.
But since you've locked that in, then yeah, you do have that question of, do we ban Ube components or do we ban assassins?
Yeah.
Correct.
But I think if you're Vamos, you just don't want to give that to. Just don't think of the Ube.
Ban.
MP will just ban export. Probably going to ban
Lapu? Question mark
as well. Yeah, Lapu should be a ban. Esmeralda, I mean. I think Esmeralda should be another ban.
I think that's a very comfort hero as well for Gorgeous at the same time. So they are banning one of the components of this assassin play. Leaning towards more of our Ubi right now for Monster Visions, we shall see.
It's impossible that Vamos does not know this, right?
Yeah.
It's just
I mean,
impossible.
I wonder,
Okay.
maybe MV bans Eve here.
Eve?
I think Esmeralda is the ban.
Esme.
So that the Hilda will have a field day in this game.
Personally think it would still be fine even if they do deal with an Esmeralda, personally.
There we go, exchange. For the
Ooh.
What is that?
Fancy spin.
Oh, Nolan.
Nice, sir.
Congratulations, sir.
It's so long since Nolan in the competitive league.
Alright.
Oh, ban
It is the
Way! Good catch. Good catch.
Which means they probably do want Ube, or they're forcing Vamos to ban Ube.
Yeah, if you ban Ube, you ban Estes most likely here. I don't think you ban the Baxia. Because, then again, Monster Vicious can go for a Barat's jungle as well.
They do pick that up with the Kimi as well as the Estes.
Just ban the Estes if you want the...
Okay, so the Lancelot ban.
So Baxia Estes or Barat Estes.
Could be Baxia. Baxia is just better in general.
Agree. With the Ruby, with the Hilda at the same time, there's a good amount of crowd control. And don't forget, Estes do have a crowd control as well.
Yeah,
technically.
Only Family does not have the crowd control, apparently.
I guess the only concern is that MV might be lacking damage a little bit since they have Ruby Hilda side lanes.
True.
So if they do go Baxia Estes here, the scaling might be in question.
You know what? I'm actually wondering, what if they pick up something like a Ling, their last pick?
Ooh!
For MV?
For MV, and then... But they won't Estes in that regard for sure.
I'm born with your talent.
That's weird. Still does not... Could be a Gwyn...
Rome. I think they're
Gwyn?
going Ling. I definitely feel like they're going Ling in this game.
It could be Gwyn jungle as well.
No, that is
It could be Gwyn jungle into...
But that's a lot of magic damage.
I actually think a lot of magic damage is fine.
A lot of something is good, I suppose?
Yeah, like nowadays, a lot of magic damage is actually okay. There's not a lot of counter play.
Alright, for the side of Valmas right now, the Esme is still there,
Esmeralda's
the Lapu is still there at the same time. What else do they did? They did the Rome as well, right? So Rome...
Oh, they have Gatot.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, Gatot.
I think they can go SP Farsa or Lunox. Oh, here's SP Farsa.
Alright.
Wow.
You still got it, sir.
I think Ling. Come on.
Is it Ling? I don't think it's Ling. I think it is Guinevere jungle.
I mean, to be fair, it's not a bad Ling game. Like, there are no proper crowd control. And you have a non-moving target with a Farsa at the same time.
What is that good
but it's been just so long since
I'm actually wondering if they could pull out like a Minotaur.
Yeah, but maybe if they do go jungle Gwyn, I think they go Granger perhaps. Or Harthus actually, but they will not have physical damage.
And then you're going up against an Esme as well.
Yeah.
That's not a option.
I think either Claude or Ling, actually.
And...
Samus!
Wow! That was so far away.
In a game-deciding match, Samus.
Samus EXP, Ruby Gold, okay. Interesting.
Samus is great versus Esmeralda.
It is, yes. But it doesn't contribute much in the team fight afterwards. It's a very like lane-dominant hero.
You just be sustained as much as possible, I suppose. And then you rely on Gwyn to just get an insane Violet of Requiem. And then just the Kimi just stacks up the Skyfirster, I guess.
Well, either way, we are looking at match point right now, and looks like even with that on the line, Monster Vicious is not averse to doing something a little bit different. Will it be what they need to officially cement themselves forward into the lower bracket finals? Or will Vamos bring a little dose of chaos to the mix once again to bring us to game number 5? We're jumping back into the Land of Dawn for what could very well be the final game of our second best of 5 of the day. Let's see what happens.
Oh man. I am still surprised about this, Thams. Again, I share your sentiments, Nafa, but at the same time, there were some changes with the Thams as well. In the previous draft, even previous patch, well, it was 2 patches ago perhaps. And so a lot of, when you try it in pubs, it's actually pretty good.
All right.
In pubs, again.
In pubs. That's a very big statement right there. In pubs right now. I am excited to see this Thanos from Momo in terms of the itemization and how he will fare out. But right now, Leone gonna kick things off right now. Gotta be careful right there.
Leone, he's gonna flicker back out. Zorn pops to revitalize as well. I'm actually very surprised he didn't get punished for that. Uni jumps back in, gets the knockup on Zorn, picks up first blood.
No more revitalize, no way back out. I mean, jumps back in. That is very good decision making from Uni right there.
The worst is Uni is a jungler and he will get that upper hand over the Hayabusa once again. The other strength of the Guinevere is the way that he is able to secure the neutral objectives easily because of the stun. He can stun for himself. Stun his opposing jungler, I mean, for himself. So he's able to secure the jungle.
Alright,
objectives.
I mean, the second minute mark is gonna approach upon us. Level 4 has not been reached as of yet by Momo. Meanwhile, Gorgeous has already reached level 4, so all the someone is online for Gorgeous right now.
That skin from Davos though is so dope.
I know, right? I was about to bring it up if you guys didn't. That is such a good skin. Right now, Chibi nearly finishing off the turtle. Leone not on Uni comes in and steals it from the side, even through the taunt. Leone does get traded for it, but I think that's worth.
Definitely worth it for Monster Vicious. You're only losing the life of your Roamer. It's okay, and Ralph right now just focusing fire away Nako on the top side. You did manage to get that neutral objective without any much of a problem. Uni just walks in and then just retribution it away. So Chibi, again, good kill, good return. Although did not manage to secure the turtle, but hey, at least you got a kill on your own hands.
Yeah, I can't believe only stole that turtle for MV. Then again, we are on a stalemate. Every single minute that Vamos survives, especially from the XP lane, is good because we know that Thams needs a lot of snowballing for him to be effective. The fact that they are surviving right now is actually a good sign.
TB going in on Leone, dropping him low. AOG into the Fender airstrike as well. Leone not going to survive all that. Rob trying to get the pullback. Zorn gonna be in some trouble, but pops to revitalize, and now the damage is not enough. Vamos comes out on top.
Very good initiation from Vamos right there, getting their second kill for this game, trying their best to turn things around, trying to even things out for in this match series. And that kill was given to Klokun, so it's definitely going to help him out, finishing off the first item, facing off a Bondos right now. Good job.
Gurney goes in, Violet Requiem catches out Gorgeous. Purify comes out though, so they're not able to get the kill.
My god, this skin. I didn't
say that. I have not seen this skin.
I did not know there's like a rain effect.
A rain effect, dude. What the hell?
I like how just Munto just, you know, just go overboard with just one hero. That one
literally one hero. I swear to God, this is scripted. MV,
I need to see the crown now.
That MV needs to pick that ham.
For us to see that crown effect we were talking about.
Oh my god.
Alright, the second turtle, if I'm not mistaken, is being started by Monster Vicious, but look at the bot side.
Momo has already jumped on Gorgeous. Chibi jumps in with Ogi Shadow Kill on Uni. Forces out the Violent Requiem defensively. Uni, I don't think he's going to be able to stay. He's being targeted down. Somehow survives on 1 HP. But on the other side, the fight is in full force and Chibi goes down. MV is just running into him. Bundles secures the turtle. Leone chases Klokun. He finds the kill back there. Nako holds off the rest of them. But Zorn still dies. Leone with the double. He's just going unchecked.
What the hell is this rumor, man? He already is 0-2 before that fight happened. He did not have the flicker, yet he gets a double. My God, what is up with Leone today?
Not only that, how and why and what? First of all, Uni was zoned out away immediately, so there was no retribution from the side of Monster Vicious.
Yeah.
And the first thing that came to my head, okay, this should be an easy turtle for Chibi, but nah, he got killed under the hands of Bondos, who secured that turtle as well. So that's a massive fiesta, grand prize for Monster Vicious.
For sure. Ruff was just in front of Chibi, as well as Momo, and then Bondos to secure the kill. But I'm still surprised how Leone was able to pull that off. Whatever he's having for breakfast, I wonder what it is.
I don't know.
He's gonna have it.
Yeah, I'm interested in that as well.
My goodness.
That fight started off well. Ramos was zoning out Uni. They nearly killed him even. But because they dived so deep for that, they completely ignored their backline. And by the time Chibi went back to his shadow, he realized, oh wait, Envy's already here waiting for me. And then Ramos just scatters like they don't know what to do.
Alright. Very good engagement from Monster Vicious and how they went back in to try to get a kill against Chibi just now. And speaking of which, looking at the top side, Uni as well as Ruff trying their best to work something
nice
out.
Curtain call from Nako into the Fender Dare Strike. Ruff dropping low, uses the Iron Fender to heal back up. Violet Requiem use, cancels out the AOG as well. Revitalize on Zorn. Make sure that Nako will survive. Traction Pulse is good, gets a two-man lockdown. But no casualties will happen for now.
But it's all just to buy time for the mid side. Look at what Momo did. Split pushing, gets the mid turret. At the same time, Chibi are doing the same on the bot side.
Do you know why there weren't any kills up top? It's because Leone cancelled Kakun's ultimate once again. This guy is cracked. Just doing all the right moves. As a Hilda.
Yeah, look at him right there. He's zoning out Zorn, even forcing a Fender Dare Strike. They get the turtle for free. Nako dives way too deep. He gets punished with the I'm offended. Gojas now has to retreat. Zorn has to retreat. Vamos are not in control.
It's not looking good for Vamos right now. What was a 1k goal lead for Monster Vicious right now has transitioned into a 3k goal lead. What was only a mid turret taken by Momo is being a double turret being taken by Momo on the bot side. Look at that.
Okay, we get it, cameraman.
Oh,
we get it.
yeah.
It's very cool, yes.
That is devil incarnate.
The fact that he's flying, he's just jumping,
God.
The rain is there, everything is there. My God.
It's the old evil.
Alright, AOG gonna be dodged by Ruff. I'm offended, keeps him alive for now. Look at Leone, he's canceling the Fender Dare Strike. OE Shadow Kill gonna be used and he will finally go down. But now Uni comes in from the side. Natko gonna be punished here. Bundle slowly pelting him down. And even Violet Requiem setting up for the double kill on the Kimmy.
That's Momo just zoning out Gojas, manhandling. I think the idea here for MV is group up as 4 and then go for a 4-1 strat where this Tams is unchecked. And he's now getting pummeled by the Hayabusa, but he just shrugs it off. Chibi, I don't know if Chibi actually popped the ultimate for that one. No, he didn't. But yeah, Momo is just manhandling the entirety of Vamos on his lonesome.
I mean, not to ruin Vamos' parade, but Bondos have picked up the Skypiercer, and pretty sure after the Skypiercer was picked up, he got 2 kills. So most likely it's like a 20 stacks right now, as of now. But slowly but surely, that stack is gonna get built up even more with Leone just forcing his way in, not allowing Clockun to open up the Feather Airstrike for the maximum of duration.
He has the same amount of gold as the opposing jungler. In fact, he has 100 more gold over the jungler. With his Fury Hammer, Silent Robe, as well as the Kiras. He's not threatened at all by the Vamos composition.
Yeah, this is now looking pretty dire. We're 9 minutes in. Gold lead already 5k. Gojas is trying to walk in. Momo now joining his team for this next fight. I'm offended, find Gojas, forces out Purify. AOG does find Uni. Nako gonna be stopped in his tracks as well. Uni in some trouble. Violet Requiem not gonna be able to save him. Gojas finishes him off, but the rest of them are running in the backline. Zorn is already down. Gojas zoning out the rest of Leone as well as Bundles, but Momo! Look at Momo! He is so tanky right now, and he is so cool as well.
The fact that Momo jumps in, everyone jumps back the way. Like, nah, I don't want any piece of that.
Well, they have to be careful about here, but they know that Chibi does not have the retribution. Go just spots it out. Great job coming out from the Esmeralda.
And now he pops the ultimate. Look at the damage! But the better airstrike does finish off Ruff in exchange. Momo diving the backline. This Tamas is so scary. Ogi Shadow Kill comes through, melts them down, finishes off Leone. So Chibi is finally fighting back, and Momo will fight the dust as well. Vamos claims control over the Lord.
Hold that thought. Uni still has the retribution right now, but okay, I don't think he's gonna go for it. I mean, it's not worth it even because looking at the top side has been already pushed by the minions, so it's okay. It's not bad of a pain from Monster Vicious, but Vamos live to see another day for now.
Great job coming up from coaches because somebody has to be in that Lord fight to provide the vision. MP, for some reason, they still try to go for that Lord fight. I think all throughout this series, that might be the first time that we see a big blunder from MP, where they decided to stay around the Lord area when they didn't need to. They didn't have Uni during that moment.
Okay, it's not as straightforward as we thought. Vamos Lot is going to be pushing on the bot side. Again, Monster Vicious had a very good lead, 4 to 5k gold lead, and right now with one good engagement from Vamos, managing to crawl their way back to a 1.7k gold lead for the side of Monster Vicious, and they need to do it even more right now. Ruff, be careful.
Careful, Ruff. He's already dropped down to quarter HP from that feathered airstrike. He will be able to heal it back up. Ogi Shadow Kill happening up top. Leone should be able to survive for now. TV trying to chase him down. He finds the kill. Oh no! In the bot side, we get the taunt in. Zorn surviving for a very long time. Pendant rolls in. Gojis as well. It's a trip mega kill for Bundles. MV is fighting back once again. Double kill for the Kimmy. The top lane is pushing though. Natko getting some structural damage done.
What a juggle coming out from MV.
Ooh.
Nice pickup coming out from Klokun, but the juggle from MV, the way that they are going in and out of the fight to outplay Vamos was perfect into the bottom lane. Had it not been for Natko, for the split push, Vamos would have lost so much gold. Oh, sorry, MV would have lost so much gold.
5-0-5. Sky Piercer's stack keeps on building for the side of Bondo.
But they're in and out with Roth, going out of the fray. Just punching Zorn in there, and then the stack onto Gojis. So just take it out afterwards. Fortunately for Vamos, Ruff was just running around the river. Klokun was there to pick up the kill.
Must be a good time to be Bundles, right? Because you have like what, Ruff as a frontliner, you have Momo as a frontliner right now. So it's just you can just basic attack away without any sort of hesitation and without any problem at the same time.
But MV does have to be careful now. They've lost most of the gold lead they were holding earlier thanks to these exchanges. Vamos has been able to slowly regain their footing on the map. And that is actually quite scary. Vamos' late game scaling is not bad.
Heptasis on the Hilda. Somewhere out there, Klokun is shaking. Gotta be careful around this Hilda once again. But Zorn is actually taking making the right moves. Positioning himself to protect his teammates. Providing the vision, preventing Leone to get into the bush, and safely provide the vision for MV.
Vertical comes out into EOG, forces out double flicker to evade the predators. The Uni jumps in with the Violet Requiem, comes out with the Crown as well. But Vamos will be able to purify out of it. Momo comes in from the other side. Man, I'm offended from Ruff! But Vamos is just so tanky. Nako will be the main focus, but he is able to walk away. And even after all of the abuse, Vamos will live with all 5 members.
I mean, what a great initiation. Continuous of initiation from Uni, from Ruff at the same time. But it was not good enough, or it wasn't enough, I would say. In terms of damage, how Vamos can just walk away immediately, freely, without having to drop any single death at that particular instance.
And Uni already revealed his hand, going in for that Winter Crown play. And now another fight ensues. No ultimate for Zorn. Ultimate's available for MV. Now Zorn has his AOG.
This is going to be a crucial battle here. They see Nako in the mid lane. Uni's trying to build up stacks on it. Violet misses AOG. Not going to land on his target, but Zorn will eventually go down, which means that Vamos doesn't have the front liner. Leone looking for Klokun inside the jungle. The rest of his team is coming to back him up, but MV has successfully pushed Vamos back into their mid lane.
Oh my god, that was scary. But the fact that Zorn actually used AOG forward instead of backwards, that actually gave the kill to MV.
Can blitz this.
Oh, the Klokun pumped the ultimate already.
Yeah, the Feathered Airstrike is already gone. I don't think Vamos can afford to stay for this. This should be a free lord for MV. They need to prepare for base defense.
Massive mistakes coming up from the Vamos members. Back to back, and a very important time at that. MV now securing the second lord of the game. This is pretty bad for Vamos.
I mean, look at the stacks from bundles right now. 40 Sky Piercer stacks and most likely almost full set of items. Speaking of item, Holy Crystal as well for bundles right now. This is gonna be a big push from the side of Monster Vicious, but I do feel Vamos does have what it takes to defend this. They do have the high ground defense from the Feather Airstrike. It's just a matter of can Clockon find the space to open up that Feather Airstrike for the maximum duration.
They just need to play this smart. They will definitely lose their external towers for this. This is a pretty bulky lord. Collides with the top lane. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Good poke damage, especially on the Ruff. He has to flicker out. He nearly died to that. So I think that one play is actually going to keep Vamos in this.
Gotta be careful though. I think that Vamos does have the better late game scenario compared to MV. Will we get there during their power spike? That is the bigger question, because Ruff, I think Vamos have unlocked one way to win the team fights, which is to pop the curtain call onto Ruff.
Yep.
So that if ever they do nail that curtain call on the Ruby, they know that Ruby will not be able to comfortably go for the snag onto them. They will make it so that there is technically a -1 during that moment. And of course, the curtain call with the Farsa ultimate is strong.
To be fair, Ruff also noticed this as well. He took a good amount of damage just now and gotta be a bit more careful. He should be a bit more careful as we take a deeper look at the itemization. Is mostly gonna be a good amount of damage with the Queen's Wing as well as the Athena Shield. Meanwhile, looking at bundles, almost full set of item. One more set of item, most likely is gonna be the Black Wings, but Leone being scouted out by Natco and Gorgeous, and the rest of the members of Vamos is pushing in as well.
I think it's smart of Natco to not commit the curtain call there. He knows that it would take too long to finish Leone off, and by that time, MV would have caught up with him. They need to make sure everyone is alive for this next Lord.
Important one at that, the 18-minute Lord, and if both Lord, Vamos will just need a few more minutes for them to equalize and make this 3,000 gold lead ineffective already for MV. In fact, they might have the better late game scaling compared to MV.
I think so as well, and that's what makes this a little bit scary here. We've reached the 18-minute mark now. This is around the time when late game scaling really starts kicking in.
I mean, for the side of Monster Vicious, top and bot are like even right now, although bot is gonna heavily pushing towards the side of Vamos. Oh, on the top side, Leone is gonna be the one who's gonna be pushing the lane, so Vamos have to decide something here. Most likely they're gonna try their best to blitz this.
That does seem to be the case. They know they outnumber them right now. I'm a fan that comes through. Violet Requiem gonna be cancelled. A beautiful AOG from Zorn. Gets a two-man knockout. Ruff gonna be the first one to go down, but Bundles going ham. He finds the monster kill on Chibi. That means there's no jungler on the side of Vamos. Leone's in the backline. He's buying so much time, and Gorgeous is not aware of this. Clockon is actually nearly dead. He finds it. He gets the shutdown, and Momo finishes off Lord. Bundles is godlike. 4 members of Vamos are dead. Nako's the only one left. He wins the trade against Leone. But this is going to be a 3v1 base defense. He's gonna come back out. He has immortality. There's only 1 minion there, but CC doesn't have the best wave clear to fight the Violet Requiem! Immortality gone! Natco wipes out! Monster Vicious have done it! For the first time in the organization's history, they make it to the top 3!
That was the fundamentals from Monster Vicious, just so good. The split push up top, the box that they formed, Winter gone onto Uni, and then Leone with the flicker play through the Lord Pit to take out the damage dealer. MB, all of the moves that they did in that last Lord Dance are just perfect.
What a way for them to end this game. What a way, what a showcase as well. Not only from Uni himself, but Bundles, Leone, Momo, Raf, each member of the team performed to the highest of standards and push Monster Vicious to an uncharted territory right now. Lower bracket finals is gonna be in the hands of Monster Vicious, and right now we have to take it over. We have to hand it over to Poji with the interview.
Terima kasih panel kita. Dengan berhatinya saya terpaksa umumkan pasukan Vamos gagal melangkah ke perjalanan yang seterusnya. Gagal melangkah ke pentas final. Gagal juga kembali ke pentas M3 yang pernah mereka lakukan seperti dulu. Tepukan gemuruh juga kepada Vamos. Mereka telah berusaha sehingga kini. Sayangnya apa yang mereka lakukan, suara mereka dan aksi mereka kita takkan dapat lihat di pentas M7 nanti. Namun apa yang mereka bawa dengan semangat mereka, tenaga mereka, keberanian, nampaknya tetap akan hidup bersama kita, di dalam diri kita. Jadi soalan yang pertama saya nak tanya, kalau boleh saya nak tanya kepada Chibi.
Apa?
Chibi.
Okey, soalan.
Ui, positif. Saya cuba bawa mood. Okey, Chibi. Kita dah tengok Chibi dah berusaha daripada season lepas sampai season ni. Season lepas Chibi macam nampak jatuh. Season kali ni Chibi dah mula naik sikit. Adakah Chibi rasa benda yang paling banyak mengubah Chibi sepanjang perjalanan Chibi daripada dulu sampai sekarang?
Maybe experience kot. Experience yang membuatkan saya matang kot.
Matang. Jadi dah boleh relax lah macam tu. Matang, dewasa.
Dewasa.
Okey. Zon, antara orang paling senior untuk kita. Ini adalah musim terakhir untuk era kita kali ini sebelum kita melangkah ke format baru itu partnership program. Jadi untuk Zon, apa plan selepas ni? Bersara, berpencen, tim baru, kekal tim yang sama?
Rasanya masih bersama Vamos lah sebab saya masih ada kontrak dengan dorang. So kedepannya masih bersama Vamos, so tak tahulah macam mana.
Jawapan selamat
Jawapan selamat.
Baik. Tapi kalau contoh ada tim lain nak beli Zon ke apa, contoh kan. Ada tak apa-apa yang Zon nak cakap dekat kawan-kawan setelah berusaha selama beberapa season dengan dorang? Anything to say kepada dorang?
Kepada kawan-kawan saya saya rasa kita semua dah buat terbaik dah. Walaupun kita kalah kali ni nombor 4, tapi it's okay. Jauh dah kita sampai kan. So tak ada apa dah yang kita orang mampu tunjuk lagi lah sebab kita orang dah buat yang terbaik season ni. So this is it guys. Sorry kalah.
Baik. Jadi sebelum kita mengucapkan selamat tinggal kepada pasukan Vamos, saya mewakili pihak MPL MY nak menyerahkan satu surat penghargaan atas usaha dan perjalanan Vamos di sepanjang musim ini, dan ini adalah untuk awak, Syam. Tak perlu baca ke apa. Surat cinta penuh rasa kasih sayang. Simpan. Nak buka pun tak apa, tapi seperti yang korang boleh tengok dekat LED, kita ada gambar perjalanan seluruh ahli pasukan Vamos ini daripada awal sampai sekarang. Macam korang tengok kan, banyak memori, kenangan yang mereka bawa, menghidupkan hype di MPL Malaysia. Kenangan, sorakan, segala-galanya terasa. Kita harap para penonton juga akan ingat wajah-wajah mereka sebelum kita melangkah ke arena yang baru. Nama baru, jiwanya tetap lama. Dalam 3 musim, anda berjaya mengangkat nama MPL Malaysia. Dipimpin oleh Zon, Chibi, Gorgeous, Natko, Klokun, Pak Bet dan juga Pak Atan. Mereka inilah yang membuktikan warna-warna perjalanan di MPL Malaysia. 2 rakan juara musim 12 yang kekal sehingga kini. Gorgeous yang lapar membuktikan diri. Natko dan Klokun yang penuh dengan pengalaman di MPL Indonesia. Kamu bukan sekadar pasukan, anda semua adalah keluarga. Anda semua buktikan Vamos adalah pencabar yang tak mudah tunduk. Kata-kata negatif tak pernah menghalang potensi anda semua. Anda adalah the villain, the anti-hero yang MPL MY tentunya sukar untuk kita lupakan. Terima kasih Vamos untuk semangat yang dan juga detik-detik kenangan yang anda tinggalkan. Semoga kita bertemu lagi di era baru. In 3, 2, 1, your final bow to all of your fans.
Bow. 3, 2, 1.
Terima kasih banyak. Ini saja daripada anda untuk pasukan Vamos. Itu sahaja daripada pasukan Vamos dan juga saya. Tetapi kita dah ada pasukan yang baru sahaja membuktikan atas dasar usaha akan ada kejayaan. Inilah dia, Master Vicious dan juga Rose. Juara, kita siapa kita tahu. Let's go!
Pasukannya akan teruskan perjalanan mereka ke lower bracket finals malam ini. Maip Serdang, give it up for Monster Vicious! Boys, congratulations. And of course, Uni, one step away from the grand finals. Just now, I see you nampak happy sangat-sangat. Maybe share sikit dengan kita semua. How are you really feeling? Tadi you siap lompat-lompat lagi.
Happy sangat-sangat sebab time first game tu saya macam tak perform sangat and Alan Sora tolong saya bagi kata-kata semangat and saya dapat bounce back daripada first game tu. So untuk sekarang saya memang happy gila sebab dapat bounce back
Yes, dapat bounce back, berjaya dapat kemenangan 3 game berturut-turut. Tetapi selepas ni you guys ada match lagi petang. It's kind of a back-to-back match. So apa expectations Uni dengan Monster Vicious untuk perlawanan yang seterusnya?
Untuk lawan CG kan? Untuk lawan CG saya rasa kita orang just fokus lah one by one. Setiap game pun kita orang try untuk bagi sehabis baik
One step at a time. Thank you very much Uni. Coach Sora. Coach, sebagai coach yang bersama dengan Monster Vicious daripada awal sampai sekarang ni, nanti you guys akan main dalam best of 7 di lower bracket finals and based on my knowledge, based on apa Rose tahu, Monster Vicious tak pernah main best of 7. Ini pula nanti akan jadi. What are you telling them and what are your preparations untuk perlawanan tu?
Benda yang saya akan cakap kat diorang yang sepatutnya diorang happy yang diorang sampai tahap ni, diorang top 3, diorang boleh main best of 7. And saya harap diorang still akan bangga dengan masing-masing punya pencapaian sampai ke top 3. So, untuk esok, saya harap diorang tak ada pressure untuk ke M7. Tak ada pressure untuk buktikan dekat semua orang, just fokus dekat diri sendiri. Itu yang fokus saya dekat diorang. So, untuk bahagian teknikal, untuk bahagian dalam game semua, saya percaya yang diorang punya skill dan kebolehan sendiri. Just kita orang kena confident, prepare and bergerak bersama.
Alright, I really like that. And of course, Maip Serdang, siapakah MVP anda? Alright, mari kita sama-sama tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Leonie! 2 hari berturut-turut kita punya oh my Leonie sekali lagi. Now, Leonie, kita tahu Monster Vicious sekarang ada winning momentum. CG pula ada losing momentum selepas kalah dengan SRG OG pagi tadi. Untuk match yang akan datang pada petang nanti, you rasa boleh ke menang? Sebab you winning momentum kot.
Ya, harus confident sih.
Confident? How confident are you, Leonie? Tell everybody.
Apa?
Betapa confident Leonie? Bagi tahu semua orang. Come on, semangat.
100%.
100% confident. Wow, ini yang kita nak. Leonie, anything you want to say?
Penting kita kasih yang terbaik aja, ntar gak perlu mikir hasil lah. Kasih yang terbaik aja.
Kasih yang terbaik aja and pada pukul 7 malam nanti kita akan tengok perlawanan Monster Vicious menentang CG. Once again, congratulations boys. I will see you guys later. And of course, kepada semua audience, jangan lupa di Maip Serdang Hall C, kita ada restreamer watch party di luar. And of course, tetamu kita untuk hari ini adalah Moon. So kalau korang nak jumpa Moon ataupun kacau dia, you guys boleh pergi ke watch party di luar. And that's it from me untuk perlawanan ini. Mari let's show it back to the panel to analyze apa yang terjadi in this match. Panel, back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much to Poji as well as Rose with the interview segment just now. And I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see Leonie step up onto the stage, right, this guy is so cute. Not gonna lie, the actions, the small smiles and everything, right? But the gameplay is not cute.
Absolutely not. Oh, you would not expect this man to be running you down as a big slab of rock or as this lady on screen right here. He was causing so much havoc.
Yeah, and I think that he's the overall MVP of the series for me.
Yeah.
This game was just exceptional because he started 0 and 2. Even after they died twice, he actually made a double kill play that shifted the momentum to MV. Like, this Hilda player is just so amazing. And even in that last important clash, we saw him utilize the flicker to eventually get on Clockhood. I think that Clockhood did not get to play this game, this entire series, because of Leonie. We were expecting, everybody just wants to see the Estes, right, for Leonie. But my oh my, Grok and Hilda, you cannot give that to MV right now.
I mean, the moment Leonie sees an opportunity, and even if that opportunity is like a 0.01% of success rate, he's gonna take it. He's gonna go forward, he's gonna flicker, he's gonna use the tectonic charge, he's gonna go for the power of wilderness. And for this game, specifically for this game, Clockhood, like Wolf mentioned, the feather asteroid duration was not at the maximum point. Like it was only for a few seconds, and Clockhood had to shut it down due to the power of wilderness from the Hilda itself. So props to Leonie. Whatever is going on, his main priority, his main target is where the heck is Clockhood? I don't care about anyone else. I'm just gonna go for Clockhood right now.
Yeah, and I think that's always going to be the correct play, right? Because Clockhood unfortunately doesn't have very reliable lockdown to work with this game. He can only rely on Zorn getting the taunt in, which in the first place can be a bit difficult to land. And if Zorn is landing that means there's no one else really protecting Clockhood in the first place. So Leonie knows that he can leave the front line to Uni and Momo. He will just cancel the back, and then the damage is halved.
And we will attribute this to us, to Famos as well. Like, nobody just, they're just really not in the zone right now. We did not see Chibi be impactful in the latter portions of the game. Whereas for Uni, although in this scenario it's different, it's not like the way that he played the Lancelot or the way that he played the Yi Sun Shin. This time it's more of a supporting role, although he is the starter. The fact that he went in for the play, I think that they have designed this Guinevere in that manner. In that last play, he went in for the jump and then immediately Winter Crown. Because what happens is that if he jumps Zord, which he actually did, of course, if you're Vamos, the trigger for you is to go on the Guinevere because you're gonna think like, oh, they only jumped Zorn. I think this is good for us. So what happened next was Vamos committed to Uni, and then when Uni saw just a split second that they are already jumping on him, Winter Crown popped in mid, effectively winning the team fight for MV.
I mean, I'm not gonna take any credits away from Bondle's perfect gameplay, to be fair. 8 kills, 0 death. But it's because of Leonie, what he did allow Bondles to just, not getting focused down at all, and it allowed Bondles to just free hitting away all of the targets from the side of Vamos. But to be fair, there was one instances that I do have to be hypercritical about Chibi. I think it's this moment because Uni was zoned, or not this one, after this. Uni was zoned out, so there was no retribution at all, and Chibi still got focused down. I'm not too sure how or what. I hope it's here. But again, like, it's very, very difficult for Chibi once again.
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of things lacking coming in from Vamos in this series. This is unfortunately a very, very disappointing final performance for a team that seemed to be getting better throughout the regular season, but then came into the playoffs not really understanding their identity and their purpose. It's just very unfortunate that it had to end this way for them.
Yeah. You see that this was the punish from Vamos. A very important team fight. What was started by Gojes actually was taken out. And unfortunately for Vamos, they will still lose the Lord fight. I'm excited to see the last clash. Here you go. A perfect box. Like you see that after they went in for Uni, pops the Winter Crown, dude, and everybody was just committed. They got baited in. And then Clockon is trying to run away. Leone saw him flicker. Okay, goodbye. Does not have the Winter Crown nor the Immortality. Natco will be able to trade, but Leone already did his job in that regard. That was a beautiful play coming out from MV.
Just icing on the cake right there from Leone, focusing down Clockun immediately. And in the end, there was nothing Natco could do anything about it. There was just too much pressure focusing down on the crystal. And hey, Monster Vicious not only managing to break the curse of making it to the second day of playoffs, but making it all the way to the lower bracket finals.
What an impressive achievement for this team now. And they're supposed to be the ones that want to play together. They were the ones scattering Vamos, which is a big surprise. But you know what else this means? This means that our second representative is guaranteed to be a new team.
Oh.
MV and CG both have never had the chance to represent Malaysia on an international stage before.
Yeah, that's interesting. And if a team like MV will represent Malaysia, I think that you guys will be very happy about that. They're very solid. I think they've proven in this particular series that they can be clean. Although they lost in game number 1, games 2, 3, and 4 were just clean. They were drafting cleanly. They were getting the heroes that they needed. They're not overextending. Everybody, when whatever job is assigned to them, they will stick to it. Like Uni, when he needs to output the damage, he's outputting the damage. But if he needs to be protective, he's being very protective. I think this MV team is a scary team.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they bounced back as well, and even the game that they lost, Uni still played well. I didn't think he did anything wrong, but it's just a matter of refreshing or resetting the mindset and allowing them to get the win. Thank you so much, boys. It's been a pleasure to be here with you guys for the lower bracket semi-finals. We do have one more match, the lower bracket finals after this. See you guys afterwards.
Targeting. Aku tak copy.
Kenapa? Give guys, target guys. Nice boy. Depan. Sini bi. Aman. Ini yang ada flicker dia. Ini yang. Come on. Guys, tengok depan guys. Bunuh.
Mati.
Nice. Bunuh. Boleh. Let's go. Sini. Depan guys. Aman. Nice.
Aku dapat kill.
Last slot.
Aku tahan lagi. 3 zona je.
Bisa. Alhamdulillah. Bunuh. Nice. Back. Aman B. Alhamdulillah.
Jago cok aku.
Aku tengah table tower. Kimi. Jauh ya?
Jauh. Kau jauh.
Kimi flicker. Mati. Mati Kimi.
Gila sih.
Nice,
mati. Udah guys.
Lapu guys. Nih, mati deh. Lordnya. Lordnya guys. Ya Allah. Nih, di gua. Salah gua. Kau
coba datang. Bantu guys. Bantu.
Ada gua.
Gak ada hatinya.
Main. Hari tadi. Main.
Ada gua dulu.
Gua mati.
Sabar, chill.
Ya, apa. Santai. Bunuh.
Bang.
Tahu lock gendol, lock aja. Tahu. Nice boy. OTW boy. Gua awan guys. Lagi. Aku guys. Ini gua lihat lu. Lagi.
Aku deh.
Tuh, mati dulu. Nih. Tamus. Nice. Ya, sabar lagi, kalem.
Ya boleh kan?
Bisa.
Bodoh aman. Mati si ayah. Ayah mati.
Butuh pasnya, gas aja depan. Butuh pasnya.
Ada gua nih, depan. Lego. Kata dulu.
Bono bisa bunuh SME.
Mati pasnya.
Nice.
Min.
Boleh.
Main apa?
Dah jam. Ni Lego.
Mana tuh? Orang aja dulu.
Udah.
Nice boy. Kayak gitu. Kering.
Nice.
Nen.
Kawan. Benar.
Ayo boy. Skill. Aduh, ada guys. Nice try. Kenapa aku tak kimi tadi?
Tak apa, nak try ni. Nice game.
MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Triple, try, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Triple, try, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time forbidden Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homeboys, and it's a new lineup. their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to homeboys, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah, tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JMS. Benda macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan diorang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push some team lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homeboys. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bagi diorang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPL MY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPL MY punya official page ataupun bio MPL MY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Last season menentang Aero, saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main lineup Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homeboy. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Vamos nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya, player-player diorang tu player yang veteran. Macam Ciku, Valence and saya harap kita orang boleh konsisten kan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Si Putra. Dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPL MY official page.
CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled, which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah. Better.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL MY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homeboys, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kasap lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak, tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah.
Itu je lah. Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa, dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPL MY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.